you've completely, like, what are we doing here? Levy isn't going anywhere.
It's all down to timing, isn't it?
Yes, guys, how you doing? Welcome back to the Spurs 5. It's episode number 6. It's been a wild ride, I've got to be honest. I'm going to call it out from the get-go. I watched the stream back from episode 5. I do need to apologise for certain language. I was having a bad afternoon. Tonight, I'm hosting. So as long as the rest of these 3 are in good behaviour, then I won't need to say too much. We'll find out. I can't imagine it's going to go as swimmingly as it goes in my mind. We'll find out. Guys, before I come and find out how Sava, Lubo and Stelios are doing, we have to get some admin out of the way. As we do, guys, it takes nothing to do this, but please smash the like button if you enjoy the content, or if you think you're going to enjoy it. Maybe hold off on the like, but at some point, we need to see the like button. We are going to hit an aggressive, audacious target. We've asked for 1,000 the last two streams. Tonight, can we move the needle up a little bit? Can we go to 1,050? I'm not going to be too audacious, but just 1,050 is the target between now and just gone 10 o'clock. So if you can do that for us, we really appreciate it. Hit the subscribe if you haven't already. You should have done. It's free to do, but all it does is it just lets you know when we bring up content. And by the way, we've had a chat backstage over the last couple of days. There's going to be so much more content coming on the channel from each of us as individuals, as well as the clips and everything else. So make sure you hit the subscribe. Notification bell button should be pushed and squeezed, and also keep the comments fresh and fast and thick and flowing. However, at the same time, do be respectful, because it's just the opinions of people that don't really matter. Right, so if they really offend you, just keep them polite. You attack the argument, not the person. That's all we ask. By the way, also, guys, last thing I'll ask before I get over to the guys is, if you are people that are not watching this live, maybe even if you are, but you'd rather watch it later tomorrow when you're out walking the wife, or when the dog's walking you, or whatever, but you'd rather listen to it in audio, or you'd rather see it in podcast, but not via Apple, you can not via YouTube, then you can check us out on Spotify, where you can watch it. You can check us out on Apple as well, where you can hear, and Amazon.
On to the match. So, no, looking forward. Listen, I'm looking forward to seeing Spurs' competitive match. Am I looking forward to the 90 minutes? Can't say can't say it. I think there'll be easier games this season, let's say.
100%. Stel, what's crack-a-lacking with you, mate? How are you?
Good. Thank you, everyone, for watching once again. Protests are back again, ole. Protests are back again, ole. You haven't even started the season. You love it. Love it.
I'm not exactly sure whereabouts in the show we're going to bring that up. I think that's probably the second or third topic, guys. Let's get into it, guys. As I say, smash the like button and keep the comments thick and fast, but be polite and everything else, and we're good. Let's start, guys, with where we're at, but ultimately a lot has changed, at least in the kind of, I don't know, in the ITK space, the likes of Romano, Ornstein, all confirming that in the last 24 hours or so, a lot of energy going towards Tottenham, moving for a man that, I'll be honest, 3 days ago, I first saw the link for, and I had the audacity, you know me, you know what I'm like, I'll take any link and talk about it. But when I heard that one, I dismissed it. In fact, I'll show you exactly what I did. I played this particular sound on my own channel.
No chance this happens, and you wanna know why. Last time I checked, baby pigs don't fly.
Exactly what I gave credibility of the Savinio links, right? And
What the hell was that?
That should be on the big screen at the stadium at the end of the transfer window.
That would be amazing. On the big
no,
screen.
I'll talk about it. I'll talk about Rodrigo. I'll talk about anyone else. But when that one came up, I said, nah, I'm not ever going to be that shameless. I gave it that regard. But you know what? It's true. Sava, how big of a deal would this signing be? How much credibility do you give it? And is it the start of potentially a very strong finish to the window?
Well, we have to give it a lot of credibility because we've actually bid for him. So this isn't, as Daigle says, this isn't buzzword bingo. We're not monitoring. We're not thinking about. We're not pursuing. We've actually opened talks with Manchester City. It would be a massive deal. This would be a very, very good deal. And I'm surprised that more people aren't actually really, really happy for this. But it's the same old, isn't it? Until we see them in a Spurs shirt, we're all going to massively have that bit in our stomach that says this isn't happening. But if they go and get this done, I can't imagine anyone's going to complain. This is a really good player. This is a really, really good player that changes the dynamic of how we attack. And dare I say it, apologies for how cringe. He's a Spurs player. This is what we used to have. Quick, exciting wingers who like to beat their man and get people off their seat. Mate, I'm all for it. Is it the start of a good end to the window? It bloody well needs to be, doesn't it? Is it? I don't know. But yeah, why not? Him and Eze and someone else. Sod it. Let's go big. Yeah, let's do it.
Lubo, let me come to you and ask you. There's lots of rumours out that Tottenham have essentially. I mean, we're going to come to that story a bit later on, the meat and bones on it. But in a nutshell, that Tottenham are willing to go bigger than probably the value. That we've essentially got their attention is the best way of describing it, right? The best way of describing it, which suggests monetarily that we kind of picked up the phone and said, any chance, how about if we offer you something around there? Before we get into what that looks like, which is the second segment of the show, do you think Savinho in and of himself is that much of a needle mover that would justify spending the sorts of numbers that are being pushed around, which is, we're talking 50 million upwards, right? 55, 60 million, something like that. Some people are saying 70 million for a guy who Manchester City bought from their own sister club for 25, 30 million quid only 12 months ago. And whilst he had a good season, it wasn't a sensation. He wasn't like he absolutely slapped it out of the park. How big of a deal, how big of a signing, and what's the correct valuation for that in your mind, mate?
To be honest with you, Sean, I agree with Sam. I think he got me out of my seat watching him last season, and he's not even the Spurs player. He's a cracking player. He's direct. He's quick. Goes at players. This is what we want. This is what we need. This is, this takes us away from the really slow, monotonous build-up that allows defenses to and the opposition to get back into a system, get back into a shape very quickly, because we take 30 passes to get into their third. So this for me would be brilliant. I see a report, Sky Sports, that Cavill, can't think of his surname, has reported in the last hour that City don't want to sell. So I don't know. Who knows? Would it be? Listen, be a really good buy for Spurs. What's his worth? What's his worth? It's like buying a house. If you really like that house, if you have to overpay a bit, you'll overpay to buy it. So for me, if your own house is burning down, right, then and you haven't got insurance, then you might have to overpay for a piece of shit. Like you might have to pay a little bit more, like an emergency dentist on a Sunday night, rather than getting an appointment, because Tottenham right now are struggling, right? We're struggling big time. I mean, where the goals are going to come from, as I said on the South show yesterday, what the odds. One of the guys came back and said Saturday for a 0-0 draw is 14-1. I mean, they're good odds at the moment. With Savinho in the team, that would drop the odds dramatically. So what do we pay? We pay what we've got to pay to get him, because we are desperately short of forward players. And I know a lot of people have said he played right wing last season. I think he played right wing just to facilitate Doku on the left. He did play left side for Girona. So for me, he just slots straight into the left-hand side. And that just leaves us really talking about. Frank has actually said he's not going to get another left back. He's happy with the cover he's got, which is Udogie, Spence, and Davis. So for me, that just leaves a 10 to buy in the window. So for me, get Savinho if it costs a bit more. If it costs, I mean, allegedly they've got it at 50 million euros, which is about 44 million pounds. What are they going to do? If they go to 60 or 70, so be it. As I say, all we want as fans, we want the talent on the pitch. You know, our assets shouldn't be in the bank; they should be on the pitch. So for me, if they spend a bit more and he's on the pitch, fantastic. I'll be delighted, and it'll be well done to the team if they buy him.
Stel, let me come to you, mate. So Saba was making the point, I think last night, that he put out a couple of polls on his channel that were essentially, he said, "Is everyone happy with Savinho?" And I think he's, am I wrong here, Saba? He said like it was like 20% were people that weren't happy with him. Is that right? Something like that?
From 2.7k who voted, 12% said no. But so 12% isn't high, but of 2,700 people, we're talking about over 300 people that are Spurs fans have said no to Savinho.
So I asked the same question on the show I just finished, and it was, I don't know how many votes there were. It's probably not as many as that, but like a decent chunk. And it was 5% that was unhappy. Stel, how do you feel, mate? As someone that that is looking for more from the ownership, is Savinho someone that ticks that box?
I'm 50-50, guys. I'm 50-50, and I'll tell you why. First of all, I don't believe anything until they're wearing the shirt. I've said it many a time. For 5 years, not 5 years, that's bollocks. For the last 2 years, I started saying that. I'm tired of being led up the garden path and being told this is going to happen, that's going to happen. But he said it, I don't care what they say. None of them have the credibility they make out they do. None of these journalists do. So if he signs for us, then I'll believe it. But until now, it's a big story, bit of gossip. Let's see what happens. Why I'm on the fence with it is because at Girona, he was fantastic, like a proper baller, a real dribbler. And there was an end product. 1 in every 2 games, there was a goal and assist. This guy was the real up-and-coming deal. Man City, the drop-off was quite big in terms of goals and assists. Now, there could be many factors for that, right? There's many factors for it. But he didn't replicate what he did at Girona. So I don't know whether that's because he needs to bed into the Premier League more, or it wasn't quite the right fit for him at City because City didn't have the best of seasons, or whatever it may be. I don't know. If Frank and Spurs can get Savinho playing like he did at Girona, this will be an absolutely fantastic signing for Tottenham. This guy will be a star. He'll be a star at Spurs because I saw him at Girona. He was the real deal. It reminds me a bit of Anthony. Anthony at Ajax was quality, like absolutely brilliant. Came to Man United, the drop-off is very similar. If you look at games played, goals, assists, and you look at them for their first season in the Premier League, they both had a similar drop-off from what they did in Ajax and Girona. So I think it all comes down to what Savinho we get and what Frank can do with him. So I'm 50-50. If we can get him back to what he was, unbelievable. What he could end up being the best player we've got. He could end up being the best player we've got.
Can I ask you though?
Just super quick. Isn't he? If we're looking for someone that can nurture that guy, do you still have a hesitation whether Thomas Frank is the guy to do that?
I don't have a hesitation with the coach. I don't know why there was that drop off. You see. Was it down to coaching? Was it down to adapting to the Premier League? Was it down to Man City having an average season? Was it down to him playing too much on the right? There's so many factors. I don't know. But the Savinho at Girona was brilliant. And I remember saying, get Savinho. Get Savinho. Whoever gets him is going to be laughing. And he ended up going to Man City because, like you said, he's part of the City group. So no one else was going to get him at that price. So it depends. So I'm not against it. Far from it. I'm on that fence. Let's see. I don't know.
Can I just throw in there though? First of all, I'd say that I think everyone at Man City last year struggled. I feel like he wasn't walking into the Man City of the years before that had been winning leagues easily. And I think the difficulty is he had moved from the left to the right. And if you actually look at what Guardiola asked for from his wingers, it isn't the goal output. Pep Guardiola, when he plays, he knows. Let's be fair. Every time someone plays against Man City, they go to a low block, don't they? Everyone goes to a low block and says, "Break us down," right? Which means that players like Savinho, Doku, whoever it is, they spend so much time doubled up on, so much time trying to break through 10 men rather than what he was doing at Girona, so to speak. I actually think that he would be perfect for us here because we're not going to be a team that's total domination of the ball under Thomas Frank. And I think if you've got Doku, Savinho and a number 10, I think we're going to be more on the transition. And I think that could be frightening with his pace. And somebody sent me all his stats earlier from first of all, that year at Girona, he was literally top of every single stat for any 21 and under.
He was
player.
phenomenal at Girona. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
Bellingham. And if you actually look at his stats for last year, this is the thing with stats. This is the key thing with stats. If you purely go on the baseline of the number of goals scored, sure. If you actually
Sava, I went on goal assist, GA, goals and assists.
No, I know, but he actually got 13, 14 assists across the whole campaign for Man City. But
so what? Can I just explain what I did? I looked at the number of games he played at Girona, number of players against Man City, and the total GA, and there was a drop off. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, of course. But my point here is that when you actually go just beneath that a little bit, nearly everything else he was one of the top metrics in Europe for. Beating men, ball carries, and we've got a manager now that if you look what he did with Tony, you look what he did with Watkins, Wissa and Buemo, he's got a history of getting players who don't score tons and tons of goals and getting them score tons and tons of goals. For me, I just think he'd be everything I think he's everything we're missing. And you've got to remember, we don't play the same way as City. City must be extremely frustrating sometimes to play for them with everybody behind the ball. Everybody behind the ball every game. But listen, I think he's been the best signing for a decade.
Just quickly, like these people that are saying he doesn't score enough, he doesn't assist enough. If you just go back just one step back, and this is when he was at Man City, by the way, not when he was balling it at Girona. These stats here are the things you should look for when a player that you think via the eye test is contributing things that don't necessarily materialize in G or A. So shot creating actions is things that he's done in the move, but he's not necessarily responsible for the key pass or for the goal or for the shot. He might be 2 steps back, but these are actions that have led in the move to things that have resulted in a shot or a goal or whatever else. And if you look at those things, this is when he was at Man City. When I think that Man City, you can make the argument, was like the lesser of his best performances. Look how many 90 plus percentage points there are. These are things that he's doing that are not necessarily reflected in his output. So when people say he's not an output merchant, he doesn't have to be. But what he's doing with his take-ons, what he's doing with his dead passes, what he's doing with his defensive actions, what he's doing with his fouls drawn, his dead ball passes, all that stuff, these are the reasons why he's going to create the value, even if they're not necessarily reflected in goals or assists. And I just wanted to kind of call that up because a lot of people are saying he's not worth it because he doesn't get the G and the A. Sometimes the G and the A can go elsewhere, but the G or the A wouldn't happen if it wasn't for people like him that are part of the build-up to the play.
I agree. I think he's quality. This will be the best winger we've signed since.
Forever, right? I personally think a Savinho is more exciting to me for what we need, and this is based on my personal presumption that I think that if you have a dual threat, if you have a right winger like a Kudus and you have someone like him that's happy to go back to the left wing, and then you have that dual threat that can. If you then have a 10 that's capable, which we're going to come onto in a second, then you can have a 6 that can switch the play. If they can do that accurately, then the fullbacks are terrified of having one-on-one defensive responsibilities. They often then call for support from their 6 or from their like-sided centre-back because they don't want to have to face Savinho one-on-one. They don't want to have to face Kudus one-on-one. And then if those people double up, they can shoot the ball into the 10 role on the edge of the D, and then you've got an Eze or you've got whoever else in that role that then has more space to work with. And if you can do both with equal confidence and competence on both sides of the pitch, it's a terrorizing threat, especially Sava, as you suggested that maybe, or was it, sorry, whoever it was that said that under Thomas Frank, we might actually play more on the counter, on the transition.
Yeah, transition. Do you know
it
the
makes a
thing
lot
is,
of sense.
we were talking about this earlier, right? And I think the key thing here is what you said there. If you've got Kudus on the right, at the moment, you could see it in every game. Every team knows we've got absolutely sweet FA on the left-hand side or up front. So what they're doing is everyone's putting 2-3 men on Kudus, and fans are then going, "Oh, what did he do today?" It's like, well, can't do it all himself. Now all of a sudden you've got Kudus on the right, Savinho on the left. Teams are going to fear that because whoever's switching play has now got, I can go left, I can go right, and full back, and you won't be able to double up on both of them. You can't double up on that many men at once. So I think this is really, really good. I think that the world talks about GA way too much. Like this guy behind me, Ginola. Our fan base now wouldn't want to play like Ginola because he weren't banging in 20 goals a season. Do you know what I mean? Like let's be fair.
But at Spurs we're crying out for goals and assists, aren't we? That's the big complaint.
I think
we've got no creativity. So that's why I mentioned GA, because we're crying out for it.
But the creativity was there last year at City. Creativity was there.
No, I'm talking about Spurs. We need it at Spurs, isn't it? That's why I mentioned GA.
Yeah, mate. I genuinely think
if he was responsible for those sort of stats, even if it meant that he was eventually finding the space after a take on and then handing it over to Johnson or handing it over to insert whoever there, who then thread it across and Solanke tapped it in, none of the GA would be associated with Savinho, but that would all be because of him.
Listen, guys, if we get that Savinho that I saw at Girona, I'm all for it because I wanted him. He's an absolute talent. I'll tell you something else. If Savinho does play like that for Spurs, the Arsenal fans are going to go into an apocalyptic meltdown because they are crying out for it. That's all their YouTubers moan about. So if we go and get a left winger that is actually pretty dicey, it's going to be great to watch them do emergency podcasts off the back of it. So let's see. He's got to wear that shirt for me. Put that shirt on, then we'll talk about it.
Let's go on the working presumption that it's going to happen, right? Because we can go on the presumption that it's not, and then we can go to meltdown. But on the presumption that our left wing is fixed, that's not the end of our problems. So today, obviously, we've seen stories out. Romano again reiterating that Eze is, of course, of high interest to Tottenham Hotspur. Rumours out from people behind the scenes that are saying, that the Tottenham are in communication with Eze. Is Eze the only guy that will satisfy this fan base, Salah?
It feels like that, doesn't it? Like, I'll be honest, when I shamelessly jumped out of bed at midnight to do the stream on the Savinho news, thinking that I genuinely thought this is going to be a player where all of the fans are going, oh my God, yes. Literally everyone going, I'd rather Eze. You know, you have to start reminding people, you know that him and Eze play in different positions, right? It feels like whoever we're linked with, Sean, our fans can't get Eze's name out their mouth. Now, listen, I want Eze as much as the next guy and girl, right? I would love Eze. Does he come in the last few weeks? Who knows? Some people are saying yes, some people are saying no. But we've got to... Everything can't be, but he's not Eze. I feel like what we've done here as well is... I love Eze, by the way. I feel like we've put Eze into kind of Zinedine Zidane type territory here, where we're making out like this is the greatest footballer the Premier League's ever seen. Listen, if we're a big club, this is all I'll say, if we're a big club, we get both. And now imagine you got three behind Solanke of Savinho left, Kudus right, Eze in the middle. Now we're cooking. And then now there's no excuses, right? You can't blame the owner if injuries occur. You can't blame anyone but the players and the manager for... you can still make the argument that Solanke's not good enough if that's the way you feel, and you can still make the argument that Richarlison's not reliable as a backup if that's the way you feel. But as a 7, 10 and 11, Lubo, that's pretty impressive stuff, right? Having the young guys behind it, having the Johnsons, the Solomons, the Odebears and the Tells behind that three of an Eze, a Savinho and a Kudus, like that's a massive improvement on what we had last year, isn't it?
It is. If they bought those three, add Polinia to the mix, you've then got four very good players that come straight into the first team. Yeah. That's what I was saying all of last season, that we missed out. We were four established players short in the transfer window last summer. And no, this isn't about Levy. We're talking players now. So that if they do go and spend 130 million on Savinho and Eze, then fantastic. You know, for me, I'll turn around and say that they've all done, from Levy to Vinay to Lang to Frank. They've all done a very good job. But let's see them get it. I just feel that, you know, we've seen a report saying linking Eze to Arsenal. He wants Arsenal. Those talks seem to have cooled down. I think if it gets to maybe at 7-10 days before the end of the window, maybe, and if Arsenal are not going to come in for him, then that would probably propel Spurs into making an offer. But if the reports are true that Eze has said he wants Arsenal, then, you know, at the end of the day, if a player wants a specific club, like Cunha wanted Man U, like Mbeumo wanted Man U, you know, if these players have got their heart set, you know, the chances are Isak will finish at Liverpool. You know, he's got his heart set on Liverpool. You know, if that happens, then maybe Spurs will come in. They'll come in.
Guys, before I come to you, Stel, quickly, so I'm going to ask you another sort of subsection of the question. Guys, there is nowhere near enough likes. There's 1,800 people here, and there's 461 likes. Now, don't get me wrong, I set a very, very decent target of 1,050. So we're about sort of 40% of the way there, give or take, and that's amazing.
Hello and welcome to The Rest is Football with Alan Shearer, Micah Richards and me, Gary Lineker. It's that time of the season again, chaps. The moment where we put our reputations on the line and make predictions that will probably come back to haunt us, which was definitely the case last season. Like we've done before, we're going to go through each Premier League club and place them into one of a number of characters. Champions, Champions League places, Europe, mid-table, relegation battle, or relegated. You ready for this? We're all around the world here. Micah, you're in Barbados. Alan, you're in Loch Lomond?
Scotland, Loch Lomond, yeah.
Another little golf trip.
Wonderful Loch Lomond.
I'm in Mallorca for a wedding, which I'm going to later this afternoon. So let's get cracking. And we start with AFC Bournemouth. They've lost a few players, haven't they? Finished 9th last year. Clive at the top scorer with 12. They've bought in Petrovic from Chelsea and Adrian Truffer, which is Kirkes' replacement. He's one of the players that's gone, of course, along with Huysen, Jadon Anthony and Zabani as well. Most of their defence has gone. So a lower position, do we think, this season?
I think so. I still think they'll be in and around mid-table, but I've got them just in the bottom half, maybe 11th or 12th, something like that.
Yeah, I'd probably agree with that, just because I think the manager's so good in terms of the way he wants to play. I had them getting relegated last season, didn't I? Like an idiot. So I'm staying away from that this season.
I think they'll probably want you to tip them for relegation.
They've still got quality in there, but like you said, I think Huysen's and Zabani, if they go, that's going to be huge for them.
To lose that many players out of the defence, I think it's a big ask for guys to come in and replace those and do better than they did last season. So yeah, that's why I've got them just below mid-table.
They might venture slightly into a relegation battle, but I don't think so. I think they're so well coached. He's really good, and I think the same. I think somewhere just below halfway. Okay, let's move on to Arsenal. They have made a move finally, obviously, and in terms of getting a number 9, which is what we all addressed and thought was a problem. I mean, it says it all. The top goal scorer last season was Kai Havertz with 9 goals. Nobody got double figures. Obviously, they had 1 or 2 injuries to key players as well, most notably Saka. So Arsenal's second again last year. They've bought a few. Zubimendi, who I really like, terrific holding player, 51 million from Real Sociedad. Gyökeres, of course, is the 9, 64 million. Noni Madueke from Chelsea for 40 odd million. Norgard and Mosquera as well for not that much money. And Jorginho, Partey, Tierney, Tomiyasu and Tavares have gone. Can they go one step closer? One step is all they need to win the title.
It's a hard one because I remember saying last season that I thought Man City would win it if everyone stayed fit. If they get any injuries, them little injuries could be the difference. Bringing in Gyökeres now for Arsenal is massive. And not just because he's a big name forward, because of his movement that we talk about with strikers all the time. So Havertz is really good. We're all big fans of Havertz, but in a number 10 position where he can create, not leading the line. I know he's done really good movement when he plays up there, but he hasn't got a striker's instinct. So that's why I think Gyökeres is going to add something really special. I still don't know if it's enough to get them over the line. I still don't know. I think 1 or 2 injuries and they're back to same as last season. So I'm going to say challenging, but not champions.
I'd agree. I think they'll challenge. I just think they may fall short again. I like all of their signings. I think that's exactly what they needed, and I still don't think they may be finished yet in terms of bringing players in and certainly players going out. I've definitely got them in Champions League, but I just don't see them having enough to win the title. Just fall short.
I think I concur with both of you on that front. I probably wouldn't have said that if it wasn't that Liverpool have strengthened so well. And I think we'll come to that. I mean, obviously shortly, because this is Arsenal's moment. But a lot too will depend on how Gyökeres does. Whether he can... I mean, he scored a terrific goal in pre-season, but we all know pre-season is not that important. Although it is for a striker in terms of that feeling of hitting the back of the net. So I think a lot will depend on him, but we know he'll get good service, that's for sure, but the one thing they have lacked. So I think they could go close again, but I'm going to agree with both of you. So let's move on to Aston Villa. Unai Emery, who had a fantastic season last year. They finished 6th. They've still got Ollie Watkins, who scored their top scorer last season with 16. Very quiet in the transfer market, both in and out. Özcan, they've brought in centre-back from Kasim Pasa for 5.8 million. And Kane Kessler-Hayden has gone to Coventry for 3.5 million. So pretty quiet in the window, but they kept most of their players. So they did pretty well last season. What do we think?
I guess one of the reasons they may have been quiet in this is are they one of the teams on the brink with the PSR rules and all of that, you know? I don't know, perhaps that's the case. There's been a lot of talk about Watkins. A lot of clubs who need a forward have sort of had him or been discussing him, but obviously still there. Yeah, I think something similar to last year. I think they'll be in and around 6, 7, something like that. I don't see them having enough to get into the Champions League spots, but certainly in a Europa place.
This is horrible. We're agreeing on everything so far.
I know, yeah.
I'm sure hopefully it'll change at some point. But yeah, there's no reason to think that they'll slip from where they are. They've got a brilliant coach with great energy that it's certainly you can't see that drifting away. So I would say the same sort of thing, just outside the Champions League spots, but a European place. Micah?
Yeah, agreed. We all think the same thing.
All right. Well, we'll move on. Let's hope we disagree at some point. Brentford's interesting, isn't it? Because Barney, they've lost Mbeumo, they've lost Norgard, Flecken as well has gone to Bayer Leverkusen for 11 million, the goalkeeper. They have brought in players, but unproven. Malamba, although I do like Kelleher in goal. I think he's been brilliant. Whenever Alisson's been injured at Liverpool, and they brought in Michael Coyote. But it looks like they might lose Visser as well. And a new coach, unproven, of course, because he was the set pieces coach, wasn't he?
I think the new manager, I think he'll be really good. However, if you rip up the squad like it's been ripped up, you lose the manager at the helm with so much experience and everyone knows what they're doing. They have to be in the relegation battle for me because they're starting over brand new. You can always change players if the manager stays the same, but you can't change players and managers at the same time. It's just going to be difficult. And I think Keith Andrews, he's a really good manager as well. Every time I've seen him on the pitch, every time I speak to him, every time he explains situations, the way he gets his message across is really good. But I think there's too much change. He's been given too much to do too soon. If he was keeping the likes of Visser and Mbeumo and so on, I think he'd be fine. The fact that he's not, I think he's going to find it tough.
I've got them in a relegation battle as well. I think when you're losing that many goals, when you're losing that many goals, and I think it looks as if, I don't know, the Wissa situation similar to the Isak one, isn't it, at Newcastle? When you're losing that many goals, I think if they lose him and of course and Boomo, then and new manager coming, I think it's a massive ask. I think so. I've got them in a relegation battle, but I think they'll have enough just to stay up. But I think they will struggle.
Yeah, it's going to be really hard for them. Let's move on to Brighton, where we've got obviously Hertzler. They were up and down last season, but still finished in the top half. Who've they brought in? Charalampos Kostoulas, the magnificently named player from Olympiacos for nearly 30 million. Maxim de Kuiper from Bruges for 17, and Tom Watson, Sunderland, 10 million quid. But they've lost Pedro, of course, João Pedro, big loss. Estepinian as well has gone to AC Milan, and Dingra to Sunderland. So I think they're a little bit lower than last season, but I still think mid-table.
The vast majority of the time, you've got to tip your hat to them, haven't you, in terms of recruitment. So you've got to put the belief in who they're bringing in, because more often than not, they have got that side of things right. Yeah, in and around mid-table, I think so. I don't see them having enough to get into maybe a European spot, but in and around mid-table for Brighton.
Where did they finish last year, guys? Again, exactly.
Last year they finished 8th.
Yeah, I think a little bit lower than that. 8th was a really good season last season. I like the signings though. Yeah. Who they've brought in. I've watched clips of some of them, especially the Kuiper. Is it the Kuiper or the Kuiper? How do you pronounce that, guys?
I don't know. I mean, Maxim de Kuiper.
The Kuiper. Yeah, energetic. Honestly, you'll be impressed with him, lads. I don't think it's going to be very difficult to I'm going to say bottom half this year. I'm going to say bottom half.
I think they'll be pretty much where they were last year. Okay, let's go Burnley. Up and down, yo-yo in the last few seasons, obviously. Scott Parker did an amazing job last season. Finished second, just missed out on the title. Josh Brownhill scored top scorer. They've brought a lot of players in, which the promoted clubs obviously need to do. Chuana from Lazio for 12 million. Bashir Humphries from Chelsea, 10 million. Marcus Edwards Sporting from 8.4. Jayden Anthony from Bournemouth for 8 million. Kyle Walker, interestingly, from Man City for 5 million. And Hartman and Twanzebe on undisclosed fees. But they've lost their goalkeeper. So many clean sheets last season. Can they stay up?
If they do, they might as well give him manager of the season already, because it'll be a miracle if they stay up. I know they were super tight last year, giving nothing away, but I think it's going to be very, very, as it always is for any team that's been promoted, it's going to be very difficult for them, and I've got them in it being relegated, I'm afraid.
Well, the last 2 seasons, the 3 promoted clubs have gone straight back down. With that, hopefully that will change. I think possibly Burnley are the most likely of the 3 to, I don't know, or Leeds. Leeds or Burnley. Well, sorry, Mike, I'm not going to try and set you back. But if they can be as difficult to break down as they were last season in the Championship, and I know it's a massive if, because it's a big difference in quality, that will give a team a chance. If you can defend and stay in games, you can nick points. I still think they're in my relegated bunch, but I think they of the 3 might be the ones that don't go down.
I think they're staying up, guys. I think they're staying up purely based on their defensive structure. I mean, losing Trafford was massive. We know that. Yeah. But if you actually watch Burnley in the Championship, they would nick a goal and then bank in. I think Alan makes a good point. I don't know if they can score enough goals. That's my one worry. But we've seen it with Everton time and time again, where they just battle the way through. They end up like Beto comes alive at some stage, McNeil does something, or I just think with the structure and the manager, I think they've got a real good opportunity. I think just because they can bank up, and I think teams are finding it a lot harder now to break teams down and getting caught on the counter-attack. So I'm going to say survive, Burnley.
Finally, so we've had this difference of opinion. Finally. Let's see if we have a different opinion on Chelsea. Obviously, Enzo Maresco's done a fabulous job there, finished 4th last season. The Club World Cup champions, which was an amazing. They brought in as they do every year. Delap for 30 million, João Pedro for 60, Jamie Gittins from Dortmund for 51 million, Estevao from Palmeiras, the youngster who looks a little bit special for 49 million, and Joel Hatto from Ajax as well for 38 million. They've let a few go, but I definitely think Champions League places. They could be the team that goes maybe close, very close to the title.
You mentioned all those. I mean, they've lost Levi Colville, haven't they? Because I think
blow,
he did his knee, hasn't he, unfortunately. So I guess they'll be in the transfer market again to bring in someone else.
Though, they're bought in true as well. So
I'd be amazed if they're finished in the transfer window. You know what Chelsea are like. But I've got them Champions League definitely, but I don't see them having enough to get to the title.
Maresca has said he wants another central defender in, so it'll be interesting to see if they get one before the start of the season.
Chelsea are a good team now. I think challenging. I just think defensively they've got so much attacking players. At times they do overcommit, leave themselves exposed. If they bring in a top centre half, I think they can challenge till the last 5 games of the season. It's just, I look at the other teams around them, I think they're better defensively, and I think that's the only thing that's going to stop them from going and winning it. But if you watch them in the Club World Cup, they was excellent, especially in that final against PSG. We was all thinking PSG was going to take that home, but the ability to go from back to front so quick is going to catch teams off guard. And it's not only Cole Palmer who's a real... Look at João Pedro, the way he links up, and they've got options like Delap as well, and they've got pace on the wing. Yeah, I think they're challenging.
So you don't see them winning the title then?
Just miss out, Al.
Yeah, I think they'll finish higher than they did last season. That was 4th, but I'm not sure they'll win the title. On to Crystal Palace, who could be the team that perhaps Chelsea poach a central defender from if they go for Mark Gahey. That would be a good fit for them, I think. Apologies, Palace fans. Obviously, brilliant season for them last year. Finished just below halfway in 12th. Mateta, the top scorer, with 14 goals. At the moment, they haven't lost any of the big-name players that was a fear for all their fans. They've not really brought anyone in either, apart from Benitez and Borna Sosa, but there's 3 million quid for the two of them, different clubs. But I think if they can keep those players, I suspect 1 or 2 will possibly be poached before the transfer window closes. But if they don't, then they could, I think, for the first time in their history, finish in the top half.
They've got a big decision to make. I think, am I right in saying Gahey's got 1 year left? So, I mean, the money they're talking about with him, they've got to make a decision on him whether he goes, and he'll have options. Obviously, Chelsea, I guess, will be one because of the injury. Liverpool, Newcastle. Although, judging by Newcastle's window, they'll probably miss out on him if someone else again.
Oh dear.
I've got them in and around where they finished last season, I think. I mean, they had an amazing season, obviously, didn't they, winning the FA Cup? The
only thing I think we have to perhaps bear in mind, Micah, is they've got to cope with European football. We don't know which competition as of yet, because obviously they're appealing against being pushed down into the conference and where they'd have to qualify. But they'll have to cope with the extra amount of fixtures for their first time ever, and that might be difficult, particularly if they lose 1 or 2 more players.
Yeah, agreed. I think if the decision is that they do go into Europe, then I think it'll be similar sort of position or just below. I don't think they'll be better if they've got to deal with all them games. There's too many games, and when you play in Europa League or Conference League, and it's what you're playing on a Thursday and then you're playing on a Sunday. For some reason, mentally, your brain's wired to play on a Saturday and Sunday. I don't know, and then knowing that you've got a game again, I just think they could struggle with strength in depth if they go into Europe.
I think mid-table. Everyone, mid-table.
Yeah, same as before.
Yeah, same
just
as last
a little
season,
bit less. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Everton. A miraculous job that David Moyes did when he took over last season. They eventually finished 13th. Unai was the top scorer with 9. Who've they brought in? Carlos Alcaraz from Flamengo for 12 million. He was on loan last year, of course. That's not the tennis player, I hasten to add. Tierno Barry, who's an interesting one, from Villarreal for 27 million. Adam Asnu from Bayern Munich for 10. And Kiernan Dewsbury Hall, former Leicester man, of course, who didn't really play much football at Chelsea last season. They've got him for 25 million. That could be a very good buy. He was excellent for Leicester. So where do we think Everton? I think mid-table again.
Micah could give us a bit of a scoop here, couldn't he, with his mate? Would your mate end up with Everton, Micah? Jack Grealish?
Oh yes, he's been heavily linked, hasn't he? What do you think, Micah?
Yeah, come on, Micah, give us some news. Do you know anything?
I think that Everton will be just fine. I think the players that they're being linked with, I think the manager who we've worked with many times, he knows exactly what he's doing. I think he's adapted to the way the new school football is played, but still has his principles. So I think Everton will be fine. I've heard that the Grealish news is real. And if they get Grealish, I think he'll be devastating. So I'm going to say top 10 for Everton.
Yeah, I think he's. I mean, we love Moisey, don't we? I think he's a great manager. Yeah, he did a great job, and I think he'll continue to do that. And they'll bring in more players in between now and the end of the window, and Everton will be fine. Yeah, I've got in and around mid-table, I think.
Well, they need Beto. They need Beto to continue that form that he was on. You know, towards the end of last season. You just look at Everton, you always think, where's the goals going to come from? And Dye, obviously, top goal scorer last season. But if Beto can get going, they'll be fine.
Yeah, OK. Well, they've let a couple go. Decore I was a bit surprised about. Neil Maupay, I'm not surprised because he was slagging the club off when he was on loan. He's gone to Marseille. So, yeah, I think mid-table for Everton.
Don't forget new stadium as well.
Oh,
so a new buzz. A new buzz, yeah.
That will be a buzz. Looking forward to visiting there at some point. Fulham, Marco Silva, manager, of course, did really well last season to finish 11th. Ralph Jimenez was the top scorer with 12. Very little action in the transfer window, whether that's for PSR reasons or not, I don't know. Benjamin Lecomte is the only player that bought in from Montpellier for £500,000. And Vinicius has been released, and Willian as well, who's getting on a bit now, but he's gone as well. So quiet window. So same sort of squad as last season. Similar position?
I don't see them doing as well as they did last year. I've got them, I don't know, maybe 6th bottom, something like that. I think they'll have too much to be in a relegation battle, but yeah, I'd see them just below what they did last season.
I'd agree, and their media person has stopped them using Snapchat, where you used to get all the insight of the videos and all that sort of stuff. Great for chemistry in a dressing room.
What the fuck has that got to do with the prediction, by the way?
Everything else, Alan, I'm telling you. They can't do the videos no more. They're going to be going in there. It's going to be silent. There's going to be no banter flying, you know what I mean? So it could affect them. It could affect them, so I'm going to say just below where they finished last season.
No Snapchat, so they're going to be below what they did last season. That's the reason.
Okay,
that's the reason, mate.
Well, there's too much crap chat and not enough Snapchat. So let's take a little breather as we're 10 teams in, and we'll discuss the other 10 teams when we come back. Welcome back to The Rest is Football with Alan Shearer, Mike Richards and me, Gary Lineker. We're going through the 20 Premier League clubs and doing that awful thing where we have to predict who's going to... Well, it's not so awful predicting who's going to win. It's always awful predicting who's going to go down.
Who won last year, by the way? You got the most predictions correct.
Me.
Was it?
I don't, he would claim it anyway, so... We'll have to look at that. I can't remember. So we're on to Leeds United, another one of the promoted clubs, of course. They won the Championship last season, just picked Burnley at the end. Are you going to sing your customary song here, Mike?
Marching on together.
It's like a theme tune.
Come on, Leeds!
You know, they brought a few players in. Goodmanson from Lille for 10 million. Lucas Perry from Lyon for 15. Anton Stack, great name. Hoffenheim for 17 million. Sean Longstaff, friend of the pod, Alan, was a guest on here, wasn't he, a year or so ago. From Newcastle for 15 million. And Jadon Lienu from Manchester City. So, how do you think one of your many teams are going to get on?
I have two thoughts on Leeds. They play some really nice football. They have got money to spend. I really like the manager, Daniel Farke, probably more because he rents my flat in Harrogate.
You don't give a fuck about his football, do you?
But they are very entertaining. I think at times last season, they played so well. It was always in games and then they would concede. And then towards the end of last season, they had Meslier, who was in net, who I still really rate. But they had to drop him. He made a few mistakes late doors. They brought in Darlow just to steady the ship. They got over the line. But they've got some really good players. They've got a player called Tanaka in midfield who really is good on the ball, gets them playing. They bought that was it Stack, I think his name was, who scored in pre-season the other day.
Been stacking them up.
They have really high energy.
Yeah.
Really high energy with quality. Sometimes on transition, they can be quite naive and they can get punished. But in terms of the overall squad, Ellen Road will play a massive factor. We've all been to that ground and it is electric. It really is bouncing. You can't get any tickets there. They're literally sold out every week. And I think that could play a massive part in them staying up. So I'm going to say they're going to find it hard at times, but I think they've got enough quality to stay up. So I'm going to say just avoid relegation.
I've got to see who's going down for you, Michael, because that's interesting. That's two of the promoted clubs staying up.
I think out of the promoted clubs, I think Leeds will have the best chance of staying up. I think all of those reasons that Mike has said, particularly the Ellen Road factor, I think it'll be absolutely bouncing there, and that could play a big part in them. So if there's any one of the three can stay up, I think it's them. But they're going to be in a relegation battle.
Relegation battle or actually in the relegation?
I've probably got them relegation just, but if there's one can stay up, I think it'll be them.
I think they'll probably go back down, but and Michael will lose his lease. For his rental. Liverpool, blimey, what a window they've had. Obviously, they won the league last year. Mo Salah had a remarkable season, 29 goals. This is who they've brought in. I'm sure you all know, but Jeremy Frimpong from Bayer Leverkusen for 29 million. Florian Wirtz from Bayer Leverkusen for 100 mil. Milos Kerkez from Bournemouth for 40 million. And Hugo Ekitike, I've got it now. Eintracht Frankfurt. It's 2 Ks, isn't it? And 1 T, rather than 2 Ts and 1 K. And he was nearly 70 million as well. We've lost Diaz, Trent, big loss. Keller has gone to Brentford, as we've mentioned, and Gerald Quansah has gone to Bayer Leverkusen. It's hard to go against. They won the league so comfortably last season, and they look a stronger squad now. I think they'll miss Trent because of his creativity. But that aside, I mean, Frimpong is a different kind of player to Trent, but he marches up and down the touchline. Kerkez I really like. I think they're going to win it again. Anyone differ?
No, I'm with you. And I don't think they'll be finishing the window as well. I think they'll still look for a player or two. So, yeah, I'm with you. I've got them for the title.
What's happening with Isak, Al?
I don't know. I mean, did you hear Eddie's interview after the game that they had yesterday, saying it's completely out of his hands?
Yeah, I suspect he's going to go to Liverpool. If Liverpool do get Isak, I mean, crikey, it'll take some stopping.
Yeah, it's finished.
If they were to get him, the options they'd have up top would just be incredible. So it'd be impossible to stop if they got Isak, I think.
Anyway, Micah, is it Liverpool for you?
Yeah. Liverpool. I have to go with Liverpool. Bringing in Wirtz, people don't understand how good this player is.
Yeah.
Good player, yeah.
He's been good in pre-season as well. I think he's exactly what they needed. I think whereas Szoboszlai is more of a runner, third-man runner into the box, and he can shoot. And he's good on the ball as well, but Wirtz can dictate the play in tight areas.
Yeah,
if you watch him around the
football.
box, it's little one-touch, two-touch passes, cute passes around the corner. I just think they're going to be unstoppable at times. If he gets up to speed straight away in the Premier League, because let's be honest, coming to the Premier League is different to the Bundesliga. Yes, it's fast and furious over there, but it's a lot more physical. But I think he's got all the tools to unlock all the doors. So, yeah, I have to say Liverpool will win it.
Yeah, which will upset your Manchester City fans, Micah, which takes us straight on to them. Obviously, had the disappointment last season, didn't happen for them. Lost Rodri at the start of the season. Looks like he's sustained another serious injury, which is such a shame. Haaland's well, it's going to say only got 22 goals last season in the league. But they've bought a few in. Reinders from Milan for 46 million. Ryan Cherky, of course, from Lyon for 34. Ike Nouri from Wolves, 31 million. And James Trafford, whether he'll start or maybe it's a long-term plan for him. Got him from Burnley. De Bruyne is gone, of course. We'll miss Kevin in the Premier League. And Jan Couto to Borussia Dortmund for 25 million. Can City and Pep challenge again? I mean, it seems ridiculous that we're all so confident that Liverpool are going to do it when he's won most of the leagues he's been in, but they have got to find a way of getting back to the side that they were.
I think if Rodri was fit, I would say it'd be a race to the end. I just think losing Rodri is massive. So the way Reinders plays, he can play a little bit deeper, but he can also play a little bit further forward. In pre-season, he scored another 2 goals the other day. He was really good in the Club World Cup as well. I just think that protection on the transition that we constantly talk about, Rodri was the master at that. And if Rodri was fit, I would say probably Man City win the league for me. The balance of the whole team is better when Rodri's in there. They've got Nico Gonzalez, who did all right in spells when they brought him in January, but it's not the same. If Rodri was fit, I would say City, but he's going to miss the start of the season. So, to claw back them points against Liverpool, who have just got so much options, I think it's going to be difficult. But if you look at City, sometimes the way they play and teams go into that low block or whatever, a guy like Cherky can unlock that door. So I'm not worried about them attacking-wise. And Haaland looks sharp, he looks fit in pre-season. It's just, again, on the transition I'm worried about. It's the only thing I worry about with Man City.
Yeah, I think Arsenal, Chelsea and City will all be playing for second place. I mean, by their ridiculously high standards, Man City, I don't know, last season was really poor, but they'll be better, but I'm not sure they'll have enough.
Yeah, I agree. On to Manchester United. They're going to be a really interesting season for them. Obviously a horror season last year. Ruben Amorim, they finished 15th. They've brought some players in though. Matheus Cunha from Wolves, 62 million. That was done for quite a while ago. Brian Mbeumo as well from Brentford, who scored 20 goals last season in the Premier League. Sesko has now completed his signing from Leipzig. Obviously lost 1 or 2 of the old guard, Christian Eriksen's Johnny Evans, and Lindelof's been released, and Marcus Rashford's gone on loan to Barcelona. This is a good point where I can mention that we're off to Barcelona actually tomorrow to interview Marcus. He's not done a long interview for a long time, and I can't wait to sit down with him. Mikey, you're going to pop over as well. So
should be brilliant.
Be great to see him out there. The second man to play for Barcelona post the war. I can't remember who the other one was. So anyway, that pod will be with you on Wednesday. Look out for that. Manchester United, I mean, they have bought, there's 3 players in. We don't know how good Sesko is going to be in the Premier League. I think he scored, 13 goals last season. Mid-table, I see mid-table. They need to improve on last season. So I think to get into Europe, I mean, it seems ridiculous to say this about Manchester United, doesn't it? To get into any kind of European football next season would be probably a bonus.
I mean, clearly they'll improve on last season. They can't be as bad. Yeah, they've made a couple of really good signings, but yeah, I think 7th, 8th, 9th, something like that.
I thought so.
I think better than that.
Do you?
I look at their squad now, and they'd be linked with Belieber as well. If they can get Belieber,
that would make a difference because he's got the legs that they need in that kind of...
Correct. The only problem I have, though, guys, is still the formation. So in the pre-season friendly the other day against Fiorentina, they went with, I think it was Mount up top as like a false 9, and Mbeumo to the right, and Cunha sort of to the left. Fernandes and Casemiro in midfield. They had Dorgu one side and Diallo the other side. And I just think the formation is really hindering them. I think if they was playing a 4-3-3, I think they could be challenging for Europa League, but it's not going to change. So when you watch the clips and everything, and Fernandes is a little bit further back. So they need Fernandes because he's the one who wants to get on the ball and get him ticking and all that. But then they miss him a bit further forward, creating opportunities. And then you've got Mbeumo who does loads of his work, or his best work, out wide, but he's sort of in a number 10 position. Cunha works, no problem. He can go from the left, he can go in the number 10 position. It really works. But I just think the balance of the team is not right for the players that they have. I think 4-3-3 would suit them so well. And I think their fixtures, the first 5 fixtures, look really hard for United as well. And it's just whether that negativity creeps in. You know, it shouldn't. They've got a new training ground. They've had refurb. They've got some new players. Looked like there was reports that they didn't be able to spend any money in the transfer window before the sold. So to get Cunha, Mbeumo and Sesko in, it's amazing for them. It's just whether they can all play together.
Where do you see them finishing then?
You going European spot or mid-table? We're going mid-table, me and Al, I think, aren't we?
7, 8, 9 for me, yeah.
I'm going to say top 6.
So Europe.
Yeah, I'm going to say Europe, yeah.
All right, nice one. Do you want to skip the next team, Alan?
Disaster pre-season.
Newcastle United.
Honestly.
Go on. Rant away.
Where do I start, guys? Where do I start? Pre-season, as far as I can remember, I don't think they've won a game. All the talk has been about Isak.
One win.
Well, I can't remember that one win, but there you go. Yeah, it's been a disaster for them. It really has. After what should have been, I thought, was time for Newcastle to kick on. After winning the trophy, after getting into Champions League football, it was the time to go out and bring in 3 or 4 big players, and I thought that was going to happen. But for whatever reason, I've said about the chief executive and the sporting director, I think it's nonsense that they haven't had those in, and whether that's hampered them or not, I guess it has. But they need to sort the situation out as quick as possible with Isak, and I guess he stays until they get someone in, and Eddie can maybe talk him around. If that isn't possible, then they've just got to get They've got to get players. They needed a forward anyway, so they need 2 centre forwards.
They've got Alanga from Forest for 55 million. Obviously, they've lost Callum Wilson. Sean Longstaff's gone as well, and Lloyd Kelly. So
it's just a wait and see for Newcastle. I think it's a tough start. They've got Villa away, Liverpool at home, and the pre-season's been a nightmare. I think the next. Ask me again in 3 or 4 weeks, if at the end of the window, I guess. So
it's not how it works, Al.
It's not how it works. You got to do it now. I'm going to go mid-table.
You think Tottenham and Arsenal
are you mid-table? We're going that far down, are we?
Well, yes.
Okay.
Sorry, Al.
Gordon limped off, didn't he? Gordon limped off.
Not too serious, I'm told, yeah. But
is it not too serious? Okay.
I've got them 5th, 6th.
If they bring in a decent striker, I think, European spot. But otherwise, I think they'll struggle. Micah?
Yes, I've got Newcastle about 8th or 9th at this moment in time without Isak. If Isak stays, a little bit better than that.
Okay, on to Nottingham Forest. Brilliant season, obviously, last season. It's going to be really hard for them to do that again. They've got to play European football. Chris Wood had the season of his life, didn't he? Banged in 20 goals. Who have they brought in? Igor Jesus. So actually, for Botafogo, who was really good in the Club World Cup, wasn't he? Played really well, I thought. Jai Cunha also from Botafogo, and Dan Ndoye from Bologna for 34 million as well. They've lost Alanga, nearly lost Morgan Gibbs-White, but in the end he didn't go to Tottenham. So personally, I think Forest I think it'd be very difficult for them with European football as well to do as well as they did last season. So I think they could challenge again for a European spot, but I suspect it'd be more like mid-table.
Me too. I'm the same, in and around mid-table, I think, yeah.
You was really impressed with Ndoye. Do you remember him, Alan, at the Euros?
Yeah.
He looks like a good player. He can play anywhere in the attack. He can play wing-back as well, can't he? So he should help them going forward. But I think the season they had last season was just so incredible for them as a club. It's going to be hard to replicate that. So, yeah, mid-table for me.
Yeah. Okay. Sunderland. They came up via the playoffs, of course, with Regis Le Bris finished actually 4th, didn't they, in the Championship last season. But they've had a real go in the transfer market, as you have to do to possibly compete. Enzo Laffi for a fee of 19 million. Habib Diarra from Strasbourg for 30. Noah Sadiki from Union SG for 17. Chemseddine Taibi from Club Brugge for 19.5 million. Simon Adingra from Brighton for 20. And Granit Xhaka, a bit of experience from Bayer Leverkusen for 17 million. They've lost Joe Bellingham, of course, Jude's brother. He's gone to Borussia Dortmund, follow his brother. And Tom Watson, they've lost to Brighton for 10 million quid. So
They've had a go, haven't they?
They've had a real go. I suppose the big question is, will they finish above Newcastle?
Shut up, you idiot.
Got a little nibble there, just a little nibble. No, I mean, yeah, it's going to be tough for them, obviously, but how are they going to do?
Same as the other promoted teams, I think they'll struggle, and it'll be really tough for them. So I've got them being relegated again.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, relegated only because they're bringing in so many players in such a short period of time to get them to gel and know exactly what they're doing. I think they've had a right go, fair play to them, but yeah, I think it might just be too much for them, so I've got them going down, unfortunately.
Okay, let's move on to the mighty Spurs. Thomas Frank obviously has got that role. I would imagine that he's quite confident finishing above where they did last year, which was 17th. And who've they brought in? They've brought in Mohamed Kudus, of course, from West Ham for 55 million. João Palhinha from Bayern Munich with a loan option to buy. Kevin Danso from Lens for 21 million. And Matthias Tell, who was on loan, of course, last season anyway from Bayern Munich, but they bought him for 29 million. Unfortunately, they lost Maddison, big injury. Kulusevski's injured as well. So problems in that sense. But I'd sense an improvement will happen this season. I think they'll be well organised, probably play slightly differently to they did under Big Ange, and a big improvement incoming. I think European spots will go for.
Do you? That far, do you?
Well, I like Spurs, and it's one of my former clubs.
That's a big ask to go from 17th to qualifying for Europe, isn't it? In terms of getting in top 6, isn't it? It's a big one. I see them obviously improving, but I don't see that much improvement. I've got them like Man United, 7, 8, 9, something like that.
Yeah, top 6 for me, Spurs, top 6.
Really?
You've got a lot of teams in the top 6, Micah. I think you've got a lot of teams going. I don't know. We'll have to check this at the end. But
Chelsea, Man City, Man U was on the cusp.
Man U, you said
on the cusp.
On the cusp. Okay. We just need to clear this up because if you've got 8 teams in the top 6, you're going to struggle. But obviously, it's a jump into the unknown a little bit for Tottenham because they're going to be changing a different style of football from Ange Postecoglou. So it will be fascinating to see how they do. I've got a lot of time for Thomas Frank, and I think he's going to do good things. Anyway, West Ham, Graham Potter, of course, he came in, didn't he, halfway through the season. Didn't see much change. Jared Bowen's top scorer, he's still there. Who've they brought in? Jean-Claire Todibo from Nice for 36 million. Mads Hermansen's just been agreed. That's Leicester's goalkeeper, 20 million. I think we all knew we'd lose him. He's a top goalkeeper. El Hadj Malik Diouf from Slavia Prague for 19 million. Callum Wilson and Kyle Walker-Peters on frees. And they've lost Kudus, of course. I suppose what would their aim be, really? Just an improvement top half? Their position last season was 14th. I think they'll do a little bit better than that. I think somewhere between 10th and 14th.
Could be a tough season for West Ham, I think, but I don't see them finishing much higher than that.
Yeah. Are you surprised, perhaps, that no one's gone in for Jared Bowen?
Yeah, it's a good. Well, he was linked with Liverpool a couple of seasons ago, wasn't he? And that didn't happen. And then he sort of he's captain though, there, isn't he?
Yeah, he's very much West Ham, isn't he? So yeah. So how do you think they'll do, Micah?
I think the exact same as last season. I think they can score. Can't really defend at times, can they? It's too easy to score against them. But the manager's got a full pre-season underneath his belt now. See what he can do, but I think they're a little bit too easy to play against. So, yeah, I think around the same position as last season.
Okay, Wolverhampton Wanderers, the last of our 20 teams, obviously revitalised, weren't they, halfway through the season when Vitor Pereira took over and ended up getting them out of the relegation zone, finished in 16th. They've lost their top scorer, Mateus Cunha. Transfers that have come in, Jorgen Strand Larsen, who was there, of course, already, but he was on loan, they've now bought him for 25 million. Ismail Saibari from PSV for 18 million, and Wesley Casaba from Corinthians for 12 million. But they've lost two of their stars, Cunha I've mentioned, and Ryan Aït-Nouri has gone to Manchester City. I think it's going to be a tough season for Wolves, a relegation battle again. I think the promoted three clubs could all go. If I did say if one stays up, it'll be Burnley, and I think if it is, it'll be the expense of possibly Wolves or maybe Brentford. Thoughts?
Yeah, I wouldn't put too much of an argument against that. I think they'll have enough to stay up, though. I do think the three that come up will go, and Wolves will just have enough. But yeah, just above that, I think.
Wolves. I mean, they dealt without Cunha. You know, when he had his red cards and whatnot, Strand Larsen stepped up massively. It's different being, I don't know, the main man and the guy that comes in for the main man. I think it's going to be a tough season for Wolves. One week you watch them and you think they got the combinations. I really like the manager and how confident he is and what he says. I don't know if the players are good enough to do what he wants to do. I think they do it in little patches, but I think they struggle. I think it's going to be a relegation battle for Wolves this year.
Have you got them going down, Micah? Because at the moment you've got two of the promoted clubs staying up. So who is your bottom three? Don't think you're going to get away with not naming any relegated clubs.
You beat me to it, Gaz. Exactly what I was going to ask you. We said who you think are going down, the three that came up. Tell us, Micah, because I'm
Who's going
confused
down?
as well.
Who's your three going down, Mike? Don't think you're going to wriggle out of doing this. I know your game.
I'm going down the list. I'm thinking, bloody hell. I've gone early with Burnley. I've gone early with
Leeds.
Hey, Leeds are staying up. Burnley, I worry about a little bit going forward, not defensively. Wolves I worry about, and Sunderland. Those are my three that I worry about the most this season.
Ooh. Okay, we'll take those three. That's it. We'll see how we progress as the season goes on. But before we bid you farewell, a quick reminder of that Marcus Rashford interview that'll be out on Wednesday. Really looking forward to seeing Marcus in Barcelona. And I'll see you there, Micah. I know, Alan, you've on a little golfy trip there.
Yeah, I didn't get the invite. That's how it is, isn't it? I didn't get the invite, mate.
Have a lovely trip, guys. Yeah, that'll be fascinating to see what Marcus has got to say.
What we're going to do, though, guys? Are we going real deep into it, or what? How are we doing the interview? What?
Well, we'll ask questions and hopefully he'll answer them. That's how the interview works, Micah.
Gaz,
yeah.
Make sure he doesn't lead you astray in Barcelona tomorrow night. That's all that you need to worry about.
Well,
I can't. I'm flying straight back.
He's got to go back.
Right.
He's busy. You know how busy he is. No, he's had his long holiday. Okay, no, I think it'll be really fascinating. Not really heard Marcus talk at any length for quite some time. So, yeah, let's see what he's got to say. But for now, that's it. Goodbye from me.
Goodbye from me.
Goodbye from me. Have a great week, everyone.
And
so far have started really well here at Old Trafford in front of
Chelsea against Crystal Palace, followed by Manchester United against Arsenal here on 5 Live. Nottingham Forest against Brentford on Sports Extra from 2 o'clock. Before all of that, we've got Tottenham against Paris Saint-Germain in the UEFA Super Cup. That is on Wednesday night. Full commentary of that. Plus, on Wednesday and also tomorrow night, plenty of updates on the first round of the League Cup. Welcome to the Monday Night Club. You can watch us on the iPlayer. You can watch the. You can also watch. Blimey, first one I've done. I've messed up the intro. You can watch a stream of us on the BBC Sport YouTube channel. You can listen on 5 Live and via BBC Sounds. And our email is mnc@bbc.co.uk. mnc@bbc.co.uk. You see, Izzy Christensen, if you don't have a proper pre-season and just come in cold, you're not going to hit the ground running,
You've
are
stayed
you?
warm over the summer, though, haven't you, chappers?
Well, yeah, on and off, but, I haven't done one of these for a while, so I've got to remember how we do it. Evening, Rory. Oh, let's try again. Even stronger start. Evening, Rory.
Evening. How are you doing?
very good.
Not my fault this time, because I'm in the studio.
That wasn't your fault. And if people are watching on the iPlayer or on the YouTube channel, Mrs. Sutton's decor appears to have gone downhill, Chris. Either that or she's kicked you out.
Well, we actually, our house flooded. We had a biblical rainstorm, but that's another story. But I'm in Worcester today, actually, the Worcester studio.
Right.
Yeah, my daughter's playing cricket, so on a bit of a cricket tour. So I've actually left. I could have had an evening out tonight, but I said I'd prefer to spend the evening with you, Rory and Izzy. If you believe that.
And as people who, if they regularly listen to the Monday Night, will know you have plenty of animals. So have you had to have like a Noah's Ark ready at Sutton Farm?
Well, we did. Yeah, I won't go into great detail about the flood, but my son wanted to save the cats first. When he should have really got up on the roof and sorted the leak. Sorted the leak. I think the cats would have been all right. But anyway, are you injured? I'm slightly worried about you. Have you got an injury?
I've got a slight. You've been briefed about this because there's no way you'll have been able to see my injury.
It looks quite bad.
I've got what's called mallet finger.
Is that named after Timmy?
Named after Timmy, yes. So I've got Timmy mallet finger, which is just like a sprained tendon in my little finger, which I did through trying to still pretend I was in my late teens, early 20s in throwing a ball around on holiday with my son and my daughter's boyfriend. So it's just a little, can you see that? It's just a little crooked. I've got no sympathy for it, but
a bit like Rob Green. That's the Rob Green look, isn't it? Yeah.
When I actually did it, he was the first person I thought of, which is slightly worrying, really. Right, let's crack on with the Monday Night Club. mnc@bbc.co.uk if you want to get in touch with us. And I do wonder, and I'm going to start with you, Rory. I do, because we're starting with legal matters, and I do wonder whether that is just we'll come on to all the exciting stuff, but it is a depressing sign of where we are at, isn't it?
The Palace judgment?
Yes.
Yeah, I think it shows kind of the mess that football's got itself in, to be honest. It's really hard not to have sympathy with them. It feels an awful lot like they have been done on a technicality. They've kind of missed an administrative deadline for legitimate reasons. They've then had the rules enforced like technically, but maybe not in a spiritual sense. Does that make sense? Like it feels like they are, what they did was wrong. You're not meant to do that. They missed the deadline, but it's very harsh to ban them for it. There has been no common sense applied, and it kind of all speaks to this thing of maybe it would be better if football clubs had one owner and that owner didn't own any other football clubs. Maybe that would make everyone's life a lot easier.
The deal is he here, that they're going to play in the Conference League, not the Europa League, because today the Court of Arbitration supported UEFA's assessment that they breached multi-club ownership rules. The CAS rule and the key points were that regulations are clear and do not provide flexibility to clubs that are non-compliant on the assessment date, as Palace claimed. That assessment date was at the beginning of March, the 1st of March. And what UEFA and presumably CAS have upheld is that other clubs, if they've been in this situation, have managed to sort out their ownership issues by a deadline.
Yeah, and of course, I think, you go back to yesterday where Palace won the Community Shield, and if you're a player in this situation, to have that level of focus to perform, knowing that there's a big decision being made today, I think if you put yourself in a player's shoes, it's an extremely frustrating position to be in, because it's so hard to win trophies, and in the space of 2-3 months, they've beaten Manchester City at Wembley in the FA Cup, they've beaten Liverpool in the Community Shield, and then they've received that news and worked so hard to get into the Europa League, which would have been absolutely massive for Crystal Palace. I know it's very soon, but I'm starting to wonder whether it would be perhaps a bit of a blessing in disguise for them, because of they haven't added to the squad yet in the transfer window, with substantial evidence to suggest that they could compete in the Europa League. So perhaps this is a blessing, but I imagine that is quite soon to say that. But yeah, I think from a player's perspective, really difficult situation to be in.
I mean, Crystal Palace, Chris, have constantly said that John Textor, the man who has now sold his share in the club, had no influence over what Palace were doing. That really his investment was the minority investment. He had no involvement in the day-to-day running of the football club. Now, Cass went with UEFA's assessment that he did have decisive influence over not only Crystal Palace, but also Lyon. Palace argued that they'd received unfair treatment in comparison to Lyon and also to Nottingham Forest, who take their place in the Europa League. Can you understand their grievances?
Yeah, I can understand the grievances here. It's a situation now, though. There's a decision which has been made, rightly or wrongly, and the club, I think they can appeal it, can't they? I think I'm right in saying. But the club, I mean, Izzy touched on it, the sort of footballing side of it. They just have to move on and get on with the season. And in many ways, it may actually galvanise the club, might bring them closer together if that's possible. I don't necessarily see it as having an effect on the players and what have you. This is the best period in the club's history. They've won an FA Cup, they've won a Community Shield. So I think there's still a lot of excitement.
It may be the best period in the club's history, but it should be better. The future should be better than what it is going to be.
It should be, but it is what it is, and you still can't take away them winning the FA Cup, still can't take away the great performance in the Community Shield. If you're a Palace fan, you love that, and I think, who am I to say this, but you've got to focus on the positives as much as anything. It's certainly not ideal.
My God, what's happened to you over the summer?
He's just had a great summer.
Have you been playing a lot of cricket or something as well?
Been away on holiday, my eldest son got married, and all these things have sort of gone on. So no, but I do. But they, from a player's perspective, you can't. They can't affect that. That's aside. What happened with Textor, whether he was sort of in the right or in the wrong, whether he was had a foot in both camps. The truth is, I don't actually know, but it seems pretty messy, this whole situation. A decision has been made, but I think if you're a Palace player, you still have a lot to look forward to, and in terms of if you're the manager, Oliver Glasner, you want to keep this squad, this team together, because we've talked many times on the Monday Night Club about Palace and where they finish in the Premier League this season, but now they've had this unbelievable season, winning the FA Cup, and they're moving forward. Can they get a top half finish? And and there's no reason why they can't if they keep this squad together.
Chris, do you not think, though, if they hadn't have won yesterday and then they received this decision today, do you think that would have been different?
But they did win.
But so, what I'm saying is, if they didn't win yesterday, they're on a downer this morning, they then received the news that they've been demoted into the Conference League, then do you think there's a different dynamic around the squad going into the start of the season?
Not really. I think the dynamic from within the squad, and if you're a player within that squad, if Eze, for example, they've got an issue with Mark Gahey. I think he's entering the last year of his contract. It's whether these players have their heads turned, and they have a better option. And can go to a bigger club, a club who are maybe going to challenge for a Premier League title or whatever. I think that's a very individual thing. If I was a Palace player, though, and was part of the season they had last season, I'd be really looking forward to this season.
But Chris, is there not an element that obviously there's nothing that can be done about it now? I don't know what the appeal structure is. This was already going to CAS, so I guess you can appeal again, but then that drags on into the season itself. Is it not easier to... Game seems a little bit different because he's allowed his contract to run down to that extent anyway. Steve Parish said yesterday they can't really countenance losing him for free. With Eze, is it not easier for them to persuade Eze to resist the overtures from Arsenal if they can say we have the Europa League rather than the Conference League?
But that's a decision he has to make. And if Arsenal have turned his head that much, then I would be surprised if he did stay at Palace. But that would happen anyway. I don't think that's necessarily just down to whether you're playing Europa League football or conference football. I mean, the players aren't going to particularly look forward to playing in the conference as much as they would have liked to play in the Europa League. But go back to what I said. It is what it is. You've just got to get on with it. Why would you want to burden yourself with that sort of negativity after such a brilliant season?
But the other thing with this is, I suppose, and look, the Conference League was great for West Ham that season, and David Moyes, and Chelsea last season. Although it felt like a procession with Chelsea, didn't it? Until they got to sort of semi-finals and final. But West Ham had a great Europa Conference League campaign and ended up winning it, and that was a great night for them. Crystal Palace could have the same in the Conference League, but I suppose the difference for Palace is they will always have that feeling, I suppose, of what if we were where we thought we ought to be. And that what if could permeate through the club over the next few years. That might be a bit dramatic to say that, but it could.
I think that time throughout this season will reveal whether, this is a plus or a negative for Palace. But I think what we can't move away from is the fact that Glasner's done an incredible job at Crystal Palace. He's won 2 trophies with them, and then you would probably back them to compete toward the latter stage of the Conference League as well. You almost say they could win it if they keep the squad together. And then I think that would be, possibly a 3rd consecutive trophy. And that shows huge success for Crystal Palace as a football club with a manager who's, had time to build. He's built up a team which has got some really talented players in. One of the most exciting front threes in the league, I think, on form with Sarr, Mateta and Eze. And I think if they can stay fit and they stay at the club, I can't help but think time will reveal for Palace whether this will be a blessing in disguise or not.
I know Palace feel this, I think, or lots of people connected to Palace feel like this. Their fans will certainly feel this, Rory. And maybe the sort of neutral observer will feel the same, that it's very hard not to look at all of this and think one rule for the big clubs and one rule for those that aren't the European elite.
Yeah, not even necessarily the big clubs, but, Red Bull. There was a big hoo-ha, I forget which year it was, when Salzburg and Leipzig were both in the Europa League, I think, and Red Bull managed to kind of persuade UEFA that they weren't linked clubs by calling one of them RB. That seemed to be the extent to which the Red Bull empire did it. It's very obvious. I think the hardest thing to swallow for Palace will be legitimately the fact that, City and Girona were in the same competition last year. And
Manchester United and Nice.
And they took this blind trust route. Now, obviously, and I think it was on 5 Live that I heard this over the summer, that it would have been absurd.
I hope it wouldn't have been anywhere else.
Well, I wouldn't have listened to another radio station.
I mean, goodness me.
Lord forbid I should listen to anything other than BBC Sounds, chappers. But if Palace had decided to put their ownership into a blind trust on March the 1st, when the deadline was, the day that I think they played Millwall in the Cup, what on earth would we have thought? Like, this is a bit presumptuous that they've decided, we're going to win this, so we better kind of... It's nonsensical, it's kind of unfootballing. And then you combine that with the fact that, that City and Girona, United and Nice, the 2 Red Bull clubs, they've all been in the same competition, and UEFA have gone, look, it's fine, Oliver Mintzlaff has a kind of executive role at both Leipzig and Salzburg. Oh, but now you say he doesn't, so it's fine.
But Rory, I don't quite understand what the difference is. I understand what you're saying, but there must be a difference.
It's to do with... Well, I think it's a technicality difference. I think what happens in those cases is that the clubs say, as I think Forest did with Marinakis and the Blind Trust, or they were going to with Marinakis and the Blind Trust.
I think that's been the case, certainly in the last decade, where you feel that Palace could, as such. But maybe that's the case. But that's always been the way. The best players out there get hoovered up by the big boys, don't they? And that's it's what's going to be the best fit. How can we push for a title? You get the best player in that particular position in, and that's there's so much pressure, an expectation with the likes of Liverpool and Manchester City, Manchester United have gone big. Chelsea never stop spending, and there's great expectation at all these clubs.
Just one final one on Mark Gahey, and then we'll come on to Liverpool from yesterday. But I suppose there are quite a few things for him and Palace to take into consideration here, because it's a big year for Gay individually with the World Cup ahead of it. So whilst a move may be on the horizon, he'll probably want to make sure he's going to be playing. So if Liverpool are interested in him, is he going to get past Konate and Van Dijk, depending on what the situation is there? Palace and Steve Parish has said this. They can't afford to allow players of his calibre to leave on a free. They need to get a fee for him with 12 months of the contract to go. There are a few different things that actually might make this a little bit more complicated.
Well, what would be the price on Mark Gay? What, about 50
maybe?
Seems to be what Palace want, yeah.
It's around 50. And
what did Newcastle bid for him last year? That was
more than that, wasn't it?
Wasn't it north of 60?
I think it was about
Towards
61.
Which is north of 60.
Which is
certainly
just
is.
north of 60.
Just north.
Brilliant.
It's not far north.
Brilliant stuff. Just in the northern region of 60. No, I think the thing for I think it comes down to him as an individual as well, because he's the captain of Crystal Palace. He's cemented in that back three for Palace. I think they look so solid with him and Lacroix and Richards, obviously, who played yesterday against Liverpool. And I think that he's got now a choice to make. Do you want to go and battle it out for a team that's going to compete at the top of the Premier League, at the top of the Champions League? Or do you want to play every week? And there's a chance if he moved to the likes of Liverpool, he wouldn't play. And that would be a risk ahead of a World Cup. But you'd like to think that the decision wouldn't just be based on the World Cup next summer. It's based on what's best for Mark Gay. And to be honest with you, if I'm giving my opinion on it, I'd just like to see him stay at Palace. But I know financially that might be the best option for Crystal Palace as a club.
Would he? I mean, presumably though, he has all the power there. Do you not think, Chris, in the sense of if he doesn't want to move and wants to wait 12 months,
absolutely,
then he will, and presumably can't. Like Palace won't go, well, you're not going to play.
No, of course.
So the power's all with him.
It's absolutely. It's his prerogative, and as much as he'll say he loves Palace, he'll do what's best for himself.
What would you do?
What would I do?
If you had the options?
If I could move to a Liverpool or and I'm not as negative as Izzy. I wouldn't look at the.
You're laying it on thick now.
I wouldn't start there. Yeah, but you back yourself, don't you? I think you are. We all understand pecking orders, and I think that he's certainly proven himself. You want to win the big trophies, don't you? So if I was him, I'd move on. But it's his decision, and you're quite right. He could hang it out at Palace for another season and walk away, and probably, well, not probably, he would make a hell of a lot more money doing that.
I guess the thing that he'd looked at with Liverpool is Van Dijk is 34 and Konate is not likely. The evidence suggests that Konate will have spells out over the course of the season. Joe Gomez is there as well, who's also been
based on
program.
What?
Konate has not played all 38 Premier League games, I think, in his time at Liverpool once. There are occasional injuries to Konate. I'm not criticising him. It's not a character flaw. Just a thing that happens. I think that Liverpool would be looking at Van Dijk and maybe thinking there's a point at which you want to manage the minutes. I think Gay plays on that side of defence by choice, doesn't he? He plays on the left-hand side. Konate not necessarily always fit, not got the best record. So maybe you look at that and think, over the course of like a 50, 60 game season, there is enough football for me to play.
He plays on that side. I mean, come on, you're better than that. Well,
what do you mean?
He does.
He plays as a left-sided centre half. Yeah.
Chris, do you think he's on the right?
Well, he couldn't play on the right then.
Well, I don't know. I think he probably could.
He plays in a back three at Palace. I mean, if we're going to go down that route, I'm sure he could cope if he had to play on the right.
That's on the left side of a back three. That's even further left, Chris. That's almost a left back.
Well, you'd know.
They're very confused.
Yeah.
Moving it on from the Liverpool perspective, do they need him?
I think they do. Yeah, I do. I think we saw yesterday that. I think with Konate's injury record, I'm really joking. No, I think they do, because he's a top centre back and he's super experienced, he's super calm on the ball. He's got the attributes of a Liverpool centre back over the years, and I think he's similar to Van Dijk in the way that Van Dijk plays. He's very calm in possession. He's very aggressive out of possession. He reads the game well. Would he enhance Liverpool? Yes, he would. But obviously that's a decision he has to make. And whether it's actually an option or not, I don't know. But I do think that he would enhance Liverpool's bid to win the Champions League as well.
Has it been telling though, Arne Slot? I think he spoke yesterday about that's where Liverpool have issues at the back defensively. That's been the weak area and the area of concern for him. So I suspect that he would certainly want to get another top centre half in. Yeah,
it's numbers to an extent. I mean, they've sold Quansah, so they only have 3, and Gomez's injury record. I don't want to get involved in Konate's interest, but Gomez's injury record certainly means I don't think you can say that he will reliably be your kind of first alternative. So it looks to me like it fairly obviously Liverpool need a centre half. But I thought the problem yesterday was the midfield. If I'm completely honest. They look really open.
Gravenberch didn't play, did he? And McAllister didn't start. So I think you can, we can sort of.
Yeah, and I suppose that I've seemed to have read so many articles today and heard so many things. Liverpool all of a sudden are defensively vulnerable.
Crisis club.
No. But we're not underway yet, and it wasn't a first choice midfield, as you say, and they're integrating 2 new fullbacks as well in all of this. I mean, there are lots of different things that go into how a side functions defensively.
Yeah, there are, and I think with the likes of the 2 wide fullbacks in Kerkez and Frimpong, they're learning the system. Obviously, they naturally want to get forward. Kerkez has played in a back 5 or wing back system with his national team. He's played in a back 4 at Bournemouth. He's got natural tendencies to push the ball forward when he gets it, and that naturally will open up space behind him on the transition for teams to exploit. Looking at Liverpool's midfield, I think Jones and Szoboszlai. I think Szoboszlai was one of the best midfielders in the Premier League last season. I'm very excited to see him play this season. I think he's unbelievable. Really powerful.
Will the arrival of Wirtz affect Szoboszlai?
I don't think it should. No, I think Szoboszlai, if Liverpool in a Champions League final tomorrow, Szoboszlai starting it, and so probably is Wirtz, and it's probably Gravenberch or McAllister, and I think that's where McAllister's game has been, so intelligent, but has he got the physicality to cover the spaces if Liverpool are going to be more open with the fullbacks going forward more often? They need that number 6 role in the likes of Gravenberch, who proved that he could do it last season, to cover the spaces. And Szoboszlai is your absolute textbook box-to-box midfielder with incredible running power, and he can get up and down the pitch, but it's just who plays in and around in front. And I think, the depth is what you look at with Liverpool. Curtis Jones coming in, Florian Wirtz playing centrally or wide, and obviously Gakpo and Salah, and it's so many attacking options to play, but Slot is just probably trying to find the right formula to push him on this season.
I got told off by Ali Bruce Ball for calling him Wirtz.
What's the correct pronunciation?
It's supposed to be Wirtz. That's what that commentators they get angry about stuff like that.
Do,
Mark,
yeah.
you know.
They
so
do.
Just saying Wirtz apparently.
They turn stuff like that into whole podcasts. Remarkable.
It's a great podcast it is. I think Liverpool are interesting because Izzy spoke about the fullbacks. Is Frimpong? He's a player I saw at Celtic and went to Leverkusen. He's not like for Trent though. In terms of he doesn't have that passing range. Is more of a is a very forward thinking player, very dynamic.
Well, Slot has actually said, Chris, that he could deputise for Salah if they didn't have Salah. He could actually deputise further forward.
And I think it's fair to say his strength is going forward, and maybe his weakness is defensively. I still wonder whether Kerkez is really an upgrade on Robertson, but that's good competition for what's the
an upgrade. You don't think he's an upgrade?
I'm not so sure he's an upgrade on Andy Robertson.
Prime Andy Robertson, no. But the ceiling for Kerkez is massive.
I think wait until I still think Robertson, very reliable. I think it's a wait and see. I think it's close. I think it's good for Arne Slot to have the. Have the 2 of them.
I knew the positivity wouldn't last.
I do. It was all an act.
I actually think Diaz going. I always felt he was so reliable for Liverpool. One of those players where you always knew you were getting a performance out of him. So Wirtz is still the unknown. He's a superb talent, but you look at the players they've signed. Ekitike as well for Núñez. The interesting one will be whether they get Isak over the line. And I think everything, not that I have your connections, Rory and Mark, but everything I'm hearing, they will get it over the line eventually. And then I think that's the game changer for Liverpool.
I think it's remarkable that Liverpool are champions and have spent 250 million quid this summer. And you look at the squad and think they need a centre-half and 2 forwards. There is still... It has been a major overhaul, and I think that will naturally take time to settle. The other thing that struck me yesterday is they looked like they got tired. I think that has been a theme apparently through pre-season, that they've kind of wilted a little bit after kind of an hour mark, 70 minutes. And I think that is a reminder that there's kind of 2 elements that we haven't mentioned. One is that their pre-season was delayed. They had a staggered start back. And the other is that they are a club and a squad in mourning. And that is going to be a real test for them. It's a test for them to see how they deal with it on a personal and a human level, and they won't know that, and we don't know that. But I think it's a bigger test. Test is maybe the wrong word for them, but for us it's definitely a test to see whether all the stuff that people within football and outside football talk about with mental health is something that we are prepared to actually live, because we are going to have to get used to judging Liverpool for some time, not just on a sporting level, but as a club who are grieving for someone that they've lost. And I think that's really important to remember.
And also, Rory, as we've talked about many times, it's you deal first and foremost, you try and deal with grief as an individual, but that at times, I would imagine, for this Liverpool squad will be difficult for them because of obviously how public everything is and tributes and so on and so forth. That individual grief becomes more public for them.
Yeah, and you have to get the balance, I guess, between the public displays, like he made that team make sense. That looked like a really kind of obvious plug and play, this is going to work kind of situation. Kind of his explosivity coupled with Palmer's creativity, I think that seems really smart to me.
Didn't he come into the Chelsea side midway through?
Yeah. He came in the 20 minutes in the semi-final,
yeah.
Scored twice, and then didn't quite run the game, that's not fair against PSG, but looked excellent against PSG. So I saw him a lot. I mean, I saw every minute of his performances at the Club World Cup.
No, the reason I asked Rory is because I respect your opinion massively, and I was just interested to know why he looked like he electrified Chelsea.
He just kind of made them make sense as a team, I think. That having that kind of proper focal point that's more physical maybe than Jackson, certainly more reliable than Jackson, and that is kind of... He's capable of dropping a little bit deeper as well to link play. He just kind of... He occupied spaces that you thought, OK, yeah, this is clearly going to work. And OK, it was against Palmeiras who were not kind of... who'd be okay in the Premier League, but they're not the world's best football team. And then against the PSG team, who looked very tired, but are still PSG. But it just looked like the sort of deal where you saw... Because I was unsure when they signed him. I was a bit like, I'm not sure if that's just a kind of... He's been quite good for Brighton. Does he played well in flashes for Brighton, but not consistently? But in those games, it just looked immediately like it made sense.
It'll be interesting when Fabian Hürzeler comes on at 8, actually, because I think you are right, Rory, about he's versatile in that he can play a number of different positions. But you think that I always think of him as a really highly intelligent player, and playing with the likes of Palmer, who's been playing just in behind him. I mean, blimey, they're going to be a real handful.
I read someone describe him that João Pedro could have a sort of Bobby Firmino effect on Chelsea with how he plays that 9 role. And you mentioned dropping a little bit deeper there, Rory. And if your wide players then contribute goals, which is obviously what Mane and Salah did with Firmino, then and can also link with Cole Palmer, then you may be onto something.
Yeah, I mean, they've got a huge amount of attacking resources, obviously. They've got Estevão Willian, who's come in as well, who's very young and looks quite slight, but is clearly enormously talented. If you speak to people in Brazil, they'll tell you he's kind of the best prospect they've seen since Vinicius, which is... It's not a bad standard, he's quite good, is Vinny. They've got all those options in that team. Pedro Neto, I think, is...
Gittins, haven't they, now, from Dortmund?
Yeah, Gittins is... I mean, Gittins strikes me as being one of those where they kind of sold Madueke to Arsenal, obviously, and then brought in Gittins, and I'm not quite sure one is better than the other. I mean, it could be that Madueke is a better player. It might be that Gittins is better fit, I don't know. But that seems like one of those very Chelsea deals where it's a bit like, OK, you've signed someone who's basically roughly the same level as the guy you've sold. I'm not sure it makes any sense. But you think about Neto, they've got goal threats all over the team. They've got a really good midfield in Caicedo and Enzo Fernandez and Romeo Lavia. They have all the ingredients. I think with Chelsea, the question is always, can they get them to gel in time to put together like a 90-point season? Because there is so much churn there that you're never sure kind of when Maresca has reached kind of his final vision of what the team is.
Who do you think's done the best business striker-wise at the moment?
Striker-wise?
Yeah.
It's between Man United and Arsenal.
Right, okay.
I'll be a little bit more precise than Chris in narrowing it down to two teams.
You just sat massively on the fence.
You sat on 5 fences, though.
I think, I'll be honest, I haven't seen a lot of Šeško, but I've heard good things. You know, you get a good feeling. He looks really happy to have signed for the club. I think, you know, the timing of signing him versus the timing of Manchester United signing Cunha and Mbeumo, I think makes sense because as a striker you go, who's going to provide for me?
Yeah.
And you look at Cunha and you look at, you know, how many chances and he can create. He's just naturally very creative. You've got Bruno Fernandes in there, and I think Šeško kind of, I would expect Amorim will have the same anticipation of hope in that Rory's just explained there with Chelsea and João Pedro, in that he will make them click, because Manchester United haven't had that 9 at the top of Amorim's tree, if you like, in that system that's really made it click. And so, you know, there's been a lot of money that's gone into this move, and, you know, clearly a lot of effort, and he looks the part.
Do you have sympathy for Højlund in the sense that Højlund hasn't had the opportunity to show what he could do with Cunha and Mbeumo?
I do, yeah. Højlund is a player, I mean, I probably get, you know, a lot of stick for saying it. I really rate him. I think he's class. But I think you're right. I just think he's just not had that kind of reliable support network around him consistently enough for him to score goals. And it kind of felt a little bit at times that he was really under the cosh, and he felt so much pressure on his shoulders to score a goal, and actually he just needed to be relieved of that pressure for somebody just to slide it across the 6-yard box for him to tap it in, and it would have, you know, resolved all of his problems. But yeah, we'll see what happens with him. But I think Manchester United, you know, looking at their squad depth now, it's quite exciting.
I think with Højlund, in sort of fairness to him, and you know, I like him, his attitude and everything. I think he's a real grafter. His numbers before he went to Manchester United were never good. I think if you're a Manchester United fan, you're probably a bit more encouraged with sort of Šeško and his numbers. You know, signing that they're better than what Højlund's were. I think they're a similar age. But I think if you're Højlund, you would be a bit sort of fed up with the fact that they've got Cunha in. And
do you give him credit actually that he hasn't displayed any signs of being fed up, and there's all he's talked about he's wanted to fight? I mean, you could compare him to others, and he's gone, hang on a minute, I want to fight for. I mean, look, he may be sold to Milan in the next week, but he's not. He doesn't appear to be sulking. Do you give him credit for that?
What, for just doing what most people do, other than a few Manchester United ego mad players?
No, what?
But no, I mean you're saying
plenty of examples of footballers who sulk up and down the country.
Giving him credit for getting his head down and working hard and not complain. I'm not going to give him credit for that. That's what he should do
for doing his job,
isn't he? Yeah. I mean, dear me.
I have a little bit of a query on Šeško, which is quite a lot of teams needed strikers this summer, and they all passed on Benjamin Šeško until he got to Manchester United. And I think I just wonder whether there is a reason for that. I think no one doubts his talent and his promise.
Who passed on him in your view?
Newcastle wanted him as well.
Newcastle wanted him.
And Newcastle in the Champions League.
Arsenal looked at him for a long time and decided that although he maybe has a higher ceiling than Gyökeres is ready to go now.
Some reports suggested that was down to a change in director of football.
Possibly. But someone, Andrea Berta has obviously, if it is Andrea Berta, then maybe Andrea Berta's looked at it and thought, actually, that the price for Šeško is not quite right. Liverpool obviously have signed another striker rather than Šeško. I would imagine that he would have Liverpool would have more to offer currently than Manchester United, given the where Man United finished in the lead last season and don't have the Champions League. But my main question with United is where do these three, given that there is only one system in the world of Manchester United, you can't change your system, your formation, just the 3-4-2-1 is best. Where do they all play, given that Bruno Fernandes exists?
Fernandes plays in the 2 in midfield.
How do you feel about that, is it?
Well, he did it a lot last season under Amorim, but normally the change was during the game, not at the start of the game. He never often started as that 2 alongside Casemiro, but it was normally a move from Amorim to try and win the game and drop Bruno deeper and get an extra attacker on the pitch. Or it was just go and sort it out for me in the midfield because we're all over the shop. So I think with him dropping in, it gives more freedom to Cunha to create. And I think people probably I think we were a little bit misled in the way that Bruno Fernandes played last season. I think he was outstanding, his numbers, his output. And yes, he does have the caveat of, the kind of moaning to the referee, etc., and the sort of arm gestures that happen frequently with him. But you can't move away from what he provides in the United team. It's just who plays alongside him. And if it's Casemiro, I don't think that's strong enough for United to compete at the top end of the table.
Fabian Herzler is going to join us after 8 o'clock. Before he does, Jack Grealish to Everton on a season-long loan looks likely to happen. Is that a good move for you, Izzy?
It's a good move, yeah.
For both parties?
I think it is, yeah. I think it is. I think he's chomping at the bit to play. I think under a manager such as David Moyes, I think you have very, wise head there to sort of manage, Jack Grealish's creativity on the pitch, and he'll want to play with freedom at Everton. And I think the Everton fans will absolutely love him, and I think he will love the Everton fans as well.
Chris?
I think, yeah. I mean, the problem Everton have is they can't. If you're a top player, you don't want to sign for Everton. If you're a top player, you just don't want to sign for Everton, and that's just the way it is. You look at the players who Everton have signed this season, and David Moyes has talked about his sort of disappointment in the transfer market. But Jack Grealish, I know you're saying God and all that, but he's got a point to prove. He hasn't played well the last couple of seasons. He hasn't played the games. He hasn't been a regular starter at Manchester City. The season previous to that, he was brilliant. Are Everton going to get Jack Grealish, the player who was at Aston Villa and his brilliance decided games? I don't know. He's 29. If he may feel he has a point to prove, and if they get Jack Grealish in his pomp, then that is a great piece of business. If you look back at David Moyes, took Jesse Lingard, didn't he, to West Ham and turned his sort of career turned around in a positive way. Dewsbury Hall's gone in there. I think he played as a number 10. At the weekend. Here's a player who has a point to prove. I wasn't giving Everton a kicking there. It's just where they are at, at this moment in time. So I think on the face of it, it does look like a good piece of business. But which version of Jack Grealish are Everton going to get? I mean, that would be my worry.
You could make an argument, Rory, that Jack Grealish didn't really have an opportunity to show what he could do last season in particular, but even the previous season was difficult.
Yeah, I think Guardiola said, didn't he, that for 2 years he's not really had the minutes that he would have wanted or that he kind of needed.
He started 7 league games for City last season.
Yeah, and he had options to go. I think he had an offer from Turkey, one of the Istanbul Big Three, I don't know which one. And I think there's been an offer on the table from Napoli as well. I'm not quite sure what Antonio Conte would have made of Jack Grealish. That maybe is probably the sort of thing we don't need to find out. I think this is an amazing transfer for everybody. I think that the Premier League is better when you have kind of those maverick talents at clubs who will build teams around them. I think the idea of Jack Grealish, Everton won't have any problem filling what I think we have to call the Hill Dickinson. I think that might be the name. It's not that catchy. Bramley-Moore Dock. They won't have any problem filling it because Evertonians are desperate to go to the new stadium. Yeah. It'll be a big thing. But if they were to have a problem filling it, Chappers, which they won't, then Jack Grealish would help because he is a player that you will go and watch. Because although he maybe isn't the most reliable all of the time, he gets you on the edge of your seat, and it's better for there to be players like that at as many clubs as possible. So I think it's great for him, it's great for Everton, it's good for City. It just works. I am excited to see what Jack Grealish does in an Everton shirt.
Totally agree. Yeah, I think he's a player, like you say, he's got a point to prove, and I think one thing you can see from Jack Grealish is that he maintains high level of fitness. He's got a lot of intrinsic motivation. And I just think, maybe it just didn't work out for him. But you can't forget what he achieved at Manchester City as well, especially in the second year he was there. He played a massive role in the treble. Obviously, last season fell out of favour, and he's got a superb opportunity now to galvanise his career. And I think under the stewardship of David Moyes, I think that's key as well.
Will he get his freedom back, Rory? You were one who sort of seemed to think that.
You would have thought he would, wouldn't he? You would have thought that he would give him.
Stifled him a bit, little bit like Braveheart took away his freedom.
I hadn't necessarily made the Braveheart parallel, but I'm prepared to go with it, Chris. I've got to admit. Yeah, I think he will. I think Moyes will give him licence to play as he wants to play, as he should play, and he won't be. He won't be a player who means that Everton, he won't make the difference in every game, but there'll be matches that Jack Grealish is able to dominate, that he is able to kind of express himself in a way that he couldn't at City. I think that this is going to get me in trouble with Everton, but I think sometimes there are players who are best when they are the star player, even if it means dropping down a level. And currently, in current football, Manchester City occupy a higher strata of the Premier League than Everton do. And I think for Grealish to have a chance to be that kind of central figure, that main character, I think he thrives on that.
But, I mean, going down a route that's probably would be a half-hour debate or more, really. But is that because the system at City doesn't allow for an out-and-out star? Because of how they're expected to play. So as Chris says, if you give an individual licence to not necessarily do what they want, but go for it a bit, have a bit of freedom, does that encourage the star player?
Yeah, I mean, the system is the star. The coach is the star at Manchester City. It's Pep Guardiola. It's all about kind of his vision being played out on a pitch. And I think, weirdly, with Grealish, it felt as though he was not given licence to do the things that maybe Savinho was given the licence to do, or even Doku. They were allowed to carry the ball and to dribble, whereas it always seemed like Grealish was playing somehow inhibited, and I don't know whether that was a confidence issue for him.
Do you think that was all Pep, though? And that's like you're saying, and then it maybe became sort of got in his head a little bit and became a confidence thing. And he look, as I said, he had that one brilliant season at City. I think the first season he didn't really establish himself. Second season he did. And if it's Jack Grealish, from when he at the end of Aston Villa, Everton have won a watch, haven't they? But you just don't quite know, as he 29, whatever he is, whether he will still have that motivation. If he does have, now, I mentioned Jesse Lingard. I think that's it's quite a good comparison. When he went to West Ham, people were thinking, well, he's not going to perform. He did. And David Moyes, really smart piece of business. Dewsbury Hall, another one. I think Grealish will probably play off the left. Dewsbury Hall will play him behind the front man, whether it's a Beto. Well, they signed the boy from Villarreal, didn't they? Yeah. And Jai, who played off the left last season, will probably go to the right-hand side because he can play both sides. So I think if you're an Everton fan, you quite like that, but you're still unsure about Dewsbury Hall and Grealish and whether they're going to hit that level.
Well, definitely have the motivation. Again, going back to the Mark Gay conversation in the World Cup.
That's it, exactly, and put himself under the eyes of Thomas Tuchel as well. And I just think with Everton, the transition into the new stadium as well, I think they don't want to go sort of too hard too soon. And I think Rory's spot on with the way that Grealish operates well as the maverick, and I think Everton have always operated with a type of maverick in their team. And I think they're finding that balance and kind of easing the kind of emotion, moving away from Goodison Park into the new stadium. I think Grealish will be one of the guys, like Rory said, that gets the fans off their feet. And I think Grealish will absolutely love the Everton fans because of the noise that they make, and especially inside the new stadium. I think it's a brilliant move for both club and player.
Izzy Christensen, Chris Sutton, Rory Smith on the Monday Night Club. Still to come, we're going to be joined in the next half hour by Brighton's head coach Fabian Hürzeler, and we'll talk about the 3 promoted sides.
Here he was, series is locked at 1 apiece, having a beer, having a relaxing time with the opposition. I first met Hansi in the summer of 1998, would have been June. It was very much in his official capacity as South Africa captain. At the end of this incredible...
That's very good. How was that?
Pardon?
How was that?
How was that? Very good. Email from Rose. Am I suffering... The subject simply says, help. Am I suffering from heat stroke? Turning into the Monday Night Club, I've just heard Chris Sutton advertising for focusing on the positives. It has been very hot here in Suffolk today. No, that is exactly what he said near the top. You got more negative as the first hour went on, didn't you?
Did I? No,
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
I think we broke you within 55 minutes of the season.
We are going to talk Brighton next on the Monday Night Club. Delighted to say their head coach Fabian Hürzeler joins us live, and judging by what I can see on the screen, are you still at work, Fabian?
I'm still at work, yeah.
Still in the office. So what?
Yes, still in the office.
Right behind you. What's that? Is that the calendar behind your head? Have you got all the?
It's a calendar and a reminder of all the birthdays from my staff and the players. So actually, I didn't know that.
How are you feeling personally going into your second season? What do you feel you learned from your first season?
So far, I think it was an incredible experience. The Premier League is a very demanding environment, but also extremely rewarding. I've learned a lot, both as a coach and as a person. And of course, there were challenges, adapting to the intensity of the league, managing expectations, dealing with setbacks. But for me, that's part of the job. And I see, like, every challenge is an opportunity to grow. I'm very proud of the way the team developed throughout the season. The players, they show a lot of effort. They give everything. I'm very grateful to my staff for their dedication and the hard work they've done behind the scenes. And there were definitely some moments to remember, like important wins, great performances, and especially the support from our fans, what always means a lot for us and for me. And now it's about building on what we've learned, improving in key areas, preparing for the next season. So there's still a lot of work to do, but we are all very excited about what lies ahead.
Is there anything that took you by surprise? You know, once the season finished and you sort of reflected, is there anything you thought, God, I wasn't prepared for that? I go back to Ruben Amorim not long after he took over at Manchester United, and along the lines of, oh my God, not another like pre-match, post-match interview. Was there anything similar that you found over the course of the season?
So overall, I think the media is quite similar, like in Germany. So I could deal with this quite well. I think that the most thing that surprised me is the quality from the players, the quality from the other coaches. They all had a clear style of play. It was always a very, very high challenge to prepare your own team, and then bringing the consistency on the pitch, or the consistency in the results and performances. There was one thing where we had a little bit of lack of, and that was the thing that I would say surprised me the most.
How much were the experienced players in your squad vital to what you did last season, and indeed going forward this season? Milner and Welbeck and Lewis Dunk into their 30s. You know, we always look at bright young things in the Premier League, but you can't underestimate the importance of those experienced players that you have, I'm guessing.
They are key players for me. So not only on the pitch, also beside the pitch, especially with their experience, especially to help the young players, giving an understanding what it means to play in the Premier League. So we have Lewis Dunk, played a lot of games. We have James Milner, we have Danny Welbeck. They all played a high amount of games, and they all can share their experience. They all are role models on the pitch and beside the pitch. They all can give their experience to the young players, and I think that's something what we should never underestimate, that these leaders are so important for a club like Brighton. And beside their leaders, they're also great players. So especially Danny Welbeck showed a great season. He scored, I think, the most goals he ever scored in the Premier League. He played the most games he ever played. So it doesn't mean that all they get that you get more tired. I think Danny is like an old red wine. The older he gets, the better he gets. And I think he proved it last season. So overall, I always have like clear categories. I have like the leaders, the all experienced players. I have like the team players, and then the individual creativity players. And I think you need to have a good mix, and we have it at the moment here in Brighton.
And sorry, can I just ask one final question? And it's to do with Danny Welbeck as well. What you actually had, you've got a squad where you spread your goals around, don't you, Fabian? It's not necessarily here is our out and out goal scorer, you know. And if 2, 3, or 4 players can each contribute 10 or so, are you happy with that?
Of course, I'm also happy with a player who scores like 20 goals. But I think the more players can score goals, the more unpredictable you are as a team. And definitely we showed it last season that we can score out of every phase. So no matter it's a set piece, it's out of possession, transition moment, no matter it's having the ball, controlling the opponent in possession, we are able to score out of every phase of the game. And therefore we have a lot of players who can score goals, and that helps winning games for sure.
Fabian, losing João Pedro must have been a bit of a blow, and we all know the Brighton model and the analytics and what have you. Do you get a say in the signings though, and who you can bring into the club to replace the likes of João Pedro?
It's always a togetherness, and I really appreciate the work with Tony, with Bobaba, with David Weir, because I think we really have a good communication. We listen to each other. Of course, we have a different model to approach players, to recruit players. It's very data-based recruitment, but in the end, it's always a decision we do together. So of course, first of all, there are the data, but then it's about the profile from the player, then it's about the character from the player, and we do a lot of research regarding the character side from the players. Then we do a lot of work to see the players playing, how they behave under pressure, how they ask for the ball when they're under pressure, how they react on setbacks. So it's not only about the data. For sure, data is one thing, and it's a big thing here. But then it's also getting understanding for the character, getting understanding about the profile from the player. Does he fit into the locker room? Is he integrating quite fast? Can he integrate quite fast into the locker room? And I think these are things we also take a lot of care, and therefore it's always a togetherness, always a decision we do together, and that's something what I really appreciate.
Fabian, when you arrived in the Premier League, you must have had you probably have a vision as a coach of how you want to see your team playing and how you want to progress through the seasons. How much has last season affected your pre-season preparation for the coming season based on what you experienced in the league last season?
I think you always do a reanalysis, a reflection from the last season, and we analyzed everything, what was good, what was bad. I think on the consistency we have to work. Like I said, we had a phase where we had a lot of winnings in a row. We had a phase where we were not able to win for 7-8 games. So it was a lack of consistency, a lack of performance. That was one thing what we tried to work on. And then for sure you go through all the chances you concede, the goals you concede, where we have to work on. So it's a lot of analysis you do during the summer break, and then you try to come back and work on these things where we have to improve. But I think the most important to find a balance. Of course, we want to improve the things we need to improve, but on the other side, it's also don't lose the things what makes you strong. And we were really strong in possession. We were really good in dominating the opponent. We had some really nice plays, and we don't want to lose our identity. And our identity will always be very active in possession, try to control the opponent in possession, but be very intense out of possession. And we showed a lot of great things last season, but we know there's still some things to improve. So definitely the last season had an impact and an effect on the preseason for sure.
Do you do that analysis before you go away for a summer holiday, or is it when you come back?
Yeah, it's always before, because then hopefully you can switch off. Otherwise, I would never switch off, because then I always have the analysis in my mind. So we do it immediately after we finish the season. We were sitting together with the analysts. We were sitting together with us as a coaching team, together with the person who was responsible for the club. So for me, there was always a sentence like, of course, there's a break, but in the break, the real work starts for a head coach, and that's how I see my approach.
Did you find that helpful? Did you find that you could switch off because you'd kind of done that stuff? Did you find that you were kind of sitting on a sun lounger somewhere and thinking, oh, I know what to do about the corners?
Did you put your phone away?
Yeah, it's helpful, of course. Like, I try to switch off in some moments, but honestly, it's quite challenging to really switch off. Of course, you always have like ongoing ideas in your head, ongoing processes. You want to stay in touch also with your staff members. You want to stay in touch with the players, what they're doing. And I think that's an ongoing process. Of course, there are also times where you switch off your mobile phone, where especially me, I can really relax in the mountains. That's one of my places where I can calm down, and there were also moments where I enjoy just being on my own with my friends and my family.
Do you find that you're kind of looking out at this beautiful mountain vista and actually secretly thinking about Danny Welbeck's positioning?
No, I have to disappoint Danny Welbeck. When I was looking to the mountains, I focused on the mountains and the pure beauty of the nature.
Are you? But on a similar theme, how are you after a game then? I mean, are you able? Let's say you've played Saturday at 3:00. Are you able, by the time it gets to 9:00 on a Saturday night or whatever, to park it?
Depends on the game, honestly. So I'm not a good loser. I'm honest. I'm not a good loser. So when we lose, I have to think a lot about the game. The night is quite short, so you're thinking about your decision making. You're thinking like what we can improve. When you win, you might have a nice night out with your friends, with your family. Then it's quite more enjoyable. But honestly, it depends on how we play. It depends on how the game is going. It depends when it's the next game. So it really changes through the season. But I try to switch off.
Your pre-season, I would argue, is quite unusual, isn't it, compared to quite a lot of Premier League clubs? I think 6 of your 8 friendlies have been behind closed doors, haven't they? You had a 10-day private training camp as well. Is that your choice? Is it club choice? Is it a bit of both? Because that's quite private, isn't it?
I think it's important that the players feel they can be their own also pre-season. So for me, we can use the pre-season to build a team chemistry, and it's a very important thing for me to create the social bond within the team. And you can't create a social bond if you're always observed by the media, by supporters, by fans, by different people. So therefore, I'm a big fan of building the social bond. New players coming in, we need to integrate them, and therefore we also need to spend time together and spend time in a very trustful environment. And I think that's something what I want to give to my players. There are no secrets behind the things we are doing. But I'm a big fan of this team chemistry, and I think you can build it better and players behave more in their natural way if they know there's nothing what they get judged for in the media or from others.
How? I mean, you've brought 6 players in so far this summer. You've got some really young talent that you've brought in. How difficult or how long is it to integrate, would you say, some of those young talent? Is it a fairly lengthy process?
It's a process for sure. It's not going from one day to another. It depends also on different characters from the players. So not every character is the same, not every player is the same. So you really have to take care of the individual demands and needs from the new players coming in. Some players are more open-minded. They step into a room and they try to communicate with everyone. Some players are more shy, so you need to get an understanding. I think we saw it last season. There were some players, for example, like Minte, they came, they immediately played, they immediately integrated into a group. And then there were some players who needed more time to adapt. And I think that's our responsibility to give them the right environment. That's our responsibility to give them the time they need to adapt. And in the end, I always say the football language is everywhere the same language. So really try to take care that they understand our style of play, that they can show their potential on the pitch, and then we need to give them time to integrate as quick as possible. But like I said, we use the preseason in a quite effective way to bring them together so that they can spend time together, not only on the pitch, also beside the pitch, to really build this team chemistry. And I saw that the new players had a quite nice integration into the team, and I think our leaders really help with these kind of things.
What does success look like for Brighton this season, in your view?
That's a good question. So, of course, we are a club with high expectations. We always try to be very ambitious. The owners has high expectations on us, but I think that's also how we want to be seen, not only as a nice club with a nice reputation. We also want to be successful, and of course, we have like internal goals we want to reach. And on the other side, we know that we really have to focus on the individual development from the players. So if we improve the individual players, I'm sure that the whole group will get better when the individual players improve, and that's what we showed last season. So we built quite a strong foundation in the last season, and now it's about improving details. It's about making the next step for the players who already played for one season. So, for example, Yasin Ayari, Aminte, for us it's very important that they make the next step. So we have high expectations on them, and I think they also have high expectations on themselves. They want to do the next step, and then we can grow as a team, we can grow as a club, and then I'm quite sure that we can play a season to remember.
But we touched on your model earlier, and we talked earlier on the show, Fabian, about how some of the so-called traditional Big Six have really gone to clubs who had really successful Premier League seasons this summer and taken players. And I know Brighton have been used to that over recent years, but do you spend a lot of time worrying over the next couple of weeks that worrying that clubs are you not worried that the clubs will circle any more of your players?
No chance. So I don't feel fear. I'm honest. I'm not afraid of anything, because the only thing we can do is be the best version we can be every day, work as hard as we can. All the other things we can't influence. So we really have to focus on us. We really have to focus on our values. And if you give the best effort you can give every day, if you try to be the best version you can be every day, no matter if it's a staff member, no matter it's a player, no matter it's the head coach, then I'm sure that we have big potential. And then I'm sure and very convinced that we can play a big season. And for sure we can't spend the money like the big teams, but one of our biggest values is togetherness. And if we stay together, and if we try to push our limits, if we try to increase the boundaries, then I'm sure that we can compete with the big teams.
But what Mark said there is it not only natural that you have to sell João Pedro, a really influential player in your team, and you talked a minute ago about wanting to be successful, but if you lose key players, it's only natural to be frustrated if you don't feel that you have that sort of adequate replacement. I understand the model, but you want success as well. So it's not easy sort of marrying those two things together, is it?
It's not easy, but we proved in last season that we are also a very competitive team without João Pedro. For sure, João Pedro is an unbelievable player. We can't replace him with one player, but we can replace him as a team. And that's our focus. We don't talk about problems. Of course, we can talk about problems, about selling the best players, about selling a purposes to be young, but it's about finding solutions. And we are a club, we always find solutions, and I'm sure also in the future we will find solutions. That's our model. We have to accept it. I think also that the club proved that we are not only selling players. There were big offers for other players in this summer and in winter. There were big offers for Mitoma. There were big offers for other players, and we proved that we're not selling every player. So I think we also have to see these kind of things. Of course, there were some big players who left the club with purpose with João, but like I said, there are new players who are coming into the club, and with the togetherness we have, with the team chemistry we have, we can compete with the big teams, and we can compete with teams who might be individually better than us.
Fabian, what time do you leave the office then tonight?
Let's see when we are finished.
when we're done, then you're off, are you?
I think there will be one point, where I have to go home, sleep, and come back.
Fabian, are you the last person there?
I think when I leave, some of the securities might be here, so I always say goodbye to them, and they're also the first persons I met in the morning. So, I have a good relationship with them. So they're the last man standing with me.
At what time are you in the morning?
Quite early. I try to have like a routine. So most of the times I try to be there around 6:30, going into the gym with other staff members, having a good gym session, and then getting ready for the day. So that's my routine in the morning.
Listen, thank you very much for giving us your time this evening. Go well this season. Hopefully we'll talk again during the season. Really appreciate it, Fabian. Thank you.
Enjoy your evening. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Fabian Hürzeler with us on the Monday Night Club. Izzy.
Has he gone?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
He's...
Why? What were you going to say about it?
No. It's just when somebody is still on the call, but you're praising them, it's a bit awkward for them, isn't it?
Well,
I suppose
not as awkward as if you're about to hammer them.
Definitely not. Definitely not. No,
Always at the end of the show. Has Chris left? Yes, he has. Right. Okay.
Thank God for that. We'll talk on the way out to the car, chap. No, he's an incredibly impressive guy. You know, I love the philosophy. And one thing I wish I'd asked him about was that the running stats of Brighton last season were through the roof. I think it was 80% of the games that they played, they outran the opponent. And I think that says a lot. And I think that is one of his non-negotiables. I remember listening to him when he arrived at Brighton last season. He wanted to be the hardest working team in the Premier League. And you know, when you bring in new players, you integrate them. You have to be really careful, you know, how much you put them through too early if you are going to be that team that's going to be absolutely physically dominant. But it's a key part of how he wants his team to look. It's a key part of how they compete. And, excited to see them play this season.
One of the things I thought was quite interesting, he said there, Rory, was the talking about consistency, where they would go on a run of winning 6 or 7, but would then go on a run of losing 5 or 6, and maybe if they get that consistency a bit more, then that European football will come their way.
Yeah, I don't know how much it's related to an extent to the kind of the fixtures as they fall. That I've not looked at in kind of which order Brighton play everybody, but if they have a run of some of the traditional big 6 or whatever, particularly away from home, their form will dip. They will get fewer points. But the thing about Hurtsler's Brighton certainly, and kind of De Zerbi's before that, and Potter's before that, is that they tend to go to Anfield and the Etihad and the Emirates and those stadiums, and give the traditional big boys a game. They will always, as Izzy said, they will fight, they will run, but they can play too. And there will be a point, I think, where if they can keep hold of, I mean, the great unspoken there was Carlos Baleba, wasn't it? That's the one that might still be an outgoing, I suppose. But if they can keep hold of enough of the core squad, add to it well enough, you feel as though they should be able to kind of just tweak it a bit, so that instead of having a run, like you say, of 7 really good games and 5 really poor ones, it's suddenly 8 and 4 or 9 and 3, and that's when you're competing for European football. And I do wonder, kind of at the hierarchy of Brighton, whether seeing Newcastle win the Carabao Cup, seeing Palace, obviously with the rivalry there, the heated M23 rivalry, whether seeing Palace kind of get into Europe, even if it's not necessarily the competition.
You upset people with that, Rory.
I know, people get very, very cross about that rivalry. Even seeing like Forest and Villa and Newcastle competing, for 4th, 5th and 6th, whether there is a bit of extra pressure on Brighton, whether they're maybe thinking, actually, we should be able to push that little bit further. It's maybe not enough for them to get a creditable top 10 finish anymore. Maybe they should be setting their sights just that little bit higher.
I think it's so hard for Hurtzer with the model which they have, and I know he sort of has to say it, but if you keep losing sort of key players year in and year out, have you got a sufficient replacement? And that's the difficulty.
But they always keep showing that they have, though.
Yeah. But then it's like Rory says, and I don't often agree with him. But then what is, how do you define success? Is it keeps at the, 9th, 10th place or whatever? Is that enough? Sell a player, model's good, analytics are good, we'll get another one in, we'll develop. Is that enough? Well, I don't know. Maybe, it's interesting. Tony Bloom is, put money into Hearts, and he's talked about Hearts. I think in the next 10 years winning the top flight in Scotland. Should it not be the same with with Brighton aren't going to win the Premier League.
Are you trying to get one of us to say something disparaging about Scottish football? Is that what you're trying to get us to do?
No, I'm not. But it's the same. No, but it's the same. It's all about analytics and the principle. But while Hearts are the 3rd biggest club in Scotland. Where am I going with this? But Brighton, the expectation, must be at some stage, for Brighton to win a cup or, something along those lines, to do better than what they are doing, and yet they're still successful. So I'm not actually knocking the club, but if you're a Brighton fan, you want to see a League Cup, an FA Cup, or something as a bit of a reward. I think, as much as Chris is just being Chris and being negative, I think there is kind of a point there, which is that Brighton have been in the Premier League for a while now, and you could see in those early years there was real growth. So they would lose 3 or 4 players, they'd add 5 or 6, and the squad got stronger.
But it does feel in the last maybe 2 years, maybe 3, they've kind of levelled out a bit. And I think the problem they have is that maybe to make that leap up to the next level where you're suddenly kind of competing, consistently for, say, 5th place, is either 300 million quid, or you really have to kind of get every single transfer right, not just kind of they fit in well, but this has clearly been kind of a stroke of genius from the data and all the analysis that goes into it. And I guess that we shouldn't lose sight of the success that Brighton are having and have had, because we said this about Palace, that this is the best time in Palace's history. This is also the best time in Brighton's history. They are an established top 10 Premier League team. That has not been the case before. It's just that they're at that level where the next step is incredibly hard.
But do you think the next step could have already arrived at Brighton had they kept hold of the likes of Caicedo?
But I think
the players that they've sold for a lot of money. And João Pedro this season, obviously, he's gone to Chelsea, but if he was still at Brighton for the next season and they still had Caicedo, just hypothetically speaking, would that have then been the squad that then went on to get Brighton over the line with a domestic trophy, for example?
Yes, I think that's probably right, yeah. If you put Caicedo and João Pedro into this Brighton team, they would challenge for trophies. But I think the difficulty, and this has been an issue at Newcastle, to get those players, they need to know you'll sell them. That's the reality of it. If Brighton's pitch is come and help us grow and you'll stay here for X number of years and we're going to win a trophy, the players might think, you're not my destination. You're not the club that I dreamed of playing for. I need to know there's a way out. And I think one of the things that a certain class of teams and they tend to be sort of more traditionally large than Brighton, have really struggled with is having the ability to say to players, we understand that for you we're a stepping stone, so why don't we grow together, and then when the time is right and the money's right, you'll go. So I think if they kept Caicedo, it maybe doesn't marry up entirely, but if you keep Caicedo, maybe you can't sign João Pedro because he's looking at you thinking, nope, not going there. I want to end up playing for Chelsea. I don't want to end up playing for Brighton.
Yeah. He did say they're not back bids, I think, for Mitoma as well. But is there a point where if you're a Brighton fan, you're pleased with the way things have gone in recent seasons, but is there a point where you think, come on, we've got to, why can't we make that next step in terms of ambition?
Season's not even started, and we are invoking the first mention of Alan Kirbishley and Charlton. This is a personal best. Never dream for anything more. Never aim for the stars. Probably there is probably a point where, if Brighton spend the next 5 years finishing 8th, maybe there will be fans who think, look, we need to kind of take a different approach here to try and kick on. But at the moment, I think they remember where they came from, they remember what they were, and they know exactly what Tony Bloom and Star Lizard and Jamestown Analytics and all the data side of it has done for them.
MNC@bbc.co.uk if you want to get in touch with us. MNC@bbc.co.uk. For the past 2 seasons, of course, the 3 teams that have come up from the Championship have gone straight back down. Will the same thing happen this season, Chris?
Yep.
Okay, Izzy? What, do you really think so?
No. I think Sunderland have got a chance of staying up.
Sunderland.
Scattergun Sunderland. We'll just bring in as many players as we can.
It's Granit Xhaka.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. No, I mean, listen, I actually like what they're doing. Ipswich spent 120 million last season. If you're a Sunderland fan, you're thinking, blimey, at the start of last season, we've got no chance of going up to the Premier League. They have done. You're seeing the owners pump money in. They're ambitious. They want to stay in the Premier League. We've seen Aston Villa and the likes of Nottingham Forest spend big money. Justification is they've spent big money, ended up staying in the Premier League, and have built from there on in. So if you're a Sunderland fan, you love it. I just think they're going to be sort of. I think they've signed some good players, but they're going to be cobbled together. And then you look at who are the teams who are going to be worse than them then. And that's the issue. I think that that's been the issue in the last couple of seasons. There's nobody that bad.
Brentford lost their manager, lost to their best player.
We're going to have a Brentford fan come on in a little while. So a Brentford fan will come on to talk about the situation that they found themselves in. Why Sunderland for you then? Just because of Granit Xhaka?
Just because of Granit Xhaka. That's literally my argument. No, I think I don't know. I've just got a great feeling about them. I think, don't laugh, I think bringing Xhaka in is a really, really good bit of business. I think he's a top player still. played last season, obviously for Leverkusen under Alonso, very, instrumental in the way they played. I think he did the same for Switzerland at the Euros in the summer last year. Again, top player, and I think he's got the ability to make players around him better. And I think newly promoted side coming into the league, the infrastructure that Sunderland have got, I think that bringing him into the team, captaining the side, I think Sunderland have got a solid base. And it might not work, but I think it's got hope in my eyes.
There's a stat that's on the BBC Sport website that every promoted side over the last decade who's got 11 points or more after 10 games has survived. And that's 12 teams over the last decade have got to 11 points or more after 10 games, and they have survived, Rory, which indicates a need for a fast start, which then would indicate you're at the mercy of the fixture list, which then isn't brilliant for Burnley, who start away at Tottenham. They also have Manchester United away. They have Liverpool at home. They've got Nottingham Forest at home. They've got to go to Manchester City all before the end of September. Their start is the hardest.
Yeah, but hang on a minute. You said they're away at Spurs and Manchester United. That was last season's 15th and 17th.
Yes, I know it did. I realised that I would be picked up on that. But
I think your point is correct. That for the, it's a little bit of a kind of, it's become one of those things that I suppose a few years ago you thought you were clever saying, but now is kind of trite. That the order of the fixtures is genuinely important. Like, obviously Chris will tell me that it evens itself out and that everyone plays each other twice, and that is true. But at the same time, momentum and confidence, particularly for the newly promoted teams, I think is an important thing to getting off to that good start. That makes sense to me. That if you can pick up a few points in your first few games, you think, oh, okay, actually we can live at this level. Burnley, I think, losing the players they've lost isn't great. We talked last season about their defensive solidity. They will try and stay up in a different way to the way they tried to stay up under Vincent Kompany. It's whether they have the goals in the team, and I know they've signed Udachukwu and Ambrosio this week from Chelsea. That will help a little bit. I still don't know if they've got quite the quality to do it. The team that I think I don't think all three promoted teams will go back down, because I think Leeds will stay up.
How will Leeds stay up? And the only reason I ask that is because one of the other things that sort of has been floated around in a lot of sort of pre-season previews and discussions is that promoted sides who try to go toe-to-toe with a lot of teams stylistically are going to struggle based on quality. If you are more pragmatic, then that might benefit you more. And if you look at how the teams came up, Burnley were the most pragmatic in the sense that, I mean, do you remember we had a Burnley fan on, didn't we, halfway through the season, who said they were really dull when they were keeping all the clean sheets.
Just loving life.
Yeah, he was, yeah. But they were very pragmatic in how they came up.
But I think it might be harder to add goals at the Premier League level than it is to add solidity. And if you look at what Leeds have done, they have said, we want to sign quite tall people. And I think that is significant. They've signed players who are 26, 27 and 6'2". And that has been Leeds' transfer policy, and I think it's perfectly sensible. They won't struggle for goals. They've got the quality in attack to hurt teams. I'm not saying they'll finish mid-table or anything, but they've got the quality in attack to win games. And Farke has clearly said, we are going to try and add solidity and experience to our defensive midfield. I think Longstaff is a great signing, exactly the right sort
of... So they'll be pragmatic by being physical?
I think they've added a bit of grizzle to their mix, and I think that's important. I think Sunderland stand a chance because, like Izzy, I think Xhaka might be the most mind-blowing signing of the summer, to be perfectly honest.
So Sunderland are staying up, Leeds are staying up.
I think Sunderland are staying up because of Xhaka, Leeds are staying up because of Longstaff.
Yeah, so I think Sunderland stand a chance. I'm not sure they'll stay up. But the other thing that's crucial is if you look at Brentford and Wolves, there are two teams there who you look at and think, I am not sure they're as good as they were last season. And the problem for Leicester, Ipswich and Southampton last year, and the three teams who went down the year before, I can't be expected to remember that, is that there wasn't an obvious team to drop because everyone was too strong. Whereas I think if you look at Brentford and Wolves this season, there's two who, if they have a bad start, their confidence might rock.
I think the interesting thing about Leeds and Daniel Farke, he had a couple of promotions with with Norwich, and he got sacked after their poor start. I think after 10, 11 games they'd just beaten Brentford, and he got sacked. And he spoke the second time about learning from mistakes of the past. So he has had that experience of taking a team up. And you think, maybe third time lucky it is with Leeds in terms of making Leeds more defensively solid. I think that would be priority. But I think it's such a tall order, and it's not just bashing the teams coming up. It seems every season the gap gets bigger, and you talk about Brentford, you can talk about Wolves. You look at their squads I've not got them in front of me player for player, but Brentford have lost that firepower up front. There's a sort of rookie manager gone in there in Keith Andrews. There was always that trust because it was Thomas Frank who turned Brentford into a really established Premier League team. They went up at the same time as Norwich City. Norwich were ahead of them, and then all of a sudden Norwich fans are thinking, well, how did Brentford do that? A lot of that was down to Frank. So I understand the sort of wariness with that, but they still, you look through their squad, they still have sort of enough Premier League experience. It's the goals which is going to be a problem for them.
Let's talk Brentford then, as everybody has mentioned them so far. Daniel Topping, co-host of the Ealing Road podcast, joins us on the Monday Night Club. Evening, Daniel.
Hi, Mark. Thank you for having me on.
No, thank you. Are you concerned or fed up of virtually everybody, it seems, thinking you might be in for a season of trouble in every preview I've read?
I think at the moment it's excitement more than worry. It's clearly a big job for Keith Andrews. We've never finished a Premier League weekend in the relegation zone at any point in our 4 years in the Premier League so far. So I think it's important more than ever that we start well this season. He doesn't have the credit in the bank that other bigger names might have had if they came in. But I do trust the club and I do trust the process. And I think, with Thomas Frank, it was always going to happen. And I think the club would have planned for that, years ago. And it almost did happen on one or two occasions. So I think in terms of how we're looking, we brought new coaching staff in as well. Neil McFarlane's come from the B team where he was managing before. We've got Martin Jury, who was a coach with Carlos Corberán at Valencia, his right-hand man. And we've got Mehmet Ali, who is part of the Arsenal under-21s. And I think the thing about Brentford, what other coaches might start to see now, is if you're a young coach at the top level and you want to progress into management, you might consider coming to Brentford over some other bigger sides because the pathways there to potentially be promoted.
And do you think in all of this sort of discussion about the appointment of Keith Andrews that people have forgotten that Thomas Frank was part of a coaching staff before he took over the role?
Yeah, so Thomas Frank only had very limited coaching experience in Denmark before he came to Brentford as an assistant coach. We promoted from within. Thomas Frank helped drive what is a brilliant culture at Brentford. And I think those in charge want to preserve that and maintain that. And Keith Andrews is clearly respected by the players. Brentford have posted a lot of videos in pre-season of him just talking to the players, team talk stuff that you don't often see from some clubs. So I think he's in the perfect position to do a really good job with the support he's got around him.
Can I apologise, Daniel, because it can be very off-putting when you come on the show for the first time to see one member of the team just scowling all the way through.
Well, no, I wasn't scowling.
Well,
but
you were. Well,
it looked like you were. But that sort of club PR, sort of rah-rah speech. I mean, I am sceptical of all that. I am sorry, Daniel.
I think you've got to do things differently, right? I think if we're Brentford, so we're not going to be able to go out and get the biggest names in management. So if we want the top coaches, we need to show them there's a pathway there. We need to show them why they should come to Brentford over other clubs to know if they have the ambition of reaching the top job one day.
Daniel, do you think that recruiting Keith Andrews from within is partly to retain as much of the culture that Thomas Frank built as possible?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, when something isn't broken, you don't need to go a long way to fix it. So I don't think we'll see massive changes at the club this season. I think it is about maintaining what we've got. Obviously, on the playing side of things, we've had a lot of players move on as well. So it is a new start in some ways. But I still think everything that was there, everything was good about the club. Keith Andrews knows that inside out, so he won't go in and change everything and start again. He doesn't need to.
I was going to say, actually, do you know, is there anything that's come out from the club that indicates what it is about Keith Andrews that appealed to them, that made them think, okay, he is now ready to take this job?
Yeah, it is interesting from an outside perspective, because it was rumoured that he was interviewed for the MK Dons job earlier this year, and he didn't get that for one reason or another. His coaching career in terms of management, there isn't one. He's not overseen the best spells when he was at, I believe, Ireland, and then at Sheffield United. I believe he was on their staff when they went down. So, you know, only those at the club see him day to day on the training pitch. Everyone knows, obviously, primarily his role last season was set pieces, but he did much more than that. He was very much doing other things in the coaching staff, and you know, even if we are talking about set pieces, we've looked quite dangerous from them in pre-season. That is going to be a strength of ours. It's always been a strength of ours, and again, we don't need to lose that for any reason.
Who's playing wise? Who's the biggest loss? I know the obvious player to look at would be Mbeumo because of his stats and numbers and so on and so forth, but Norgard was such an influence for you, and he's been on the Monday Night Club as well. But to actually, I know Henderson has come in, but to lose that kind of leadership and influence will be a huge blow, won't it?
Yeah, it's the end of an era, and you know, so many of those players, Norgard and Mbeumo, are both part of our promotion season. You don't get many players who go on to reach the heights they have, having come from the Championship. A lot of players struggle to adapt, but both of those have gone on and thrived in the Premier League. I think Norgard was the most unexpected one. I think within the club, again, I think everyone knew that Mbeumo was probably going to move on at the end of the season. Norgard, not so much, given his age. I wasn't really sure whether a top club would come in for him. Obviously, Arsenal did. I think Jordan Henderson is a great replacement, despite what he might get a bit of a bad reputation elsewhere. But I think at our level, at Brentford's level, to have someone who's done what he's done in the game, and you know, when I've seen him in pre-season, you can see that quality he's got. And you know, when you see a player of his stature around players who maybe haven't reached the very top of the game yet, I think you can definitely see the quality he's got compared to the others.
Daniel, what about Wissa, Daniel? What's the sort of mood? Looks like he wants to leave. I mean, are you resigned to losing him? And then it is a problem, isn't it? Because you speak about Mbeumo, but to lose them both, I think between them they've been the top scorers of the main bulk of the goals in the last two seasons. How do you replace that?
Yeah, I mean, we need to get two players in. It looks like we might be in for Ouattara from Bournemouth, who is versatile. He can play across the front line, but again, I don't expect him to come in and replicate what Bryan Mbeumo's done. He may be one that can improve over the season. I think Kevin Schade needs to massively step up. He hit double figures last season. I expect him to kick on and get more this year. He's got all the attributes you need to be good at this level. He's quick, he's tall, he's strong, but he just needs to become more consistent and now take over that mantle of being the main man, a bit like what Wissa did when Ivan Toney left. With Wissa, I think we've been here before with Ivan Toney. It dragged on until deadline day. We just want it to be over now. You know, there's rumours that he's not been training. He has trained a little bit because I've seen photos of him in training, but he's not been involved in any pre-season. I don't expect him to be involved for us again. So we do need another player in. We do need someone really with that track record of scoring goals in the top league.
Do you think any part of that, the players leaving, I mean, I don't know, this is probably unanswerable, but is to do with Thomas Frank moving on himself? Do you think that's had any sort of impact on the players thinking, well, you know, we've gone with Keith Andrews now? You know,
I don't think so. I mean, Bryan Mbeumo, I think, is his own case. I think he was always going to go no matter what was going to happen this summer. I think we saw that coming for a long time. He won't be the first person to leave on our watch. You know, we've had David Raya, we've had Ivan Toney in just the last couple of seasons before this one. Wissa, when a club who are in the Champions League come calling and, you know, he's in his late 20s, you can't really blame him for wanting to play in the Champions League and reach the highest level before he retires. So I don't blame him. And Norgard, you could argue in the same boat. You know, if these clubs didn't come in for these players, I expect Norgard would have been happy to stay at Brentford. But again, when Arsenal come calling in the Champions League, it's going to be difficult for him to say no.
Daniel, do you think that being a fan of a club that is in that position where players might look to jump at some point, do you think that changes your relationship with those players? Does it hurt less when they don't?
I wish a lot of them well. I think it depends almost the manner in which he leaves. So, you know, if these reports regarding Wissa are true, then there will be certain sections of the fan base that, you know, lose a bit of respect for him. But when it comes to like someone like Bryan Mbeumo, Christian Norgard, you know, that they've always played for the club. There's never been any reports of them not training. You know, we respect and understand, you know, that they have careers and, you know, that they weren't born Brentford fans and they will likely want to play at the highest level they possibly can. And, you know, these players have done so much for us, especially in Mbeumo and Norgard, because they were part of that group that got us promoted in the first place.
Daniel, in terms of style of play under Keith Andrews, have you got any lead on how they're going to look this season in terms of system and players that are going to be used?
I expect it'll be mostly similar to last year. I think in the defence, we've got our fullbacks back. So Rico Henry and Aaron Hickey, both been out for the best part of 18 months. They're both back and had a full pre-season. So I think at fullback we'll look stronger. Lewis Potter had to play there a lot last season. So I expect him to be used as an attacker again next season to hopefully make up the numbers from some of those that have left. I think Henderson will probably slip in where Norgard usually plays. The only worry I have from pre-season is going forward away from set pieces. We are struggling to create a little bit at the moment, but Shard has missed pre-season because he's carried a knock. He should be back hopefully for Forest or very soon into the season. So, you know, without having our front three in its entirety from last season and not being able to get any replacements in, I think it's not on the management, the fact that we don't look as good going forward. But set pieces, I expect us to still have an emphasis on them. You know, throw-ins, Michael Coyote's got a long throw on him. I think we'll try and make the most of everything we can. And I think we'll cause some problems.
Will it feel really sweet when people like Rory, who are writing Brentford off this season, at the end of the season when you stay up, Daniel? Would that feel sweet?
We've been predicted to go down nearly every season we've been in the Premier League. First year it was we lost Christian Eriksen when we had him for 6 months, and you know everyone was saying we struggle without him. Then we were going to struggle without Ivan Toney and without really replacing him, or we replaced him with Igor Thiago, who got injured almost instantly. So I think we'll be all right. I don't think we'll be as high as last season. I think that's to be expected. It is going to be a bit of a transition. Those that come in that aren't Jordan Henderson will probably be younger and need that experience under their belts. But I think we'll be okay. I think I could see us ending probably 14th or 15th, and I'll take that.
Daniel, thank you very much for coming on. Daniel Topping from the Ealing Road podcast on the Monday Night Club. Concerned about Bournemouth, is he? No, I don't think I am. But you weren't sure.
That noise sounded like concern.
Well, considering they've lost basically the whole defence, yeah, but looks like they're recruiting at centre back, perhaps. But no, I think they're great. I think under Iraola, it's similar sort of concept to a lot of other Premier League clubs that aren't in the so-called top six, and you know they've got really good style of play. Good system, you know, excellent midfield, strike force is brilliant, and when they're functioning, they're very hard to beat. But yeah, they need to get their back line sorted.
Yeah, I mean, well, that was why I phrased it that way, because whilst they've kept everything further forward, you know, they're likely to lose both centre halves by the time the season starts, Rory, and their left back.
Yeah, well, obviously Hyson went to Real Madrid early. Yeah. Zabani looks like he's gone to PSG. Churchill's gone to Liverpool. That's difficult to replace. I'm not worried about
goalkeeper as well.
Oh, and yeah, of course, and Kepa. I'm not worried about Bournemouth in the sense that I don't think they'll get relegated, but I think that is a real challenge for Iraola, that they will still be great going forward. We know how good his teams are going forward. We saw that last season. You can trust him to do that again. Rebuilding that defence will be difficult, and Diakite, the guy they seem to be signing from Lille, I think is a good player. He's an experienced player. Their second most expensive signing ever, I think. That's a start, but you'd want at least another two in. And given that we are, 4 days away from the first game, that's maybe not... The timing's not ideal. As much as they won't want to lose Zabani at all, I think I suspect they'd have preferred him to go earlier if he was going to go.
Chris?
So that's a nightmare, isn't it? I mean, just, you know, I mean, an equivalent if Arsenal, you know, lost Gabriel, Saliba, Lewis Skelly at the, you know, start of the season, you say, well, they've got no chance of winning the Premier League. And, you know, Bournemouth to lose those three players, which they have done, that's, I mean, they've all gone to top clubs, and it's some job, the way that the club is run and what Iraola did last season. But if you're him, I think you're pretty depressed going into the season, knowing that they've all gone. How do you replace that quality? And that makes it really difficult for him. But I still think that the way that they play, they're superbly organised. But it will make it more difficult.
Are they less proven in how they replace players that move on, Rory, for you, compared to, say, Brighton and Brentford, who have been the other two, subjects of this similar discussion?
Yes, to an extent, because I think when they've done it before, it was with a different, what the Americans would call front office. That Richard Hughes was the man overseeing the transfers, and he's obviously now not there. So they've
different front office. What do you mean?
The front office is what the Americans call it, like the executives who do. Chappers knows this. Come on. Yeah. It's the start of the season. You can defend me on this.
I know.
That's what the
I said yes.
it.
I don't know how else you want me to.
Do you know what, Chris?
Do Bournemouth not use analytics? Do
Bournemouth do.
Is it a raffle?
No, it's full on. It's a tombola, Chris. They put their hand in and pull out some names. No,
I thought they might.
They use analytics. I don't know whether they're quite as analytically kind of reliant as Brighton or Brentford, but it will certainly be part of their decision-making process. Yes, they're a very modern, forward-thinking club. Bill Foley, the owner, is, I think, as close to the kind of ideal version of a modern owner that you can get to an extent, if it's not a kind of born and bred fan. Bill Foley is really good at owning sports teams. He's good at owning sports teams across various sports.
I think
they stand the chance, but I think they've not done it before to this level. That's the difference. The Hysson, Zabarnyi, Turquez were really, really high-level players. I don't know if they've got a track record of bringing in players of that quality.
But Solanke to Spurs, Evan Nilsson coming in is probably the example of they've done it before, but in a different area of the pitch.
Yeah, and just one.
It's
not
it's
three
just
at
one.
once.
It's not. Yeah, exactly. No track record.
The other thing you've got to, and Izzy and Chris, you'll both know this a lot more than I do, but it's not just the getting the players in; it's that those players have to work together. And I've got to admit, I don't know how you do that, even if you're relying on the data. I think you can spot players who should naturally kind of fit with each other, but you can't guarantee it.
As far as Thomas Frank and Spurs are concerned, then just to finish this off, because we talked about Thomas Frank leading Brentford, and the new era at Tottenham, I suppose, really begins in the UEFA Super Cup against Paris Saint-Germain this Wednesday, and that will be his first competitive game in charge of the club. I mean, we ask all the time, and I think, actually, Chris, you asked Fabian Hürzeler, what constitutes success this season? And you could ask that from most of these teams, couldn't you? Every single one of them. And Tottenham's probably quite a difficult one to measure because of how badly last season went, on the one hand, and yet still
one of the best seasons in the club's history under Big Ange winning the Europa League. Great memories for Tottenham fans. I think it's a really difficult season. Truth is, they have some really talented players. I think it's been a difficult pre-season from what I gather with Thomas Frank, but he needs time. He's a builder of clubs, as he's proven at Brentford. But do you get the time at Tottenham? I saw Daniel Levy talking about, he doesn't, tongue-in-cheek, doesn't need to win the league this season, but he'll need to win it soon. I mean, that's pie in the sky. I mean, that's just not going to happen. It just isn't. That they have a talented team. I don't know what success is for Tottenham this season. Maybe top six, but it's going to be really difficult.
I feel as though Chris Sutton saying that Tottenham win the league is pie in the sky means the season can begin on the appropriately kind of depressing note. Everything's back to normal.
Do you fancy
Chris is in a bad mood.
Do you fancy them?
No, of course not. I think that Frank. The task has to be getting Spurs into the race for Champions League spots. That has to be his first kind of bar, because that's where Spurs should be. They should be competing with Villa and Newcastle for 4th and 5th.
Okay, but that is a hell of a jump from where they finished last season and the fact that they are in the Champions League already.
Yeah, that will be a challenge. The spread of the games across playing twice a week will be hard. But I think that, if you speak to people at Spurs, especially, Ange Postecoglou said it explicitly, Big Ange, they were prioritising the Europa League for 3 or 4 months of last season. Spurs are not the 17th best football team in the Premier League. They should have been much higher last season. They underperformed enormously, and Thomas Frank should benefit from the fact that getting them back to just kind of standard medium performance will get them quite a lot higher up the league.
I think they've made some good signings, and it doesn't sound like they're done. I think
they're linked with Savinho today at City. Yeah,
that's interesting. See what unfolds with that, but I think kudos Paulina in particular. I think that's where Spurs didn't really replace Højbjerg, who probably didn't get the credit he deserved for the work he did in that sort of defensive midfield position for Spurs in the last few years. But I think Paulina coming in, obviously injury to James Maddison is, a really bad one, and that's a massive shame. Would have been excited to see him play under Thomas Frank, but yeah, I think they're exciting, and if they do get Savinho in, that makes a very interesting front line for Spurs.
But do you still think they might need one more in a sort of 10 role, or do you think they can kind of adapt some of the ones, whether that, I know Kudus is essentially a wide player, but could they adapt that? Is it something different for Pape Sarr? Is that...
I liked Kulusevski in the 10. I think he's super effective in there. If they bring Savinho in, you wonder whether that would be a sort of a Kulusevski/Savinho kind of hybrid role. One
You've
plays
still got
central.
Matis Tel as well.
Exactly, Matis Tel as well, and then obviously Brennan Johnson on the other side. Solanke down the middle. I think they've got some really exciting attacking options, but like we say, it's around Thomas Frank getting it to gel and getting it to work and doing what the Spurs fans want, which I don't know what it is.
Tottenham against
the trophy.
A trophy, okay.
Big Ange did that.
Oh, for crying out loud. Tottenham against Paris Saint-Germain, Wednesday evening, full commentary here on 5 Live Sport. Nice to have you back and positive, Chris. Thank you very much. Thank you, Rory. Thank you, Izzy, as well. That's it for the Monday Night Club. If you missed any of the show, you can watch it back on the iPlayer. We'll put the best bits together as the Football Daily podcast, which you'll get on BBC Sound shortly. 5
broadcasting rights or overall Surfshark. We've not really spoken about them together much or at all even on the channel. This is the first Paddock podcast from in the studio in nearly 3 weeks. Actually 3 weeks I believe. So it's going to be good to be back chatting to you, Ronnie. It's been a while. But we want to talk about Carlos Baleba. The links to him keep sort of persist should I say. It seems as though if we were to get him this summer or at all, it's going to be an absolutely massive fee. We're going to talk about how he would fit in Manchester United and whether we think he is the perfect fit, because it seems to have just been accepted by everyone. Yeah, you get him and you're brilliant. He's amazing. He's going to do everything. But what does that actually look like, and is it as clear cut as that? Before that though, Jay, how are you?
I'm good, man. It's good to be back in the studio. It's good to be back with you and Ronaldo. It's been a good pre-season. We've enjoyed it, and me and you've been over in America. Come back.
Don't smirk too much when you say that. You might get in trouble.
What do you mean? Yeah, sorry. Good. Well, it was a lot of hard graft. Yeah. Had to work very hard, but we got through it together.
Together we made it.
And now we're back where we belong. And also, I've missed Ronnie. And I was looking forward, genuinely right, I'm not just saying this because he sat next to me, I was looking forward to hearing his thoughts on everything that's gone on. Because me and him haven't spoken, even off camera, properly about the absolute carnage that has been Manchester United's transfers this window, because it has been all popping off and potentially could get even better. So I'm looking forward to hearing what you've got to say on it all.
How are you, Ronnie?
Yeah, I'm good. It feels like a long time removed from around the July 1st type of mark when everyone said stop being impatient. When July 1st starts, things will kick off, and it was like July 10th and nothing happened.
Yeah.
And I kept running the gimmick saying, July 1st is when everything was going to happen, and it didn't. And then, lo and behold, past couple of weeks has been a bit of carnage, and it feels like it will be a pretty busy window, whether it's outgoings and incomings as well, because I don't think United are anywhere near finished before the transfer window ends. When does the transfer window end exactly? Because I feel like it changes the date every single year.
I want to say the 2nd of September.
It is
like it changes every year,
1st of September.
Oh, I'm wrong then.
7 p.m.
Right, I'm very wrong.
Yes. So Monday the 1st of September, 4 hours earlier than in previous seasons at 7 p.m.
Have you always, so it does change yearly?
Yeah, it's usually 11, isn't it?
Have you ever been an advocate for because I think a lot of people have suggested that the rather transfer window ended once the season starts.
It should do really.
It should do really.
It should open the last day of the season and close the day before the first day of the season. Like that's what it should be, I think.
I think it's because there's different start dates for different leagues. I don't know if that has anything to do with it. Or
Yeah, but there is ish, but most of them isn't. Even if you did it the 1st of June till the 1st of August, you could do, if you want to really get out of the way of the championship and all sorts, that would be fine. Or even the 1st of July to the 1st of August. Why do you need 3 months? Rush them into it. Get it all done in a month. Who cares? The thing is, everyone would complain.
Don't let Romano
If they
say
gave
that.
you a month, yeah, exactly. He needs his 5 months of content farming, doesn't he? But I think if they gave you a month, they'd just all get done in a month, wouldn't it? What is it? What is the principle that? If there's a name for that. Anyway, basically, the longer you give someone to do something, the longer they'll take to do it. Do you know? Do you like it going in after the season starts?
We made some big transfers, haven't we, after the season started, like Dwight York, Eric Cantona, Andy Cole, like things like that.
But they wouldn't go away if you changed it. You could just do them early.
No, because Eric Cantona came in because BMW broke his leg, didn't he? Like you see things that happen and you go, we got to react to it.
If anything, but then would you not prefer the window to be open all year then? To react to every game?
Yeah,
would you'd go the other way?
Yeah, I think more.
I think fewer. You think more. Just never close it.
I think if the window closed before the season starts, actually would be a lot more pressure on the transfer window.
Yeah.
Because I think a lot of teams do have the opportunity to get a couple of game weeks in, and possibly see where they haven't strengthened where they might need to, and they can dip back into the market, which would be a very United thing to do. Where we have a couple of games, it seems a bit shaky, and then there's a panic signing or a loan, or there is an injury. But I was still
think Andy Cole might be January actually. I think Dwight York was after the season started, wasn't he? Might be getting that mixed up.
We've had a few after the season started. I just think it's Parkinson's law is Askew, that's what it's called. Where if you give someone 2 weeks to do a task, they'll do it on the 14th day. If you give them 3, and they'll be like, just squeezed it in time. If you give someone 3 weeks, they'll go, on the 21st day, they'll go, just squeeze it in on time.
Is that like getting a parking fine and waiting until the last day to pay it?
Yeah, that's what it. That's
is that what it's for? Like Parkinson.
Yeah.
So like.
How's your Parkinson?
Yeah, like.
Got a ticket.
Got a ticket.
Let's talk about Baleba then, because there is a lot to get into with this. Obviously, in terms of him as a player, he's someone that you've referenced as a sort of the type of player United could do with for a long time. And then there was the rumours and reports of people going, "Oh, we want him," and then all of a sudden it became actually United want him as well. And then we're in this sort of middle bit at the moment where it appears from the outside that the current situation with Baleba is he's up for joining. Man United want him this summer. His agent seems to be up for him joining. And United, the reports are we're trying to agree some sort of deal with him and then push that and present that to Brighton and go, look, it's in your best interest to sell us this guy right now, because otherwise you've got 12 months of someone that has basically accepted he wants to leave. If he has a worse season than last season, we probably can take 30 million off his transfer fee, plus the fact that he's 1 year down on his deal. Whereas sell us in now, and we'll give you a nice 100 million, and we can all move on. As it stands right now, how keen are you on him joining Manchester United?
I'm extremely keen. I think if we did sign Baleba, it would be the most impactful signing in the summer out of everyone that we signed. Because I've been advocating to sign a midfielder since day one. I think it was a massive priority, and I know we had a couple of decent pre-season games. You saw a lot of improvements. You saw some of the same concerns. Obviously, you wouldn't see everything being fixed straight away. But then the Fiorentina game kind of reminded us a lot of what we saw last season. But I've always said, in that little midfield pivot in twosome that we've got in the middle of the park, and I mean system or in United, I don't think there's a single midfield combination at the club that works.
Yeah.
And I think it's very brave and very bold to go into the Premier League like that. And someone like Baleba, he pretty much fixes or adds to the team something that we've been crying out for a long time. We talk about how we play against teams in the bottom half or most midfield pivots, and it seems like we get overrun. The other midfielders are a little bit more physical than us, they're faster, they're more athletic, whilst also almost matching their ability. And I think we lose the midfield battle too many weeks, and I think that's why someone like Baleba coming in would make a huge difference, because he does bring that athleticism and physicality, whilst also having so much natural ability as well. And what I do love about Baleba is obviously he's just 21, and it's how good he already is when he's still got so much to refine as well. Like you honestly thought the sky's the limit with him, and he could literally be anything in the league because he can play as a 6. He's played centre half sometimes for Brighton, a couple of games. Can play as an 8. He's just a brilliant footballer, and I think if it was down to me, I think United should do anything it takes to sign him.
Yeah. Quite the review. Jay, your thoughts on him? I know obviously you spoke on a lot on the channel, but just so we can get a ground level before we look at some of the details on it.
No, I mean, I was chatting to Luke, who's with us before, about some of the stats that he's got, and just from watching a few clips of him, and it's hard not to just get carried away when you think about him coming to Manchester United. I mean, you know, in terms of what he brings to a team and what we need, he just ticks every single box. It's scary because you look at, and I wanted Brian Bruno, I wanted Matheus Cunha and Sesko and chuffed to bits with, but you could always make the case that, okay, we could have got away with it if we'd have had Ahmad instead of Bruno in that role or whatever. We haven't got a player like Baleba. We haven't got one who's not even a worse version of Baleba. We haven't got the same type of player, really. Maybe you could argue that, like, Ugarte could do that role, but he doesn't do it. I don't think he'd fulfil it as well as Baleba would. And as someone who doesn't watch Brighton week in, week out, I'm not like everyone else on Twitter, but the people that do, like Kieran Maguire, who's a Brighton fan, you speak to him, he says Baleba's been better for Brighton than Caicedo was for him. You speak to, Carl Anka sat here, and it was almost like his dream signing. He was saying, like, if we won't be able to get him, but if we could, this is why he'd be so good for Manchester United. Ronnie's been going on about him for a while. You've been going on about him. The people that watch him and know what they're on about, and just from, I know you can't tell everything from clips, but you can tell some things from him. You can see, like, when he's putting in those sackles, when he's carrying the ball. I know he doesn't score a lot of goals. I think it was 3 goals a season, but even some of his finishes were decent. Like, I know he's not in the team for that, but as an overall player, he just looks ideal. And I remember about a year ago saying that maybe Manchester United at some point, if we are truly going to catch Manchester City and Arsenal, maybe there is a player where you go, we have to break the bank almost for that one player. There has to be a signing. Like, Arsenal bought in Declan Rice for 100 odd million. City, I know he's not worked out, but City spent big on Grealish, and they felt like they could afford to do that, whatever. But we're so far behind the likes of Liverpool, City and Arsenal. Can you only do it with certain players, or do you have to have that one signing where you go, look, let's really push the envelope here? I mean, Manchester United used to do that when we were Mint. We broke the record, we bought Real, we broke the record, we bought Roy Keane, we broke the record, we bought Rooney, I think, as well. Like, that signings where you go, it's worth it because he's going to elevate you. And it feels like this is one of those. It does. It feels like he's the type of player where you go, you're probably going to have to pay more than maybe even the more you've ever paid for a player at Manchester United, but is it worth it?
And even beyond, because we talk about Baleba, but it's just, if you just combine it with the fact that United do need a midfielder, for being honest. Do you know what I mean? It was a necessity anyway, and then with the possibility of signing Baleba, I think it's a chance that you can't really pass up. And for me, I think I've always said United's opportunity to get someone like a Baleba or Wharton, I do prefer Baleba, it was most likely going to be this summer when you don't really have any rivals to his signature. Whereas you got that possibility where you go into next season and the next summer you might have a couple of big boys that are challenging you for him, and you don't know what position United are going to be in at that point. So for me, if we've got a chance now, we need to take it, and I think that's why United are showing the type of urgency and ambition that we hoped that they would. We've even suggesting that they want to go for him because they knew how much he was going to cost.
Yeah.
So the money must be there.
We've sort of allowed everyone to kind of show their hand this summer, haven't we? Like Liverpool have spent 300 million on other things, or 200 million on other things, still trying for Isak, it looks like. Arsenal have spent a decent chunk. They could probably go for him if they wanted to, but they don't really need that kind of player. Well, they've got Rice, they already brought Zubimendi in. City maybe would want to go for him, especially with Rodri being out again.
They've just signed Reinders though,
but yeah, they've got Reinders. But
it felt a bit forced.
Yeah, and it's sort of like next summer when people have got a full, run up to that window, looking at Baleba as he's for sale now. People might prioritise differently.
I think Liverpool could be the only one.
Yeah,
next summer.
Well, I don't know. I think it wouldn't surprise me, depending on what happens with Arsenal, or even I still think City's midfield is far worse now than it was 3 years ago. I think Reinders is a good player, but I don't think he's as well-rounded and as sort of versatile as some of the players they've had before. Bernardo Silva's, I don't know, he hasn't been at his best for a couple of seasons, I don't think. And they've lost De Bruyne, even though he hasn't, again, been himself 3 years ago.
Reinders is top, though. He's
not
top.
De Bruyne from 3 years
ago. He's not De Bruyne, but
I think a lot Matt was saying might depend on
I do like
Rodri, and now he comes back.
Yeah.
Like, if Rodri came back...
injured already.
I know, but when he comes back, if he comes back and he's like, you look like he's lost a little something, then next summer they might go, well, we need another midfielder.
Yeah,
they've got the money, they've got the. I never thought to say this, but it pains me to say it. The sort of the cachet to go out and almost get anyone. Then maybe that's, and also maybe that just bumps the price up to what United are willing to pay. So I'd rather go for it now, because there's nothing to make me believe that in a year's time it's going to be any any easier to get him.
I think Amorim's even in his. If you read between the lines of some of the stuff that he said after games, you can tell that he does want a midfielder, or he does want an increased like physicality in the team. I think we have anyway. When you've got the likes of Benjamin Sesko up front, Cunha as well. Seeing Mbumo's not massive, but he's still got a bit of pace and athleticism about him as well, especially when he gets to top fitness. But that middle of the park just been a worry for me for years now. I think it's an area that United have frequently not properly addressed, and I think it's about time that we do.
You're so right, because you remember the transfer window deadline day when it was me, if it was me, you and Maka were on it, and like we went out and we bought all these players. I think it was the season we bought, or the summer we bought like Tellez and Ahmad and Palestre and Cavani, and then the midfield was an issue, and we didn't really address it. I think we might have got Van der Beek, but he's not the right player. No. Like we've never really, like you say, Sofian Amrabat, Manuel Ugarte. There has been players that have come in, but it's never been like, it seems like a priority. Or Amrabat went out and Ugarte came in, and it almost felt like a sideways move at times. Honestly, it didn't feel like a massive upgrade to me. I mean, I'm not saying he can't be long term, and obviously he's been here a lot. He's going to be here longer than Amrabat was, but it just doesn't feel like United have ever gone out. And I've never gone out into, even Van der Beek wasn't that type of player that we needed. And also, it felt like Ajax sort of went, well, you can have him 35 million, and we went, okay, quick, yeah, nice one. It wasn't like, oh, he's a priority. It just doesn't feel like United have ever prioritised midfield since the days of Fergie.
Yeah, the last time United bought, I don't know, he's not a defensive midfielder, but a sort of more defensive midfielder to come in that wasn't, past their prime, sort of, it was probably Carrick, and before that Roy Keane. Like it's we bought Matic, but he was 29. We knew it was a relatively short-term thing. Obviously, we brought in players like Herrera and Pogba, but they don't really tick that box that we're talking about now. We brought in Casemiro again, 29. We knew it'd be somewhat short-term. I guess Ugarte is one that we did try and do that with, but I don't know. That's a signing that we yet to see exactly why that happened, and because Ten Hag didn't seem to be keen.
No, he wasn't.
Obviously, Amorim was giving him more sort of.
Ten Hag was desperate to keep McTominay because he really liked McTominay.
Yeah.
And he didn't want Ugarte.
Yeah.
Was because he wanted to.
He made
keep,
it obvious. He didn't pick him. It's like Fred with Jose. It's not rocket science. If a player's not getting in the team and he's just been bought, I mean, Jose made it clear because he's told everyone, but it was obvious that these are players that the club bought rather than the manager wanted.
Yeah.
And that, it never ends well when you go down that route, really, does it? Especially if you've got a manager who's got the ump.
Yeah, it's a weird one, isn't it? Because the best manager sort of club combinations do a bit of both, don't they?
Yeah.
Where it's not just, I want this guy, I'm the manager, all right, here you go, sir. But also, it's not, obviously, you can't have the opposite where it's just, I don't want him, well, you've got him. Because that can't possibly. You need players and you need people, that have a general kind of sort of a agreement on what they want for the team and for the future. But also, you can't just pander to the manager either, because then you see what we saw with Ten Hag.
That's what happens though when Ten Hag wasn't an Ineos appointment, really. So that's sometimes where the synergy can get broken, isn't it?
There's that.
Yeah.
That was the whole interviewing other managers and sort of almost begrudgingly keeping him in his job was just it was never gonna. And I tried to convince myself, I'll be honest, that it could work, but I was deluded. But I think going back to your earlier point, Joe, the best example of that probably we've seen in recent years was Klopp and Salah.
Yeah.
When he wanted
Julian Brandt,
and the club went, no, we've got Mohamed Salah, and unfortunately.
Because the managers are going off their taste and eye test, really, and a lot of this, obviously, the club-led recruitments, like the analysts and scouts and the sporting directors, and they would have obviously seen stuff that likened them to go for Salah, where he's from German football, probably likes Julian Brandt, was like, oh, I'm resigning.
Isn't it amazing how many managers don't get what the Premier League is until they've been here for 2 years? Maybe I'm wrong to think that. Obviously, I don't have the eye of a manager anyway. But also, I'm I've been watching the Premier League my entire life, not exclusively, but the vast majority of the football I've watched is Premier League. So we kind of maybe get it. But like managers come here all the time and like, I didn't think it was that quick. I didn't think it was that fast. I didn't think it was this tough. I didn't think the players worked this hard. And like they'll try and bring players from their old club and people like, what? You can't just bring a load of Spartak Moscow players or Ajax players or whatever players, Dortmund players with you. It's not the same. And managers, I guess you just don't watch it enough. I don't know, but
do you think sometimes their experience of playing English clubs in Europe affects that thinking?
Maybe
because it is a bit different.
Yeah, probably.
Because sometimes if you play a club in England, in Europe, you might get an impression that it's not that dissimilar.
Yeah. European games have a different flow to Premier League games.
And then when you go to the Premier League and it's like every week, it's full on, it's non-stop, and it's like that.
That's what catches a couple of managers out. You could argue that's what's caught Ten Hag and Amorim out.
Yeah.
At United is
I think Ten Hag in particular.
Yes, because they came from leagues that are a lot weaker, especially when it comes to depth. The Portuguese league and Eredivisie, where the bottom 10 teams are probably like League One standard and below in these leagues. And that's probably been so.
To be fair,
so you get so you
a million miles away.
So you have a lot more leeway probably tactically, and you can be a little bit more open in terms of the way, especially when your talent group, when you're Sporting Lisbon manager in a Portuguese league playing the bottom 10, then when you're like Ajax manager playing the bottom 10, you might probably get away with a little more things week to week. Come to the Premier League where it's not quite, you don't quite get that luxury because the bottom 10 teams in the league still have a lot of quality in it.
Yeah.
Where I feel like the margin for error is a lot less.
Yeah.
And I think that's what they have to learn quite quickly, that you actually have to have that little bit of balance and that element of pragmatism in your game. And I think that's what's caught out both managers at times in their tenures. And it's about whether Ten Hag didn't learn, and it's about whether Amorim does.
Yeah, I think that's a big thing. Like working out, actually, this isn't just the same as it was with the other league. Like everyone says it all the time, don't they?
Yeah.
I was like, tell you what, those bottom teams don't just give up, do they? Jesus. Normally you get 2 goals up against like Sunderland or whatever the Spanish equivalent or the Portuguese equivalent of Sunderland is, and this is probably a 5 or 6-0 game. Everyone's just waiting for the game to finish. Whereas here it's like, no, 2-0 down, we're going to draw this game 2-0. No matter what the ground is, it is different. A lot of people in the comments mentioning Adam Wharton. There has been no links to him in Manchester United. Obviously, I think that comes off the back of, especially him in the second half yesterday. I thought looked very good. First half, a little bit slow, but second half, he has got that Michael Carrick air to him, hasn't he? He's not the same player, obviously. Although also, I get sick of this. You're not allowed to compare any 2 players now because people, the first thing they do is tell you what isn't the same. But
even if you compare it negatively, even if you go, he's not as good as him, people still say, we're comparing him.
Yeah, you can do that. Well, because Adam Wharton and Michael Carrick are players in a similar part of the shop. Do you know what I mean? If you're walking around a supermarket, they'd be on the same aisle.
Yeah.
And I'm going to stick with that. I think him and Baleba would be a phenomenal midfield too, by the way. Just in terms of his ball progression, his sort of quickness on the ball, and then you've got Baleba kind of doing some of the legwork for him. And he's a good runner himself, but just not quite as athletic. I think those would be fantastic. Not that we're going to get him. Just yesterday, a little bit. Did you learn anything from that Liverpool game?
Yeah, me and you spoke about it. So I can see you squint. I can see you smirk.
I know
he's
because
Joe went for a getting ready. And I said, Joseph, let me get carried away.
Go on,
because I watched I broke my record, Ronnie. I actually watched the game of football that didn't involve Manchester United. Forgive me, I don't usually do that.
You saw the kits and thought.
I thought it was United. I thought United playing.
Is that the away kit United?
Well, it's Kobe Mainoo in his team.
Yeah.
And I watched it, and if I was a Liverpool fan, right, thank God I'm not.
Are you not?
No.
Good.
The worries I'd have this season would be twofold. One, that Mo Salah. Mo Salah isn't going to be the player he was last season.
Right.
Is he eventually going to have a season where we start to see the decline in Mo Salah? It's going to happen. Yeah. It might be this season, it might be 10 seasons now, but it's going to happen.
He is 33.
Right. And he's an attacking player. You don't usually tend to get many sort of 35-year-old inverted wingers, whatever you want to say. So that would be my main worry. Because last season he was ridiculously good. And people thought he was dropping off the season before. Remember, he had a little bit of a tiff with Klopp. The Saudi money was coming in, and people were saying, Liverpool fans, what I meant, they were saying, take the money for him because he's get the money in for him now before he starts declining. But last season he was as good as he's ever been. My other worry would be, other 2 worries. One would be that you're going to miss Trent Alexander-Arnold. that he's, Frimpong's come in and I know he's a different type of player, but you're going to miss Trent Alexander-Arnold. And my other worry would be that Virgil van Dijk, again, who's the wrong side of 30, is he going to be the same player that he's been over the last couple of seasons?
34 now.
34, because again, 34 is the age when a lot of players do start declining. And I was watching it yesterday. Salah touched the ball, I think, 5 times or 6 times in the first half. Missed a bit of a sitter by his standards in the second half. And Van Dijk, I think for Palace's second goal, I think he got himself in a bit of a muddle. And I just think there's signs there that
You gave the penalty away as well.
Thank you. And he argued, but he does that all the time. It was a
in
penalty.
his head, he's
Thank
never
you, I
made a
forgot about
mistake.
that.
No one's ever got the better of him. He's never conceded a goal.
You could see him arguing after the VR and everything to give it like he'd been hard done by.
He's got that Chael Sonnen kind of vibe about him where he's like never lost a round. And like you've lost fucking 10 fights. He's like nope, never been knocked down, never lost a round. You're like, well, you have. Van Dijk's like never conceded a goal.
The reason Jay loves Ismail Assar so much is because he turns up against Liverpool no matter who he's playing for.
He knows, right? If he had my way, right, and I'll just say this, I was right. When I wanted Ismail Assar over Jadon Sancho, I got trolled. But
proper Stephen A. Smith looked in the camera there.
Yeah, that was good.
Sorry, I don't usually do that.
Really brought everyone in.
But I thought, like, those were the signs that you might... I know Frimpong got his goal, but let's be honest, it was a fluky one.
Yeah.
But there was enough signs there to go, okay, not a great game overall from a Liverpool point of view. And there would be slight worries for me there. And I'm hoping those worries sort of snowball into absolute catastrophe.
We'd love that chasm to just widen and widen.
Salah's past it.
Yeah, Frimpong's playing left wing.
And Frimpong's done what he's doing.
Yeah.
It's the wheels.
There was so much wrong with that. I don't know. There was so much wrong with... Joe said then.
What Frimpong playing left wing? That's what I'm saying. That's what we want to happen.
The chasm line and
widening, and then we put our faces into it just to love it.
Why? What's wrong with that?
What's up with that?
Are you making it cedar?
No.
What did you make of that game?
Is
there anything you can read into the territory?
I'm not going into it because Joe already has.
I'm already there.
Come on, Ronnie.
Go on. Right. So
join me on this.
Nah, do you know
what do you read into that game?
I've been saying that. I've thought Liverpool.
Sorry.
I predicted Liverpool to finish third.
Have you?
Like for a few weeks now, because I think they don't have. I don't think they have a centre half in the squad apart from Joe Gomez, other than Kanate and Van Dijk, who's aging.
That's a
massive problem, and Joe Gomez is injury prone
and not that good.
Jeremy Frimpong's really, really good going forward and sharp. Defensively, could be caught out. And then you've got their midfield. I don't think they have an anchor in midfield either. No. I feel like they've just got a bunch of eights. Gravenberch, who plays there, but he's not really naturally the 6 type. McAllister, Jobo, because I can't pronounce his name. Curtis Jones. Like, they're all decent players, but they're all like, there's no like anchor or pillar in there like a Caicedo or a Rice or a Rodri. Do you know what I mean? And I think last year when I watched him, they did get away with it because of Van Dijk's form and Kanate's form, where I think they get counted on very easily. They get transitioned on a lot easily. I think they allow way too many final third entries, even against whoever they play in. But I think they just had the firepower to outscore teams anyway. And I think their defensive record last year was the second best. But I think they had a lot of luck throughout the season with teams not being clinical enough against them when you looked at XG against. And I thought, would they get that run of luck if they don't strengthen defensively, as in get another backup or get an anchor in midfield? And when they're going after 150 million for Isak and 80 million on Ekitike, 100 million on Wirtz, I think like they're front loading a little bit.
Yeah.
And I don't know whether they're going to defensively be good enough to win the title again. So that's why I actually think Chelsea are my little throwaway, where I think Chelsea could finish above Liverpool this season. But I know obviously Colwill getting injured, and their centre half and keeper is the one thing, which is 2 important positions when you up there judging for the title. And that's probably Chelsea's weakest areas. But if they fill that, I still think they're good enough right now. I think I've been impressed.
To challenge for the title?
I think they're going to be. I predicted Chelsea to finish second.
I think if you finish above Liverpool, I'd be surprised. You got to be challenging the title, aren't you?
Yeah. I mean, just on Liverpool's team yesterday, obviously we don't want to spend too much time talking about Liverpool, but they are related to Manchester United, obviously, both playing in the same league and being a rival. A front 5 of Szoboszlai, Jones, Salah, Wirtz, 6. Szoboszlai, Jones, Salah, Wirtz, Gakpo and Ekitike is way too attacking for most games, I think, especially against a team like Palace, who've got a lot of quality in transition.
They're going to have a couple of games where they blow teams away, though.
Yeah, they're going to be some 5s and 6s.
Like five, but I feel like they'll always liable to concede 1 or 2.
The other thing I think that to frame it a slightly different way, and I agree with what you guys have said, Van Dijk, at some point you can't just be 34, 35, 36, 30, 40, 45. Like, at some point you start getting worse.
There is a
and
point.
It starts being noticeable. And more and more, he's relying on his aura, as it were, and his positioning to get him out of things. Because he used to rely on his pace, especially in 1v1s. He does his thing now where he does that, this sort of patented Van Dijk kind of side, I'm going to show it. He'll do it, and he's like 15 feet away from him because he's so worried that someone's going to knock it past him and burn him, because that would be so detrimental to his image. He's like, you can't even get any. If at some point someone's just going to knock it behind him and go, you know what? I don't care that you're Van Dijk. I'm just going to go here, and it might be someone like a Sarr, a Sesko, a Haaland, someone who's got really good straight line pace. At some point, hopefully it happens early this season, so he has a bit of a crisis. It's just going to make Van Dijk look slow and old.
I could tell this was meant to talk about Wharton, and we couldn't help but slam.
No, he's talking about.
This might be our best opportunity, because they might start the season and be absolutely
if they
flying.
do what they did last season, this is all we've got.
Yeah, and then we'll look back at this as the golden era
early
of
on this season, and we've got him early, and hopefully it can be a Sesko. It could be an Mbeumo, anyone. Just times him nicely on a little half step, just goes past him, and he's flapping, spinning around, falling over. We need someone to do it.
You've seen it with all the great defenders who've stuck around. Like, it was similar-ish to Van Dijk. I remember Rio Ferdinand, the last title-winning campaign for United, which was a million years ago. I think he only played 20 odd games, but I thought it was fantastic that season.
Yeah.
And then the Moyes season, obviously, you could see, I know obviously it was a disastrous season, but you could see it's sort of like, it's not quite.
It's not there.
And then by the end of that season, he ends up at QPR, I think.
Yeah.
It happens. It does happen. Unless you leave when you're 30, eventually you're going to peter out. Do you know what I mean? All the best Premier League defenders have done it. And especially like you saying there, Joe, where pace is a big part of your game. And also, I like Kanae, he's a good player, but he's a bit erratic. Yeah. He's good for a booking him.
I don't think
he's always good for a booking.
I think seeing pace is a main part of Van Dijk's game is harsh, I think.
He certainly has been. In his one-on-one defending, I think
he's been rated as highly as he has for being pretty much good at every part of defending. Because it's like
I'm not saying his pace is his main thing. That's what I'm saying. His positioning is amazing. He's brilliant at everything. But I think at some point that pace won't be there anymore.
And so also as well, he's always had that pace to get himself out of trouble.
Yeah, that's
like he can do. I've seen him do it a few times where he might do a mistake and then make up for it.
I fancy a result against Liverpool. I fancy a result from us against Liverpool, because we are good on transition. We are good counter-attacking side with the likes of Cunha, Sesko, and Mbeumo, Ahmad. There's enough in that, especially with Bruno as well. There's enough in that to cause their poor transition defence a lot of trouble. I think it's
what you said though, Ronnie, about that blowing away thing. You're right, because even yesterday,
they'll have games where they will.
Even yesterday, after they got a goal, was it 4 minutes?
Yeah, it could have been 3 or 4 in 10 minutes. Yeah,
Palace. I'm not saying they were lucky, because Palace did what they had to do, but there was a moment where you thought this could end up like if Liverpool get another Liverpool all over him, and then all of a sudden it sort of turned around, and then Palace are back in it.
Can I ask the chat?
That's what worries me with United, is if we were to play him and they were to sort of come at us and United were to concede early, would we rally, or would we, capitulate, which we have done in the past?
Because a lot of people mention the possibility of getting Wharton and Baleba in 2 separate windows to combine as the perfect midfield, because their abilities. I can't think in my head I've ever seen a midfield pivot of 2 left-footers, because it's always weird how it's almost normalised. I don't know if it's obviously more common to be right-footed. It's almost normalised that you can have centre-back pairings that are both right-footed, you can have midfield pairings that are commonly both right-footed. But when you think of a midfield twosome of being both left-footed players, it just sounds and feels weird, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
Do you know what I mean? I don't know if it's an angles thing, but then again, at the flip side, left-footed footballers are usually a little bit of a premium, because they provide a little bit of balance to the team, don't they? That goes beyond just their ability. But I've always thought if Adam Wharton and Baleba are both left-footed, if you had them both as a midfield pairing, it's probably normal. It probably would end up being perfectly fine, but in your head, when you're visualising it, it feels weird.
Yeah,
I don't think I've ever seen one.
So I think, generally speaking, left-sidedness is about 1 in... It depends where you look. Somewhere between 1 in 10 and 1 in 14 in terms of sort of frequency. In sports, it's often higher because being left-footed or left-handed as a boxer or whatever is helpful because people don't expect it. People aren't as used to it. It's more difficult to read, more difficult because you don't see it. So it's about 20, according to the internet, about 20 to 22% of professional footballers are left-footed. So the odds of having two left-footed players playing next to each other in the same position is, whatever that is, 1 in 40, whatever it would be. 1 in 5 times 5. Yeah, 1 in 25 or something like that. Someone will have to let me know in the comments. Anyway, obviously, it starts getting rarer and rarer the more, especially you've got midfield 3 or whatever it is. But the odds of that just happening and they're good enough is just very rare, isn't it? And then them playing for a top team gets rarer and rarer and rarer. So
I'll ask you.
It might just be a case of, just the odds of that are quite slim.
Are we saying then, or do you think that if Baleba came, that Mainu doesn't work as a long-term option?
No, it definitely could. I think because we've not seen a finished article of Mainu, and it's the same with
because that's
Baleba.
what excites me. Yeah. I think that Baleba and Mainu. You're right about
what's interesting
Mainu's
about
not a
Mainu.
finished article, but I think that could be one for the future. 100%. They're both what? Baleba's 21 and Mainu's 20.
Yeah.
It's interesting with Mainu because I think since he came into the team, he's shown me he's actually quite reliable when it comes to defensive dueling in terms of his statistics, and he's actually quite good in the tackle. He's quite strong with his physicality, and he's shown good defensive abilities. But it's when we've gone to like this kind of kamikaze 3-1-6 under Ten Hag and like the midfield 2 having to cover basically marathon yardage, and then it's relied more on ground coverage. I think that's exposed him a little bit more from the defensive side, because when he first came into the team, I thought that side of his game was actually all right, and I thought he came in ready. He's quite strong.
Yeah,
he duels quite well. He's got good instincts, but then as soon as the kind of conditions changed, it's not really favoured him, and that's what's kind of like. Baleba comes in and because he's so athletic and he's so quick and strong, he can almost suppress some things like that. But then I still wanted to kind of like caveat it and not make people think that as much as he'd help and be so impactful, someone like Baleba and his talents, he wouldn't automatically just fix and save everything by himself.
Yeah.
But it'll be a massive step in the right direction.
Because no one should be expected to do that, especially as a midfielder. Like, if you're a striker that can somehow, with your dribbling, with your position, etc., get a goal a game, like we saw out of Ronaldo for so many years or whatever, that can drastically change the fortunes of a club by itself. As a midfielder, yes, you can massively affect the game, but I think as a 21-year-old coming in and you're one of 11 pieces on the football pitch, to act as though you're the only thing that matters, and without you we're shit and with you we're title contenders, is obviously and just a silly thing to do for someone that I don't think is the best version of Baleba that we're going to see. I think he hopefully will get better. I think there's still parts of his game that need to get better. But you do think that with Mbeumo, when he gets to 100%, with Cunha, whatever Sesko ends up being, we've not even spoken about him yet, you think that is looking like a team that maybe with a new keeper, is there room for another centre-back maybe at some point? But at that point, you're kind of picking on, fine-tuning stuff rather than obvious gaps. It would be massive to get someone else in, I think, in that position. We've got a few super chats. Let me get into these. Quinn Stars joined the academy. Thank you very much. Gabe Owner says, I'm a Baleba. 21 isn't coming. Then he follows it up with another super chat that was supposed to say is.
Love that. I love the fact that they've done another super chat as well. Gabe. Bless you.
Thanks very much.
Thank you for your support.
Peter Kelly's been a member for 60 months. Thank you so much, Peter. That's
outstanding behaviour. Thank you, Peter.
If we got Baleba, how perfect we are set up for a 4-2-3-1 with him and Mainu behind Bruno, Cunha and Mbeumo and Sesko. Yeah, it kind of is that.
That's the thing though. I don't mean that guy, but when you put in the current personnel, including the signings and Baleba into 4-3-3s and 4-2-3 formations, it seems a lot more balanced. But unfortunately, that isn't the formation that we play, so we have to can't think of it that way. But I think that's a good thing, part of the recruitment, though, that you've got players that are not exactly system specific, where they can play in multiple systems. I think that's important. I think Ineos have highlighted that as a major part of the recruitment, because the worst thing you can do is go buy players that are really, really specific to a certain system, and then if the system changes, they can't play. Can you say Cunha on the left? Is he really like a left winger though?
Not necessarily, but he's played in similar positions to that for Wolves.
I think
I've seen him out there for Wolves, and he played there against us and was fantastic.
He was Wolves' best player by 100 miles, so he kind of just had free roam.
Yeah,
he just played ran and played where he wanted. But because he played up front as well earlier in his career, but then obviously he's found out that he's definitely more of a second striker or like a floating 10 type, because when he can get on the ball as much as he can because he's talented. But I think players like Cunha and Mount are actually two that are probably the most suited to the system that they're playing in. And then if you go to a 4-3-3, someone like a Cunha and Mount, you're thinking, where do they fit perfectly?
Yeah.
Because Mount, where does Mount?
Hopefully, we don't have to worry.
We don't have to worry about that anyway.
Yeah. Hopefully Amorim's here for 20 years. Let's talk a bit about. Actually, you know what? Let's move to Wally of the Week.
Wow.
Let's get into Wally of the Week.
Okay.
It's 1:45.
All right. Sound. I'm.
Who's your Wally of the Week, Joe?
Do you know what? I actually forgot we were gonna have to do a Wally of the Week. Have you got one, Ronnie? To buy me some time?
He ain't got one. He's never had one.
To buy me some time for.
Do you know?
I've got one. If you
go on. You just buy me a little bit of. A little
it's not really Wally of the Week, but I will say I did.
Jack Grealish.
Why? We would have it. Because he's wasted his potential.
Just the perception.
I don't know, man. I feel like it almost feels like
100 million.
He did what it says on the tin. Like, he's great on the ball. He was never really like a Pep Guardiola type of player. Like, he's very instinctive. He's not one of those that he sort of sticks to these sort of specific role.
He's a maverick.
He's a maverick, and it wasn't like that was a team set up for that. And yet he came in there. He won 2 titles and a treble or whatever it is, and it probably entertained him a bit, and then just went on the piss ever since they won the treble, and kind of got away with it. Where in the sense that no one's really been on his case about it. I know some have, but not majorly.
No one really.
Not
cares,
to the sense, you know what I mean? Marcus Rashford gets 30 goals in a season and still gets grief, and it's like Jack Grealish can go a year without scoring, and no one really gives a shit.
Yeah, it's a meme occasionally, but it's not this like.
And I get
ever increasing sort of wave.
And I get
pressure on
the
it.
difference between the clubs is the fact that Jack Grealish has won lots of trophies during that time, and like Marcus
everyone cares less when you win, but still,
so
when you
I don't know. I just feel like it's not surprised me what's going on there.
Rooney got as a United player when he was here, he was playing well, when we were winning all the time.
Yeah,
he's got more stick from the press than Grealish.
I feel like as well with Rooney, United were more reliant on him than at times than City with Grealish. I remember like in the 2011-12 season when he had that like little sticky patch, and it was like it was all about Rooney, and if Rooney wasn't playing, even though we had a good team, it was like that was one of the releases when you get Van Persie in the following season. He picked up the slack because Berbatov had fell out. I think it was that season he fell off a little bit. So yeah, I get your point. I'm not surprised at how it's panned out with Jack Grealish at City. I didn't ever think that was a good fit. I'm actually annoyed that they got so many trophies during his time there. I don't know. I think Wally of the Week, right? I'm gonna call it the media in general, and I did the news this morning, and there's more than one story on this, right? And I get it on like Twitter or whatever, or Instagram. But there's like newspapers trying to make a story out of Ruben Amorim signing autographs and getting asked by a fan to sign Donnarumma and just laughing. And then you see like newspapers going, Ruben Amorim reacts to Donnarumma question. Ruben Amorim drops Donnarumma hint. He didn't dim out. Like, he just sort of went, like, that's not what on about. That doesn't tell us anything.
Rubbish.
Yeah. And it was like, that was the crux of the story, was that he just sort of smiled when he was asked about it, and then people making that into a headline and saying that proves one thing or another. It doesn't.
No, it doesn't. My Wall of the Week is La Liga and the Spanish Football Federation, because they're allowing Villarreal to play Barcelona in Miami as an official La Liga game.
Right, okay.
Disgusting. Absolutely horrific. And it's the slippery slope, isn't it? The thin end of the wedge, as they say. Because if in 10 years' time we've got... you can already just picture it, can't you? Look what's happened to every other sport. America's going to want to get involved. Saudi's going to want to get involved. The amount of golf and boxing events that take place in Saudi now. Like we said, America, there's going to be all stuff all around the world. The first Premier League game of the season. Everyone's first game is played somewhere on the planet. It's going to be money this, money that, and then eventually, like, I've predicted this already, but you're going to see involvement of other nations in the Champions League or whatever it may be. It's this sort of the football and the teams aren't really held by the league or the nation that they're part of. It's all just this sort of amorphous, money-fueled fucking fuckabout where you can just do whatever you want as long as it looks all right on telly. Absolute garbage. The fact that I think it's since we went live, there was reports of it already, but yeah, the board of Spanish Football Federation have approved La Liga's request for Villarreal versus Barcelona to be played in Miami in December. Just shit.
So
what is the point?
Sorry, just to be clear then, Villarreal are the home team in that scenario.
I guess so.
Like,
yeah, as it's written there.
I'm just curious, as like, would they got away with that if it was like Barca were the home team and they were like, oh, you're going to play your game?
Yeah, you don't get to play at the
in the new camp. Would the Barca fans have had that?
Yeah,
I doubt they would have done.
But I think it's just horrendous, and we shouldn't be doing it.
I agree. And listen, we've just been to the States, right? I met hundreds of passionate United fans, absolutely blown away as always by how dedicated they are. And I don't think for 1 minute I'm a bigger or better Manchester United fan than any of the fans we met over in the States. However, I still think Manchester United should play all our home games at Old Trafford. Obviously. I think that is part of what is Manchester United. We're Manchester United, we play there. And I don't think we should be saying, well, those fans should get to see United in the flesh as well, which is a good argument, but I don't think that means moving games to the States.
But also there's
not how it works.
An infinitely stretched out version of that argument where it's like, well, there's only 38 games in a season. There's 200 countries in the world. Why do American fans
Australia
have
and
preference over Australian or Brazilian or Argentinian or Ugandan or
yeah, exactly.
Everyone should be able to see Man United if you're a Man United fan, but that doesn't mean they should play a game in your country that is an English league match, and that's every nation.
No,
so
I
it's not just
agree.
I think
I agree with you, Joe, completely. And it's sad because that was me, and you were saying, right, your season ticket's gone up for starters. And now the opening game of the season, we're all looking forward to United versus Arsenal. I'm going to be there. Obviously, I know loads of United fans who are going. Oh, by the way, we're going to play it in Florida.
Yeah.
I'll be like, what?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? What are you on about? Yeah. And it takes something away from it. So yeah, not for me. I think that's a really good one.
Who's your Wally of the Week, Ronnie?
I pretty much said it, didn't I? I could say
was it Jack Grealish?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It was either Jack Grealish or seen the Garnacho picture.
No, what's he done now?
Oh, with vaping.
Is this
that's a good one. Should have brought that up.
Sorry, we did have that.
At this point, it just doesn't matter, does it? As long as
is that always getting a tattoo when he's vaping?
Yeah, it's one of the great pictures.
It's all happening in that
it's
picture.
One of the most plenty of fish profile pictures I've ever seen.
Like, vaping while
someone
getting
vaping
a tattoo.
and having a tattoo at the same time.
How do you know that?
Because my mate used to swim plenty of fish.
Is that a dating thing?
Yeah, but it's sort of a little bit more kind of old school. You might get the sort of the 30 to 50s on there.
It's like Friends Reunited.
Yeah.
That 30s to what?
50s. Get stuck in.
What?
You might like it. We've got a couple of super chats before we go. Scott Hayes says, if we don't get Belabor, other than Wharton, who else fits that mould that would be achievable? Tell you what, if you want a long, proper form answer to that, go and watch the video that we did with Carl Anker a couple of weeks ago talking about midfield options. He did a full article in The Athletic and we broke it down and went through loads of options, and he can say it better than I ever could. So go and check that one out. Von Maxwell says, shout out from North Carolina. Hope you guys are having a good day. And big up Ronaldo for that player of the match.
Yes, well done, Ronnie. Player of the match for Stretford Paddock FC.
Well done, Ronnie.
Love to see it. Keep going. Keep going, son.
I could have been better, man.
That's the spirit as well. That's the attitude.
Yeah.
Never.
Not resting.
Good isn't good enough, as they say. Right, thank you very much for joining us. This has been the Paddock Podcast. That's Jay, that's Ronaldo. I am Joe. We'll see you in a bit.
Expressions of Nottingham Forest are enemies, yeah? After what that Greek Suge Knight, yeah, Marinakis did, he made him sign a new deal. You've never seen something like that happen before, yeah? The man signed his new contract and he was like, Mr. Marinakis. He's a grown man, you know. Are we in school?
Mr. Marinakis to this Mr. Man is crack, isn't he?
Is Harry Kane the best striker in Premier League history?
Yes.
Cunha in Bumo, Šeško, turning our attention to Belabor. You've got Donnarumma, there's links there as well. That's a hell of a window, and that's exactly what we needed. A top half finish is good enough for me.
What Eddie Howe's got to do, he's got to get a crystal ball out and say what's best for my team. Do I want him back in the dressing room? Because make no mistake about it, he's not going about it the right way.
No.
I think he's a fantastic player, and I loved some of his performances last year, particularly the 2 League Cup semi-finals against Arsenal, home and away. But he's not handled this situation well.
Hello, I'm Ryan Scott Douglas, and this is the kickoff with TalkSport and TalkSport Bet. Head to TalkSportBet.com or download the TalkSport Bet app to get everything you need for the Premier League season. 18+, gambleaware.org. Woo, the Prem is back, and it promises to be one of the most exciting seasons we've ever seen. Joining me to look ahead to all the thrills, spills, tears, and cheers is the one and only Ali McCoist, the man simply known as God at Anfield, Robbie Fowler, and a man who is never short of a metaphor. Expressions. So, guys, thank you so much for joining me. Ali, what a season we have ahead of us, eh?
Right, mate, can't wait.
Yeah.
I can't lie to you, I enjoyed a couple of weeks off, but that was plenty. Let's get back into it. A lot of the big clubs made big signings, really exciting. There's a good few have strengthened, one or two not strengthened. I suppose one or two sections of fans were a little bit disappointed in the movement in terms of the transfer window. However, some of the quality that have come into the league is fantastic. Can't wait.
Yeah, absolutely. Me too. You know what? Let's just jump straight into the predictions then. Let's start with the Premier League winners. Robbie, you've chosen Liverpool, haven't you?
Yes.
So have these two as well, but I've got to stay with you, Robbie. Of course I do. My question is it going to be head, is it going to be heart, or is it a combination of the two?
I think it's a bit of both, to be fair. I think when you look at Liverpool last year, Premier League champions, absolutely deserved. I don't think this year, it's going to be a foregone conclusion. I think they'll have to work hard for it. The players have signed, I think, are going to make the team a little bit better, certainly from an offensive point of view. I have a few worries, if I'm being honest.
Yeah.
But you know, as the season comes on, you know, I think they'll work it out. I think Alan Scott's a great manager. I think he'll bring out the best in his team. I
think he's been brilliant. Honestly, God, I think Alan Scott's been a breath of fresh air, and you're right. And I've gone for Liverpool as well. I thought it was fantastic last year. The level of consistency they showed was brilliant. And I like the signings. I love the signings. But here's my question for you, and you'll know better than them to answer this. They've lost some firepower, mate. Obviously, the disaster, the tragic circumstances with Jota, Nunez, Diaz. That's a lot of goals, mate.
Slot said that as well, didn't he? He said we're not forgetting we've lost starters as well as gaining.
Big time.
Yeah.
Are you a little bit concerned? Have Liverpool got the goals to replace those lost players?
Well, time will tell. I think certainly on paper, you know, they've just signed obviously Florian Wirtz, who has been an outstanding player for Leverkusen the past couple of years. He's going to come in. He's a player that probably Liverpool have lacked. You know, I think Liverpool have maybe struggled when teams have sort of sat back defensively and made it hard, and they haven't really had that. You know, Coutinho. I know he's not the same as Coutinho, but that Coutinho type player who can open up little doors. I mean, you've lost Nunez. Ekitike comes in. Let's be honest, I think he's probably better without
probably an upgrade, isn't it?
Without having seen Ekitike, you know, in all honesty.
Let me tell you, I watched him, and I thought first 45 minutes, Robbie, he can play. Honestly, God, he's one of these boys up front. You know, you're a midfield player, you fire into him. You're confident he can keep a hold of it. You're confident it's going to stick. I mean, and he scores after 4 minutes. When you go to a club, you know, it's like you go to a club, and particularly if you're a striker, a forward player, you want to get a goal, so you're off and running. 4 minutes. I think he's going to have a great season.
My thing is with Liverpool, because last season, obviously Arne Slot was like a Terminator, innit? Arne Schwarzenegger in that. He was doing his thing, didn't spend no money. Do you know what I'm saying? And them lot won the Premier League for me with ease, innit? However, this season's going to be a lot more difficult, do you know what I'm saying? Like, a lot more difficult. Man City strengthened, Arsenal strengthened, do you know what I mean? So, for me, I think the money that they've spent has showed me how you're going to win the league, get as far as you did in the Champions League, and still spend that amount of money shows me you're serious, do you know what I'm saying? And as much as they've lost Diaz and Nunez, they're not letting them players go without someone coming in. And we all know Alexander the Great, Alexander exit, he's leaving Newcastle. There's no way they can keep him there. Obviously, Newcastle's waiting to sign 2 strikers.
I think you're right.
They're waiting to sign 2 strikers, but these men can't land any targets. The only target they can land is their left back, Matt Target. That's about it, innit? Everyone keeps rejecting Newcastle, innit? So
there's only 3 centre-halves, though. There's only 3 centre-halves,
though. Obviously, add on to that one. So you're talking about, obviously, the teams in and around Liverpool have strengthened. Liverpool have strengthened. OK, they've lost the Diaz, they've lost Nunez, but they probably have strengthened in certain areas. What you're saying there, Ryan,
Welcome to the Total Soccer Show and part 1 of 4 of our 25-26 Premier League previews. Here we go. On this episode, we're going to tell you everything you need to know about Arsenal, Aston Villa, Bournemouth, Brentford and Brighton heading into the new campaign. We'll be looking at where each team left off last season, their summer business, their manager and style of play, key players, and our patented Total Soccer Show very specific predictions. My name's Ryan Bailey, joining me today, your friend and my friend, back in his native Virginia, the Commonwealth thereof. Taylor Rocco, hello, how are you?
Hello, my friend. I only saw marginally more Confederate flags in Pennsylvania than Virginia this time round. It was significantly more last time, so progress, I guess, but very excited to be back talking with you all, and very proud of us that we've decided as a unit that Arsenal come first alphabetically. Enough of this AFC Bournemouth nonsense. It's Arsenal first, and that's not just because I then get to preview them.
That's right, Taylor. To be clear, Bournemouth do not come top of the Premier League rankings alphabetically, but AFC Wimbledon very much do. We don't want to be rotten.
Is that to game the system? Is that to get to the top of the previews every year? Next year we're going to have ABC Wolves as a member of the Premier League.
AAA Wolves. Yes, sir.
AAA Wolves. There we go. I always like AFC. At the start of the season, when you've got the Premier League table, or whatever table, but everyone's got 0 points, I always used to like it when AFC Wimbledon would appear at the top of their respective league. And because we always used to be at the bottom for alphabet reasons. Cool conversation. Joe Lowry, how are you?
Hey, I'm glad you took it there, Ryan, because I was about to roast you for that exact thing. That's why you like it so much, is because that's the only time you'll ever see it. But then you went and did it anyway, darn it. I'm just going to be quiet now. What's up?
Hey, all good here, Joe. Very good to have you on board for our Premier League previews, as it is good to have on board Mr. Graham Ruthven. Hello, Graham.
Hello, Ryan Bailey. How are you? Are you nice and rested after our summer of not watching any soccer? Of course, are we feeling rested, guys? Like the Premier League starts this weekend, we feel prepared. Summer of soccer didn't push us to the brink over the course of a couple months. None of that happened, no.
That's right, no. I haven't watched any soccer the last few matches. It's been pickleball? I don't know.
Pickleball. I don't even know what that is. Sounds fun, though.
Graham.
Disappointingly, it doesn't involve pickles. That's all I'll say, Graham.
That was a huge chance, Ryan, for us to absolutely gaslight Graham and something completely different. Missed opportunity.
Never mind.
Am I the only one that thinks that Graham is lying? I feel like Graham has to know what pickleball is.
Yeah, is it paddle? Is it just, as the Europeans call it, paddle? Same thing, right? Yeah.
It's paddle, but easier. Let's call it that. Okay. But yes, I'm very much back in the Premier League mood. I think, Graham, I always get into that mood when I see the Community Shields on and I don't watch the Community Shield. That's when I feel like I'm really back into it.
Oh, man. Ryan, this is so on brand.
I watched the second half of the Community Shield. Does that count with the penalties?
It's quite a fun game, actually.
Yeah, it was a good result.
Good vibes.
Yeah,
I think Liverpool are going to be fun this season. More on that later in the week. I am previewing them. Well, maybe not as fun as in terms of like just running away with the title as they did last season. I think they have some defensive issues maybe to iron out. But yeah, good game. I'm glad you agreed as well, right?
Yes.
Having watched all 90 minutes.
Indeed. My expert analysis, I'm glad it's valued. Community Shield, come on, it's a friendly. Anyway, let's get into our Premier League previews. But before we do so, patreon.com/Total Soccer Shows, where you'll find our bonus content, including bonus Premier League content coming to the feed this week. We're going to give our Golden Boot predictions. Graham's going to be talking about kits. Oh, I can see him shaking with excitement from here. There we go. Patreon.com/Total Soccer Show, where you also get access to our Discord. A please and a thank you. All right, Taylor, without further ado, I'm going to hand, metaphorically, the reins to you, sir.
All right.
Because I would like you to talk for a little bit about Arsenal. Is the second place trophy on the cards again? Can Gyökeres be the difference maker? Let's hear about the Gunners, please, Taylor.
You've seen my preview ahead of time. I am setting a timer to keep myself within limits, and I will just tell you all that I set it for 8, and it glitched to 30. So not sure what to make of that one. But we're going to go with the 8 and see how we do. As Ryan said, last season, second in the Premier League for the third straight season, 10 points behind champions Liverpool. They had the best defensive record in terms of goals allowed, third best in terms of goals scored, but still 17 behind Liverpool, 14 draws to Liverpool's 9, and that seems to be the major issue when you talk to Arsenal supporters, read what Arsenal supporters have to say, is that idea that those draws could have been wins. Some of them were draws when they were leading. There's much finger-pointing done towards the officials and officiating decisions, but overall there was a feeling that maybe just not enough to get it across the line to really close that gap. And injuries, obviously, a very big part of that. You had Saka missing 3 months, 19 games with a hamstring injury. Kai Havertz with a hamstring injury, missing 18 games. Gabriel Jesus with a hamstring in early April, missed 12. Excuse me, that's just Gabriel. The Gabriel Jesus thing is a little confusing. Gabriel missing with a hamstring injury. Gabriel Jesus missing with an ACL tear. He'll be back in November. So you lose a lot of your attacking quality there, and there wasn't a ton of depth to make up that difference. And so what they have done this summer is sign a lot of very good attacking talent without losing very much. Not meant to be shots fired at Kieran Tierney, Graham, but I guess shots fired at Kieran Tierney. They also lose Thomas Partey on a free. Are you sad that Tierney is no longer with Arsenal?
I mean, he barely plays soccer. He's in the Gio Reyna camp of just consistently injured. He made his debut for Celtic, came off at halftime with an injury, so that's pretty much how his career goes. But yeah, still sad.
Hey.
In spirit, still sad.
But I really think that aside, Graham's sadness aside, I think it's been a really strong summer, and I think I am the most bullish out of the four of us when it comes to Arsenal, because they made some smart signings. They also made some smart re-signings. They inked Miles Lewis-Skelly, the Pirate, and Ethan Nwaneri to long-term contracts. They bring in Martin Zubamendi, who has been critical so far in their preseason, Victor Gyökeres, Noni Madueke, Christian Mosquera, Christian Norgard, Kepa Arrizabalaga, to name just a few. With all that spending, they have still been comfortably outspent by Liverpool, and so there remains a concern. They've shored up a lot of the issues. They've strengthened a lot of areas. There is still the question of, have they done enough to overtake Liverpool? What they have been doing in this preseason, from what I have seen, is changing up their approach a little bit. Mikel Arteta, the manager, has kind of not quite fully adjusted his tactics, but I think added new wrinkles, and I think that's been necessary. He will have been at the club for 6 years now when we get to December, but obviously not a ton of silverware, really covering himself in glory, and he has basically said that this needs to be a season in which they win things. He said that in the past, but it feels more relevant this year. Looking at the way Arsenal played last season, Arsenal, along with City, averaged, I stole this directly from The Athletic, but I thought it was really interesting, averaged the fewest number of possessions per game last season, and had the highest number of possessions ending with a touch in the opposition box. So what you can extrapolate from that is they kept the ball for a very long time, meaning that they didn't turn it over, regain it, so there weren't a huge number of possessions. But when they did have it, they kept it, they moved it slowly. Eventually, they would find attacking opportunities, but that didn't always lead to the necessary goals scored, and it didn't allow them to kill off games, hence the number of draws. This preseason, they have been trying to address that, and there have been many more direct attacks than we have seen from them previously. That can be long balls, like through balls into feet for Gyökeres, or for other attackers dropping in. That can be long balls in behind, but they have tried to vary things up a little bit with Declan Rice to Saka, a kind of consistent theme of that. More on that tendency later on. There's also been an effort to shore up things on the set-piece side, because we talk about Arsenal being exceptionally good when it comes to attacking set pieces. I did not realize they had the worst defensive record last season in terms of goals from corners. It was 6.8 goals per 100 opposition corners, which is not, a massive number, but still telling that they're good at attacking, less so at defending them. And this season, I think they will be very good at attacking, not least because they bring in Victor Gyökeres. We've talked about him plenty from Sporting Club de Portugal. No Arsenal player scored 10 goals or more last season. Gyökeres managed 97 in 102 games for Sporting. So we would assume he'll be scoring plenty of goals. I somehow missed that he has had a somewhat lengthy career in England. Was everyone aware of that except for me?
He was at Coventry, a couple of seasons ago.
Yeah, and Brighton on their books too, but didn't really break through, which is where Rio Ferdinand came in and said, not good enough for Brighton last season, or when he broke through, therefore not good enough for Arsenal this season. I'm not sure I am going with that. I think
those are the only two extremes. He either says that or Ballon d'Or, Ballon d'Or,
yeah,
Ballon d'Or.
Exactly,
There's nothing in the middle.
Exactly. Graham gets it. One of my specific predictions, or my specific prediction was going to be, until I added another one, and I know Ryan doesn't like multiple ones. So this will just be a thing I am saying instead of a specific prediction. I think he is going to have more goals than Kai Havertz and Gabriel Jesus had last season combined. Havertz had 9, Jesus had 3. That would be 12 goals. I think, given that nobody scored more than or 10 or more last season for Arsenal, I think Gyökeres will do that, and I think it will be somewhat comfortable. I think he has already proven that he can be the kind of fox in the box that they occasionally need, but also can do the more Arsenal technical, tactical, possession-oriented thing when need be. And so he kind of gives them different looks, but also in having him in there, he gives them different personnel looks, where if he then sits, they can bring in a false 9, and that can be a little bit more unexpected. It can just give them variety that I think they didn't have, but also a necessary bluntness that they didn't have last season. And I think that will make players like Martin Odegaard have better years. He had a bit of a downturn statistically and just in terms of the eye test as well last year. But I think the midfield addition of Zubimendi, some of the attacking strength that they brought in, and then some of the existing attacking strength with Saka back in there, I think it's going to be a strong season for Odegaard again, paired up with Declan Rice as the kind of more attack-oriented central midfielders with Zubimendi behind. I think that gives Arsenal so many different options and so much quality in possession. And I think Declan Rice especially has already been sort of adjusting his game from an Arsenal perspective, less so from his career perspective, which gets to my specific prediction. We have seen him in the preseason going more direct and being kind of critical in playing more direct. And so I think, as a specific prediction, Rice will attempt and complete more long balls than in any of his prior Arsenal seasons. He was 117 for 240 last year, 137 for 210 the year before that. But if you go back to his West Ham days, he's attempting like 300 long balls pretty regularly, which is not surprising given West Ham's style of play. Yeah. But I think that doesn't mean they're just going to be long ball merchants, but I think he is the one who will kind of be the trigger for turning and trying to find space in behind, trying to kind of launch some of those attacks, and I think he is more than capable of doing it. So I think it's going to be a strong season for Arsenal. I genuinely don't know if they have enough to overtake Liverpool, who I think most people would say is the favorite to retain the Premier League title. But I think Arsenal are in an even better position than they've been in seasons past when there was a lot of enthusiasm around them. And one little bonus thing, I think heading into the first game of the season, which is against Manchester United, I think that game is going to be really chaotic. And I think there are going to be goals. I hope I haven't just doomed us to a 0-0. But I think it's a sign that Arsenal are evolving, will try to kind of spring some attacks, will turn the ball over maybe more often than they did last season. I think that kind of suits Manchester United under Emery, and so I think it will be like maybe a 3-2, maybe just 2-1. But I think there's going to be goals in this game, and I think it would be easy for Arsenal supporters to come away thinking, this doesn't look better. This doesn't look like the consistency and stability we wanted. But I think if you see it as, there's the timer, as them evolving their approach and trying to do new things, okay, I think it will be for the better if this game is chaotic. So that is Arsenal in a nutshell with Declan Rice spraying some long balls.
Yeah, it feels like their plan for the summer has been to add more variety to their game, right? Because last season it wasn't the matches against the teams in the top four, the other teams in the top four that essentially lost them the title. In fact, their record, I was just looking through it, Taylor, to jog my memory while you were talking there. They didn't lose to another team in the top four last season. They had that game against Man City where they absolutely smashed them 5-1. They draw away at the Etihad. They draw both games home and away against Liverpool. They drew away against Chelsea and they beat them at home. Those weren't the games that lost them the title. It was the home matches against. They lost at home in February to West Ham 1-0. They lost at home to Bournemouth in May 2-1, when admittedly the title race was essentially over at that point. But they also drew away to Nottingham Forest. And these are teams who are going to sit deep and ask Arsenal to pull them apart and break through them. And they didn't have the solutions to do that last season. So instead of going out and splashing the cash on an Isak, who looks like he's going to be available this summer as much as Newcastle are digging their heels in, it feels like Arsenal's plan has instead to be give themselves different looks with players like Noni Madueke, who can be a depth option behind Bukayo Saka to prevent them from running him into the ground every single season as they have done for the last few years. It's to have someone like Gyökeres to be that penalty box physical threat. I still expect Kai Havertz is going to start a lot of games and get a lot of minutes in that position for Arsenal this season. So that is the bet that Mikel Arteta and Arsenal, with their Bertra as well, their new sporting director who's come in for this summer, that's the bet that they've made. It's just whether they can make up, what was it you said, Taylor, 17 points or whatever it was?
10 points, but a significant number of goals. That's
right, 10 points, not quite as large as I thought, but that's still a big jump for them to make as a team.
I will say, I think this Arsenal team is excellent. I mean, I think they're absolutely going to be in the title race. They are flawed still, like some other teams at the top of the table are flawed, but that's what's going to make this season so fun, and I think that's what makes this season sort of difficult to predict who that winner is going to be. On the Gyökeres front, Graham, you detailed that point really well, right? Arsenal last year were better in games. Think about their Champions League run, right? They were better in games against teams that were willing to open up a little bit and have a little bit of the ball and leave some space to transition into, compared to teams that sat deeper and made Arsenal's life really slow and boring and miserable, right? I don't know, and Taylor, you talked about this a bit, I don't know that Viktor Gyökeres is the striker to help them in those kinds of games. In fact, I think he's probably not the striker to help them in those kinds of games. He's a bulldozer, he is a menace in transition, he is strong, although not as dominant in the air as maybe it sounds like he should be based off of that profile. Like you said, Graham, I think Kai Havertz is going to get a lot of minutes, but then it does still make me think, what's going to happen on that left side? Like, they have still been connected to various wingers. I think I said last week that maybe we're moving from hot striker summer to hot winger summer, so maybe there's still a domino left to fall. It feels like there is for Arsenal, but it seems like there is still a hole in this team in that you go out and sign Madueke to be a backup on that right side, and Gyökeres's profile is not perfect. And can you count on a full season of healthy Kai Havertz? I don't know that you can. I don't know that Arsenal want to be in a position where they have to rely on his presence in that front band of three to go and be the difference maker against those lower blocks week in and week out. I'm a big Kai Havertz fan. I mean, outside of MLS All-Star Skills Challenge situations. Other than that, I'm all about it. But there's still that nagging question in me that I'm wondering, does Zubimendi's lift in midfield combined with the pieces you've added give you enough to be better in those kinds of games? Yeah, it helps you be better. Does it help you be awesome at that stuff? I'm still not 100% sure about that.
I take that point, Joe, and I agree. I don't think Gyökeres is a player for those games. I kind of wonder if those are the games where Havertz will play as that sort of mobile number 9, and then by bringing in Zubimendi as your new midfield anchor, that then takes some of the responsibility off Martin Odegaard, who you can play as more of like an outright creator around the box and not having him be part of the kind of double pivot next to Declan Rice. So that's where I think the broad approach to this transfer market, and not just focusing on like one player. As much as fans are focusing on the new number 9, I understand why they do that. Shiny new number 9 is always attractive. I think the other players that they brought, and even someone like Christian Norgard is a set piece machine. He was at least last season for Brentford, so obviously that's going to lean into what Arsenal do as a team and potentially make them even better in that sense. So I just think this Arsenal team is going to have more looks, which you would hope are going to give them a better chance over the course of the season.
One last thing with everything that's been said, should have noted, Arteta came out, I think, this weekend and noted that he doesn't plan for them to be done in the transfer window, so there may be one or two more signings, but has said that it's kind of dependent on sales, and they have not sold very much so far in the window. So I don't really know who that would be that they could move out the door to make way for a big move, like, say, an Eze from Crystal Palace, but given Crystal Palace's limitations and the fact that they've now said publicly they're going to sell Marc Guéhi, I think they're going to want to hold on to Eze, so I feel like that will be a premium. So I'm not sure how much more strengthening Arsenal will do, but that is something they've said they're willing to do with the right sales.
Excellent stuff. Thank you very much, Taylor and gang, for our preview of Arsenal Football Club. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll talk about Aston Villa. Join us then. Total Soccer Show, welcome back to our Premier League previews. I'm going to grab the mic a little bit to tell you about Aston Villa. Graham, you might be aware, as a UK resident, that Birmingham has a trash strike at the moment. It's had a trash strike since March for 6 months. Just piling up on the streets. It looks like New York City in Birmingham right now. Unbelievable. They need Homer Simpson and Sanitation Commissioner.
They do need Homer Simpson and Sanitation. Yeah.
Can't someone else do it?
Garbage man can. But will Villa be trash like the streets of their city? Probably not, I say, this season. What a link. What a link indeed. I was just fascinated that 6 months of trash strikes are a thing that aren't a bigger story. I suppose they are a big story in the Midlands, though. Aston Villa begin their campaign this Saturday at 7:30 Eastern against Newcastle. And I think they've got a pretty good potential start, a good ramp into the Premier League this season. Of last season's top 10 sides, before October, they only faced 2 top 10 sides, Newcastle and Brentford, which I believe are their first 2 games. So they've got potential to get some points on the board if all goes well at the start of this season. How did they do last season? I think Villa fans would call it an all-timer. Unai Emery's side, 6th place finish last season, his 4th season in charge. He's finished in the top 7 in all of his seasons with Villa. And last seasons they were in the Champions League for the first time since 1983. And as Joe doesn't stop going on about, they won the European Cup in 1982. Joe talks about Peter Wiz and his goals constantly on this show.
I love the 90s. What can I say? I love the 90s.
As it were. Yeah. Anyway.
It's all one big long decade to Joe. It doesn't matter.
It's just pre-Joe. It's just the pre-Joe era. Villa with a great season. Obviously, probably their most famous victory of the modern era, beating Bayern Munich. The opponents they beat in that final that Joe doesn't stop talking about from 1982. They qualified from the phasing of the Champions League, defeated by eventual champions PSG. Arguably, they gave PSG the best run for their money in the home leg that they won against them. Also went to the FA Cup Final 4, ended at Wembley their FA Cup campaign by Crystal Palace. And they fell on the last day of the season at Old Trafford to miss out on the Champions League. So you could say this team fell at some pretty important hurdles last season. particularly that Champions League one. An elite team, but do they have elite mentality, I suppose, is the question you might ask. Also, you might question their away record. They lost 9 times on the road last season. They were in the bottom half for away points last season. So, what have they done over the summer? I'd say the most culturally relevant thing that Aston Villa have done over the summer was the Black Sabbath farewell concert in July, of course, with Ozzy Osbourne very sadly passing away a matter of days afterwards. A serious point to be made from that, though, is that Villa Park, they're monetising it a lot more this season. It's going to have rugby games there this season as well, and a lot more concerts. So whether that affects the playing surface or it, disrupts things a little bit, we will see. Not a lot of signings as we speak for Aston Villa. Marco Bizot is coming from Brest as a number 2 goalkeeper. Maybe not a number 2 goalkeeper, because Emi Martinez's future, as we record, is a little unclear. And if I'm not mistaken, he got sent off on the last day of the season, so he'll at least be sitting out a game or 2 as the season starts. They've signed centre-back Yasin Ozcan from Kazimpasa, Taylor? Kazimpasa, thank you very much. He's one for the future. He's gone straight on loan to Anderlecht. A few other sort of minor players. Free agent signing Zepekino Redmond, 19-year-old forward, who started for Feyenoord against Milan last season. Probably a depth option there as well. The biggest signing, Evan Gisson from Nice, a 26 million signing for the Ivorian there. I think what Villa fans might be most happy with is the fact they've secured some top talent with new contracts this summer as well. Tyrone Mings is on a 2-year contract now. Lucas Digne has got 3 years. Boubacar Kamara has got a 5-year deal from this summer. Probably the biggest significant chess piece move they've made this summer. He missed the start of last season with an ACL injury, so he'll be looking to come out swinging with that good run-in that Aston Villa have. Actually,
Ryan,
I've left out...
swinging. Did you see Tyrone Mings basically take Mason Greenwood by the collar?
Oh, okay. I thought you were going to go in the direction where we had to get the lawyers involved there, Taylor, but that's good. That's a better...
Okay. No. I enjoyed that in the preseason when Mason Greenwood had a kick out and then was not prepared for the full Tyrone Mings of Tyrone Mings.
Listener, if you haven't seen this, or viewer, if you haven't seen this, it's further than you think. He pulls Mason Greenwood around for longer and for a larger distance than you're imagining in your head.
In a way that no one really seemed inclined to stop him from throwing Mason Greenwood around. And I think a lot of people out there were okay with it.
Yeah, you wouldn't stop that.
Yeah. Thomas Partey playing in that game as well, I believe, Taylor. The second mention of yeesh. That guy for the show already. I would say the biggest move that Aston Villa have made this summer, though, they did a Chelsea. They gone and sold their women's team to themselves to help comply with PSL. Villa, they are confident of avoiding a PSR breach, it says here, allowing them to keep their top players. So that's one of the considerations as we head into the new season and the window's still open. Emi Martinez maybe, who knows, moving on because of the fear of PSR. But hey, they're selling stuff to themselves. They sold it to V Sports, which is the parent company of Aston Villa, with their billionaire owners and whatnot. Aston Villa's style of play. Unai Emery, we of course know all about him and the king of the Europa League as he is. He's won it 4 times. They're back in it this year, of course, so potential for a 5th for Unai Emery. Here's to you, Unai Emery. Villa loves you more than you will know is the song they sing on the terraces at the Ozzy Osbourne concert venue. Emery, by the way, interestingly, he's a majority shareholder, I found out this week, of 4th-tier Real Union club in the Basque Country, for whom his father played and his grandfather played as well. Villa's owners are also a 25% stakeholder in that club. Fun, interesting, maybe not. Unai Emery's style obviously likes a 4-2-3-1, sometimes a 4-4-2, very possession-based, patient in possession with quick transitions. They like to draw their opponents out. Very detail-oriented, Unai Emery. I think everyone knows exactly which footstep they're supposed to take on the field when Emery is in charge. Meticulous planner, set-piece coaching, everyone knows their roles. They can press high depending on opposition and the game state, of course. The key players going into this season, I would say probably one of the Premier League's 2 most pirate-like players, Morgan Rogers, left-sided forward, big part of this team. Yuri Tielemans with him in the middle, very, very important, 15 goal involvements last season. Ollie Watkins, probably one of the league's best strikers, I would say. Harry Kane is the only Englishman to register more goals and assists in Europe's top 5 leagues across the past 5 seasons than Ollie Watkins. He's not the best striker in Birmingham, though. That goes to their refuse collectors. Thank you. Pause for applause. Pause for applause. Pause for applause. I think what's good about Aston Villa is there's no real weakness in this team at this point that I can detect anyway. Maybe Villa fans will disagree with that, but it looks like they're on for a solid kind of... finishing 6th last season, a lot of people thinking they're going to finish around that area, which leads me to my very specific prediction. I believe Aston Villa will finish higher in the Europa League than in the Premier League. That said, I think they're going to get to the Final Four of the Europa League minimum, and they will not get to the Final Four or the top four of the Premier League. As I said, 6th last season. I don't think they can better that. They're not going to obviously finish above Liverpool, Arsenal, Chelsea, Man City, and maybe sort of some teams like Spurs and United, and who knows, Newcastle getting back in the mix there. I feel like the 6th to 7th kind of bracket feels about right for Aston Villa this season. So we shall see. There you go.
So wait, just to be clear on that. So you're saying they'll make the semi-final and thus be one of the top 4 in the Europa League, or like in the phasing they will finish in the top 4?
No, finish final 4 of the competition, which I would equate to the top 4 of the Premier League in my weird mind.
Who took them in the draft?
Me, I think. Was it me?
Okay.
To win the Europa League, I think.
That's a very solid one. I wanted to give Ryan credit again for his Fiorentina one. Ryan, that was a solid pick, man. I keep going back to that one. But Graham with Aston Villa, I feel like you might have 2 winners right there, one between you. Or one each, rather.
Yeah. In which case, it would be similar to last season, where a lot of the memorable moments and the success came in Europe, because it feels like, with everything you've outlined there, Ryan, PSR's really biting. Keep in mind, they had a couple of big deals lined up from January. The Marcus Rashford one, the Marco Asensio one, which I think combined they would have had to pay like €70 million to sign the 2 of them. And whether they wanted to or not, and Marcus Rashford started off well and then faded, and of course picked up an injury towards the end of the season. They just couldn't do those deals, and that's a big factor in why they have been unable to significantly strengthen their squad, at least in terms of starting players. And actually this summer has been more about keeping hold of players, because before Manchester United signed Benjamin Sesko, there were talks for Ollie Watkins, and Morgan Rogers has been linked with Chelsea and Tottenham, so that has been more of the focus for Aston Villa. And then it becomes difficult when everyone around them, when Chelsea are spending a fortune, Arsenal, Man City, Liverpool, even Manchester United, Tottenham doing business, it becomes difficult to then propel them higher up the table. So this could be a challenging one for Villa.
One more weird theoretical question. If you're a Villa supporter, how excited do you think you are for the Europa League? Because it does feel like in a standard season, you'd be excited to be in Europe. There's a feeling that with Unai Emery there, you've got the talent, you could make a run, you could make the final, you could win the whole thing. And I don't think that was ever really a feeling with them in the Champions League. But as Ryan has already outlined, they made the run they did. They had so many high moments. It wasn't like they were just knocked out in the phasing and were sort of out of their depth. So it's a weird one where I feel like they should be really excited to be sort of the big fish or one of the big fish. But at the same time, given the way the Champions League went last season, I wonder if there would be a little bit of less enthusiasm than there would have been otherwise.
Yeah, I think they'll be in a Thursday night huff for a few months of the season, and then by the time they make the latter rounds and it becomes they can plot their way through the competition to potentially winning, I think there will be some momentous nights at Villa Park this season.
Thursday Night Huff is a good band name, I'll say that. But also, I think that Bayern Munich game was that's the one they'll tell their kids about, I think, frankly.
Yeah.
So to come from that to this season, Taylor, I think you might be right. There might be a drop-off, because how do you get better than that?
That thought was born of my probably freezing cold take of, is there a chance that Villa are happier to be in the Europa League than they were in the Champions League? And I think the answer is no. But still, should be excited, because I think they should be expecting a run, as Ryan has already outlined. Otherwise, Ryan doesn't get any prediction points.
Okay, we'll see. All right, very good. Joe, would you like to tell us all about Bournemouth and their 4th consecutive top-flight season? I'm presuming they're kind of aiming for top half consistency this year. What do we think?
I think that would be a great outcome for Bournemouth. I love that I got them in the luck of the draw here, because they were one of the stories of last season. They were one of my favorite stories, certainly, of the Premier League season last year. They finished 9th in the table last season, equaling their best ever finish in the top flight, 56 points, which was their record tally in the top flight. Such an impressive season in their second season under Andoni Iraola. They were 17th in estimated wages based off of FBref's data, which, grain of salt, but Bournemouth are not a big club. Ryan, this stat you just cited of their 4th season of top flight soccer in a row, that implies that they were not always in the Premier League, and they are not always in the Premier League. They are not a big club, and yet they outperformed pretty reliably throughout all of last season. Some really, really awesome stuff. They finished 6th in the Premier League in expected goal differential, 4th in expected goals, 8th in expected goals against, while having that squad that wasn't making a lot of money. And we do know that wages are tightly correlated with success at the highest levels of this game. They did it with a low-paid squad and the 4th youngest squad in the league based off of average age weighted by minutes played, according to FBref, 25.1 years. So the 4th youngest squad. They had this 11-game unbeaten stretch in the league from November 30th to January 25th. So much fun. They fell off in the last 3 months of the season. They won just 4 of their last 15 in the league. But still, so much credit to Bournemouth for what they did last season. Standouts last year, 3 double-digit scorers in Justin Kluivert, Antoine Semenyo, and Evan Nilsson. They were anchored by 2 really impressive young center backs in Dean Howson and Ukrainian Ilya Zabarny. They cannot also forget Tyler Adams in here because Taylor's here with us. He played 2,000 minutes for them last year despite injury struggles. The TLDR in last season, it was an incredible success for a very young Bournemouth team who blossomed beyond expectations. Now, what have they done over the summer? They have lost a lot of key pieces, and that is the plight of being a very good young team on a budget. They've lost Dean Howson, or rather they helped him move to Real Madrid for 62 million euros. Couple that now with Ilya Zabarny, who's headed to PSG. That seems almost all but done. He is set to have his medical in Paris this week before a 63 million euro move to PSG. Then you have Milos Kerkez, who's off to Liverpool for 47 million euros, and Kepa as well, who was their starting goalkeeper last year. His loan has ended. That makes 4, for those counting along at home, of their starting back 5, if you count the back 4 and the goalkeeper, who are gone from a team that was excellent last season for most of the year. A lot of holes, and they're starting to replace some of those players. Georgi Petrovic is in from Chelsea, 29 million euros. That's former New England Revolution star Georgi Petrovic. He fills that starting goalkeeper spot, at least in Bournemouth's eyes. They've added Adrien Truffert from Rennes for 13 million euros. He will be the left-back replacement for Kerkez. Iraola has spoken publicly about how they want to add at center back, which is like the most no-brainer thing ever. They've reportedly, though, reached an agreement to sign Lille center back Bafode Diakite, 24-year-old, 35 million euro fee. That is the second biggest fee in Bournemouth history, behind Evan Nilsson. There could be some more movement at center back and also in the wide areas. Reportedly interested in Leverkusen's Amin Adli, while Brentford are interested in Bournemouth's Dango Ouattara. So that's something to watch on that front. Maybe an in, maybe an out coming in the wide areas. Manager. Andoni Iraola, widely regarded as one of the top up-and-coming coaches in the game. 43-year-old Basque manager. I don't know if he's got any stock in some 4th division team. I think he needs to get on Unai Emery's level, frankly. But he played for Athletic Club, had a cup of coffee at NYCFC before transitioning into coaching. He's got a really interesting coaching career. Started off some in Cyprus, then in Spain, then makes his way to Rayo Vallecano in Spain, then is hired by Bournemouth ahead of the 23-24 Premier League season. He's been there for 2 seasons now, finished 12th in the first year, 9th last year. Upward trajectory, we will see. Some other fun, or maybe not, as Ryan said, Andoni Iraola facts. He loves the book Dracula, and he also dropped this banger of a line on the influence of managers last season, quote, "The game is for the players. Coaches are just the assistants. Coaches cannot pretend to control the game. Luckily for the game." I love this man with my whole heart. Style of play.
You're never going to leave that quote out of your
Absolutely not. 0% chance. Bournemouth don't dominate the ball, which should track based on all the things I said about them. They don't spend a lot of money on salaries, and they don't have top-end talent. Also, they're not a big club. They attack very quickly. They were second last year in the Premier League in long pass attempts, second in the league in crosses. They defend very aggressively, and that's where they made a lot of their money last year. 7th most tackles in the final third, surrounded by, really, in that top 7, all of the big clubs, along with Brentford and Brighton, right around them in the top half of that ranking. There was a point last year, guys, where no team in the Premier League, the Bundesliga, Serie A, or La Liga had won the ball more often than Bournemouth in the final third. That is wild. This team is so aggressive in how they play. They'd also created the most shots from those regains in the final third, Their games are chaotic rather than controlled, although I do think Iraola bristles a little bit at that description. Key players for Bournemouth to watch this season. Whoever they end up getting over the line at center back is a darn good place to start because there are gaping holes in the middle of that back line. Also looking ahead of line at Tyler Adams and Ryan Christie in midfield. I think those 2 players, they're already having massive starting level roles in this team. But with all of the chaos and transition behind them, both like tactical transitions and also the literal, there are new bodies behind us in our back 4 kind of transition, those 2 players are going to be critical to how Bournemouth play this season. They have to have good seasons, I think, if Bournemouth want to stay roughly in the range that they were last year. And then the attack as well. Kluivert, Semenyo, Evan Nilsson all back in this team. That's huge. And if those players can maintain their level, that is going to go a long way to buoying Bournemouth roughly to where they were, even as the defense kind of Flintstone styles like tries to run and scramble to catch up to where they were last season. My VSP for Bournemouth is that they will end the season in the bottom half of the Premier League in expected goals allowed. I mentioned it already. They were 8th last year. They will be in that bottom half, so 11th or lower is what I'm thinking. Maybe maybe a lot lower. I'm worried about their defensive ability with those 2 star center backs leaving. That feels like a reasonable concern. It feels like an ice cold take. I think there's a world in which Bournemouth, as they've proven to be pretty savvy with the recruitment, they've been a really solid team in the Premier League over the last couple of seasons. There's a world in which they nail their recruiting and they nail those incoming signings, and they don't have quite the same drop-off that feels very possible. But man, that drop-off sure feels possible. So I am worried about Bournemouth, not as a relegation threat by any means, but I think there are a lot of worlds where they are not finishing in the top half this season, and a lot of that may stem from the fact that they've just been pillaged defensively.
So, Joe, maybe less of a Dracula performance in which they're sort of like haunting England and like stealing power from teams in London, and more so a Frankenstein situation in which they're trying to piece together parts to make something happen?
I think that's about right. Iraola also has talked publicly about how he doesn't like Frankenstein nearly as much as he likes Dracula.
I'm reading that article now.
Yeah, we've read the same piece for The Athletic, which is a great piece. People should go and read it
More
if you
of a
want.
Stoker than a Shelley guy. All right.
Yeah. Well, he went to Shelley's grave.
Yes,
That's
he
where
did.
a lot of this came from. He's buried in Bournemouth. Didn't know that. Mary Shelley.
He's a man of culture, Iraola. I mean, he is such a likable guy. And another factor in all of this for Bournemouth, maybe not so much for this season, but for something to watch in the future, is what happens with Iraola and how much of their success is dependent on him. And how much of it is dependent on the players and their recruitment. Iraola would certainly say that a lot of it is based on the recruitment. I don't know that is a concern, like I said, for this season, but Bournemouth have other concerns to contend with at the moment.
Joe, you categorise Bournemouth as not a concern for relegation, but I do see a timeline where a big manager goes at a big club, a Real Madrid level club, Iraola gets picked up, they have some holes in their squad still, and they get into big troubles. Is that fair?
I mean, there is a world in which that happens. Probably not at Real Madrid, given that they've just signed Xabi Alonso. But, I mean, yes, point taken on that. It is not an impossibility. Although we did talk last year about how Iraola scales to a bigger team, right? With his style, not at all what big clubs are doing. Like, there is not a big club, really, that plays like Bournemouth play, right? And that's savvy managerial work on Iraola's part to take advantage of what he has. But I do think if you were Real Madrid trying to decide who to go to on your next manager, I think that was maybe the listener question that prompted us to dive into Iraola a bit more last season. If you're Real Madrid, you have real pause in going out there and hiring a manager who's just doing nothing. Like there's no way Barcelona or Real Madrid or City or whoever, none of those teams are going to play like this. And that makes trying to figure out how Iraola will lead your team to success a little bit murkier than it would with someone like Alonso, who was doing big club style stuff at Leverkusen last year.
Yeah, I totally agree, Joe, that his style maybe doesn't translate into these teams. That doesn't necessarily mean that one of those teams is not going to go and get them. We've seen that sort of thing before. And I think this season is going to be a little bit of a... I think they're going to fall back somewhat, Bournemouth. But the kind of moves that they have sanctioned, the sales that they have sanctioned, this is what they want as a club. They're part of this multi-club ownership group. They're owned by Bill Foley. They're part of the Black Knight group. And within that...
Best named MCO on the market, by the way. I mean, Black Knight, just top tier stuff. Keep going, Greg.
Yeah, there's not much competition out there, really. It's City Football Group. It kind of pales in comparison. Yeah, that's a bit boring. Black Knight sounds good. And they regularly speak about how Bournemouth want to be this platform. And you look at the players they've sold... Number one, for the money they've sold, like their wallet is busting this summer. They're surely going to spend some of it. Number two, where they have sent those players to. Kepa has gone. I know he was alone, but he's went to Arsenal. Milos Kerkez, that's a better example. He's gone to Liverpool. Dean Huijsen, he's gone to Real Madrid. Zabarni,
Anthony,
he's gone
Burnley.
to PSG. Yeah,
no,
that's
not quite.
I was getting there, Taylor. I was getting there. But this is what Bournemouth want to do. Even their sporting director, Richard Hughes, has gone to Liverpool. So they are sending people to the best clubs around the world.
Yeah.
It's now the difficult part where they need to renew and they need to make the cycle go round again, and that's going to be tough.
It's a strange situation, one we've talked about many, many times, that like any one of the like three dominant clubs in Portugal would probably like really do well to have Iraola as a manager and enjoy that sort of like developing talent, helping kind of send through talent, selling them on, but then still being very competitive, but probably can't afford to pay him what Bournemouth pay him, even with Bournemouth like financial restrictions. So like if I'm Bournemouth or a Bournemouth supporter, I'm more concerned about like Nottingham Forest having a slow start than I am Sporting Club de Portugal coming in for him, as strange as that might be.
All right. Very good. Thank you very much, Joe Lowry, for your Bournemouth summary. One more quick break. When we come back, it's Brentford and Brighton's turn. Join us then. Total Soccer Show, welcome back to our Premier League preview, part 1 of 4. We've reached Brentford. And Graham Ruthven's going to tell us all about them. Brentford finished 10th last season, but with no more Mbeumo, will they be bueno? And without Frank, will they have an unfortunate stank?
Oh man, I did not care much for those puns.
Hey guys, I just remembered.
Right.
I've got a thing that I have to go do that's specifically not where Ryan is, so I'm going to go do that thing.
Actually, you've just jogged my memory, Joe. I do as well. Sorry. See you
Gotcha.
later. No,
you both loved it.
I'm still
Carry
here.
on.
The thing that I hate is he might be right. They might, well, what was it you said? Have a stank this season.
You know what? I'm gone.
This was a team.
Whose side are you on, bro? I mean, I thought we were in that. Anyway. Whatever.
Spiritually on the collective side of all of us against Ryan, as always, of course. But yeah, this was a team that made a habit of starting quickly last season. I am not convinced they'll be starting quickly this season, but more on that later. A quick recap of what they did last season. As you referenced, Ryan, last season was a strong one for Brentford, who finished smack bang in mid-table, 10th place. That was a big improvement on the previous season when Brentford got pulled into that relegation battle. Much better last season. I think the only disappointment from last season was there was an outside chance of them qualifying for Europe. That was on the cards for a while, but they simply dropped too many points over the winter period. That was a real weak period in the season for them. But nonetheless, Brentford had the second lowest estimated wage bill in the Premier League last season. So to finish 10th was a huge overachievement, and that's what Brentford have been for the last 4 seasons. They are overachievers. They are a club that puts, right down to their owner, they are a club that puts a lot of faith in data and shrewd recruitment because they have to. They are not a large club. They don't have the budget of some of the clubs around them. This season, though, that model is really going to be tested more than ever before because it has been a summer of change for Brentford. So let's start with the manager, Thomas Frank. He's gone. He's taken over at Spurs, and he has been replaced with Keith Andrews, who is a very handsome man. He's got great hair, but he is a complete rookie. He was Thomas Frank's set-piece coach. Some listeners may remember, Joe, I'm trying to think, this may be a little bit before your time, but Keith Andrews is a former, not quite in the 90s, but like the 2000s. I think he played for Birmingham and a few other teams, Blackburn maybe, but he was like a defensive midfielder.
Has he got the most generic name in soccer? If you were trying to think of a generic name, with all due respect to the Keiths and the Andrews out there, Keith Andrews just feels like,
so.
If you were going to gen a defensive midfielder from the 90s, you'd...
In Joe's defence, he does sound like a 90s hardman Premier League footballer, despite the fact he was a little bit later. But yeah, he doesn't have any managerial experience. As I said, he was the set-piece coach last season. And it's not just Thomas Frank who has left, who's gone from Brentford this summer. It is all his coaching staff as well. Justin Cochrane,
not
Chris
one of them.
Haslam, Joe Newton.
Keith Andrews is still there.
Keith Andrews is still there. The set-piece coach, of course, the one who had the most influence on the tactics and general overview of that team, he stayed, and he's now been made the manager. So all of those coaches that I just rang off there, they have all gone to Spurs. So Andrews, who has no management experience, he's stepped up. Brentford apparently also spoke to Kieran McKenna. There was that rumour which was quickly shot down, but there was a rumour about Pochettino for a couple of days. Andrews was promoted from within in the end, and that feels very much on brand for Brentford to do that sort of thing. The squad has completely changed as well. So Bryan Mbeumo, he is gone. He was Brentford's top scorer last season. Their second top scorer, Yoane Wissa, is also expected to leave before the end of the window. Their captain, Christian Norgard, has gone to Arsenal. Their starting goalkeeper, Mark Flecken, has gone to Leverkusen, and Ben Mee, a starting centre-back, has also left as well. And as if all that wasn't enough, Matthew Benham, who is the owner of Brentford, has also sold 25% of his ownership stake to new investors who are now sitting on the board and having a say on how this club is run. So it is a very different team and a very different club this season. There has been some incoming signings. 34-year-old Jordan Henderson, fresh from not being very good from Ajax and being past it for England, has arrived to replace Norgard in central midfield. Kevin Kelleher has come in from Liverpool to be the new number one goalkeeper, which I feel a lot better about that signing than I do about the Henderson one. I think he is a very good replacement for Flecken, if you ask me. They have spent €20 million to sign Anthony Malambo from Feyenoord. He is an attacking midfielder, has good versatility, can play in a number of different positions, and has a decent goal threat.
Will he wear number 5?
Will he? No.
Malambo number 5.
Oh, goodness. I'm definitely gone this time.
Sorry.
I mean, that's for as quick as that was. That's pretty impressive. I got to give it up. That's nice.
Do you blame me for not getting it first time though?
No.
Man, okay, so yeah, it's not beside the fact that you can make Lou Bega jokes on the signings that they've made. It's not a summer window that fills me with a huge amount of confidence. It has been low key in terms of players coming in. Manager
so you
already
don't have a little bit of confidence in your life.
These are now lyrics that are flying over my head.
Welcome, Graham. It's
at least the
Mambo,
the Mambo number 5 one. I could at least recall that one, but the others, not so sure. Moving on, Keith Andrews. He is the manager, as I mentioned. He's a rookie. Difficult to know what style of play he will favour. So, of course, under Frank, Brentford were known for their aggressive out-of-possession approach. They coupled that with having one of the quickest and most dangerous counter-attacks in the league. I would expect there to be a lot of overlap in Andrews' approach, because otherwise I just don't think Brentford would have hired him. I don't think they will want him to reinvent the wheel. So it will be a 4-4-1. That's how Andrews has set them up in pre-season. That can transition into a 4-2-3-1. They'll go to 3 at the back with the 3-2-5. Damsgaard likes to play as the number 10 and behind Igor Thiago as the centre forward. They get the wide midfielders inside. They push the fullbacks high and wide to support the attack at pace. And they will. The way that Brentford play is sometimes they will have like a deep line of confrontation, but there are a lot of pressures in midfield to then win the ball back and move quickly into the attack, into open space. I think Michael Coyote is going to be key for Brentford this season. He joined on loan in January, and I kind of highlighted him as someone that I liked. He was at Fiorentina. He's now joined permanently, and I think he's had a few months to acclimatise to the Premier League, and I think he is now going to be more important for this Brentford team. He's an interesting player in that sometimes it doesn't look like he is in full control of his legs, but he is very, very mobile. He likes to get up and down. I liken him to someone like Jeremy Frimpong. He is a real attacking threat who wants to get into the final third.
He sounds wily.
Wily. Is that another Lou Bega?
That was Taylor. That was Coyote Ugly. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Graham, just
carry on, Graham.
Sorry, Graham.
I'm not even sure what the references are at this point.
Wile E. Coyote.
All right, there we go. Coyote.
Hey.
So yeah, he's a real attacking threat, and then in midfield, it's also going to be a big season for Hendo, who still has to show he has the legs. First of all, to play in the Premier League. Second of all, to play the aggressive style that Brentford demand of their midfielders. Damsgaard, he was really important last season. He is the main creator. He's going to be really important this season again. And then Keane Lewis Potter, which is a great name, by the way. He had a good season last season, usually playing off the left. He is another creator. Although he's an excellent all-rounder as well in terms of his off-ball work and his general play. The big question of this team is the attack, because they have to find a way to replace the goals of Mbeumo and probably Wissa as well. You're talking like 40 goals in the league. Igor Thiago will feel like a new signing. He suffered a bad injury on his Brentford debut last season. He only played 8 games last season, but he was a club record signing for £30 million. So you know how people say, like a new signing? I feel like this one is actually pretty justified in that he basically didn't play last season. He came with a big pedigree. They saw nothing of him. He is a real physical threat. He's an archetypal number 1. Andrews has been using him in pre-season as his starting number 9. And then another player who was badly disrupted by injury last season was Fabio Carvalho, who will likely play on the right side where Mbeumo was so good last season. He is obviously a former Liverpool player. He's a dribbly winger. He likes to shoot from outside the box, and Brentford are going to need other players to step up in terms of goal threat, so he's one to keep an eye on as well. And that brings me to my very specific prediction, which is that Brentford are getting relegated. Just kidding, although maybe not. That's not specific enough. My VSP is, so basically I expect Brentford's attacking numbers are going to shift this season. They scored 12 counter-attack goals last season. I bet that number is going to be less this season. I also expect their average possession share is going to be less. It was already the 5th lowest in the league last season. I think that's going to be bottom 3 with Christian Norgard leaving. I just do not have faith in Hendo stepping up in that regard. However, one metric I don't expect to change much is their effectiveness from set pieces. So my VSP is that Brentford are going to match or exceed last season's tally of 13 set piece goals, which was the 5th highest in the league. Andrews, who, as I mentioned, was the set-piece coach, is now the manager. He is surely going to continue with that emphasis on set-pieces. Thiago, I think, is more capable in the air, more physical in the air than either Wissa or Mbeumo was. Damsgaard and Lewis Potter take their set-pieces, and they're still around. They're two of the players that are still in this squad. So I predict that they will score 13 or more set-piece goals this season.
Graham, if it's any other team but Brentford, and they appoint the set-piece coach as their manager, that feels like it's going to be a disaster, right? But with Brentford, it's like they've got something up their sleeve, they're geniuses, and they're eventually going to have him poached by Real Madrid in a season or two. But, like, outside of it just being Brentford, who tend to find ways to be competitive that we didn't see coming, that does not seem like the most inspiring appointment to me.
Yeah, I mean, Keith Andrews, before he was set-piece coach, he was a pundit on Sky Sports. He was the EFL pundit for Sky here in the UK. He seems like a smart guy, like he's articulate. I just don't have much faith in him immediately getting this squad up and running and hitting the ground running. It feels like they've got a lot of work to do before the end of the window. Joe mentioned in his Bournemouth preview they were being linked with Ouattara. I think he would make a difference for this team. But the thing that makes me fearful for Brentford is just how much strain is being put on their model right now. The success of their model is proven, but when you lose as many goals, you lose your manager, you lose your captain, you lose your starting goalkeeper, you lose your defence, your dominant defender, all in one summer, and you don't have much of a budget to replace them. The model strain is going to be insane this season. And things like bringing in Jordan Henderson. I mean, it's possible they've spotted something in Henderson's game for Ajax or for England in those substandard performances he's produced for both teams over the last 12 months. It's possible that they have spotted something that I and others haven't, and it's going to work and it makes sense. And keep in mind, the last time they lost a key player was when they sold out Ivan Toney to Saudi Arabia. And all of a sudden, Mbeumo and Wissa stepped up, and they were even better without him. So I guess it's possible the same thing will happen. But at some point, I expect Brentford's model to falter, and I kind of fear for them that this season might be when that happens.
Okay. All right. Well, I did feel bad about my criticism of Keith Andrews' generic name, but I've just looked up. He played for MK Dons twice, so he is one of the world's worst people. We've got one more team to cover on this episode. We've done Bournemouth and Brentford, sort of both overachievers, Taylor. I think for the final team we're going to talk about, probably in that bracket, and definitely in the bracket like Brentford are, of sports betting data powering things as well. Taylor, tell us about tiny baby boy Fabian Hürzeler's sophomore season on the South Coast.
I shall, because we're talking Brighton, who were 8th last season. 66 goals for, 59 against. Not the greatest goal difference, but when you have some very impactful injuries combined with a number of new signings betting in, that your team ends up only 1 point short of their points record from 2023 is no small feat, especially under baby boy manager Hürzeler. And they have spent plenty of money. They have been spending plenty of money, Brighton, because obviously they tend to sell some players as well. João Pedro, chief among them this summer, moving to Chelsea for over 60 million euros. Simon Adingra moving to Sunderland for around 25 million euros. Pervis Estupiñán moving to AC Milan, to name just a few of the many sales that they have made, means that Brighton have been able to spend quite a bit to further strengthen. And I think it's interesting to look at how they have gone about spending, because historically there has been a strong connection to South America. The Athletic outlined this well by listing basically every single player that they signed from South America who is no longer with the team. That's been a kind of staple of the club that is starting to fade or kind of move away from that model, largely because they now have that reputation of they're going to sign our player, South American player, for 4 million euros or whatever, and then they're going to sell him for 40. So we're going to charge a little bit more. And basically their model has been found out by a few different clubs, a few different countries. And so if you are a team in Paraguay and Brighton come in for one of your players, you're going to ask for a bit more. So I think they're seeing less value or less potential value, and so they have broadened their horizons. They've brought in 2 Greek players this summer, one of whom they brought in January but then immediately loaned back out. But now they've got the 2 in for the duration of the season. They've expanded into South Korea after their expansion into Japan went well, with Mitoma coming in, looking quite good, being a key attacker for them this season. And I think where they have spent that money is somewhat fascinating because if you look at their attacking strength for a moment, Charalampos Koustoulis, 18-year-old center forward, he's one of the Greeks I mentioned coming in. He's going to be the understudy to Danny Welbeck, who is still there, still scoring goals. Koustoulis already has a season under his belt in the top flight in Greece and has been a professional for at least 3 years, playing with their B team over there. And so I think the expectation is he is representative of a teenager who's going to come in, be an understudy, maybe get some minutes, maybe break through, but if he doesn't, next season is when they expect him to kind of become more of a starter. And that's the same thing for somebody like Tom Watson, 19-year-old right-footed English left winger, who they brought in from Sunderland. Same for Stefanon Tsimas, 19-year-old Greek striker, maybe winger. I've seen him listed in both spots, though he tends to be identified as a striker. He's the one that they bought from Nuremberg and then loaned back out for last season. So they have, I wouldn't quite say like more depth in attack, given some of the departures I mentioned, but they have potential depth in attack, and I think that's what they are about so far. In terms of their defensive stability, that is where I think they brought in more kind of impactful players. Maxime de Kuyper is their 24-year-old left back that they brought in. He is the Estupiñán replacement and has already looked good. He scored a goal in preseason. He's very attacking, very technically sound, very good in his positioning, both defensively and in attack, and I think will be a key player for them. They bring in Diego Coppola, who's a 21-year-old Italian center back, capped by the national team. He's like 6'6", I think, 6'5". He's a big fella, and so the expectation is that he also will help add some depth to a back line that is pretty solid and pretty consistent, but also could use some sort of competition for places. And so I think that they have strengthened, but maybe not to the level where we would expect them to like fully kick on, to fully be competing for Champions League, certainly even Europa League. I feel like if they finish 8th again, there will be some satisfaction for Brighton supporters, because that is stability and consistency. And that is also Fabian Hürzeler continuing to have an impact. The baby boy himself, now 32 years old, in his second season in charge, and a largely successful first season. Should be noted, he has very high demands for physicality, for training intensity, for distance covered, for pressing. And there is an idea that some of the injuries I mentioned from last season that limited Brighton's ability to kind of kick on to that next level are related to that intensity. If you look at their new signings from last window, you have Jorginho Rutter coming in. He misses 9 games with a foot injury. Yankuba Minta comes in. He misses a month with a muscle injury. Nats Wiefer misses 22 games. Brian Gruda misses a month with various injuries. Ferdi Kaliolu is out for basically the entire season. Matt O'Reilly misses 15 games due to ankle and knee injuries. Some of those are just sort of getting kicked, getting stepped on, the kind of physicality of the Premier League. But there is an idea that some of that is the number of games played, the expansion of the international calendar,
transfer window,
of calendars in general. We haven't gone
bombs
past
last night and
but
this
in terms
morning
of the number
over
of games played,
deals for Carlos
just
Baleba.
more minutes, more wear. But with a really intense manager, there is that concern of like, is he wearing down some of these players? And that's not just newbies. Jan-Paul van Hecke missed 6 games. Jack Hinchelwood missed 20 games due to a broken foot. Again, how much of that is on training? How much of that is just wear and tear? Who knows? But it's an interesting one to look at when you're looking at Hürzeler, who I think also is just a really interesting manager himself, similar to some of what Graham was talking about with Brentford last season. There is a willingness to think outside of the box and try different things, exemplified by Brighton being the team that led the league last year in outfield players taking goal kicks, a stat that we all know is incredibly relevant to play, but is really interesting in terms of what they do with that and why they do it, which is basically to pull opposition defenses forward when they're trying to press and to make it harder for them to know whom to press and when, largely to open up space through the middle when they overcommit numbers to then kind of ping long balls into feet and hopefully spring attacks, and they did that quite effectively. So a small representation of the way Hürzeler tries to do things differently and tries to kind of catch teams unaware. Sometimes caught unaware is Brighton's goalkeeper, Bart Verbruggen. He's 22 years old. He was identified by CIES. Graham, you know them, right? You're familiar? Big fan?
My favorite.
Yeah.
The observatory, right?
Yeah. I've seen this statistic doing the rounds in like every single preview, but I have to mention it for my own. They have him identified as potentially the most expensive goalkeeper in the world, with an approximate price tag of £54 million, which is not a small figure for a player who tends to make costly mistakes, or not tends to, but occasionally is good for a howler, is maybe sometimes questionable in his positioning, and basically needs to improve his consistency to help Brighton be more competitive this season, or stay competitive this season, but also just to kind of increase that valuation and kind of continue with the hype that has already been brought in by that valuation. Brighton bringing in goalkeeper coach Jelle ten Rueler, who apparently worked with Manchester United last year. Don't remember that. But he has previously worked with Verbruggen at NAC Breda and Anderlecht, or NAC Breda and Anderlecht. So there's basically an idea we're bringing in a coach who you have familiarity with to improve your consistency and reliability. Speaking of consistency and reliability, Lewis Dunk, the greatest chess passer the world has ever known, 33 years old, captain, 430 appearances for Brighton. He is in the final year of his deal. Expectation is that he will re-sign with the club and eventually move into some sort of coaching, staffing role. But long may he play for Brighton. Long may he continue to chest pass back to his goalkeeper. For people who haven't heard me praise him before or haven't seen those montages, you can find them online. He does it a lot. He's really good at it. Speaking of really good, Carlos Baleba, who at time of recording is still playing for Brighton, has not yet moved anywhere. And I honestly don't think will move anywhere this window. Famous last words. But he's a 21-year-old Cameroonian international, central midfielder, 31 starts last season, played 34 games. Strong numbers more or less across the board. Solid and progressive carries, in take-ons, in passes completed, in tackles, interceptions, blocks, aerial duels. He is very good at pretty much everything, which is why Manchester United are very much in for him. Other clubs have also inquired about his availability. Brighton have zero pressure to sell. Plenty of time left on his deal. There is less than a month left in the window. There's a feeling that they won't have time to find an obvious replacement. So essentially, he is available, but it will take something in the neighborhood of what Chelsea paid for Moises Caicedo, which was around £115 million, to get that deal across the line. I don't think Manchester United can make that happen unless they sell more of the bomb squad, and who knows if that's going to happen. So I think Baleba sticks around, and I think if he does go, that is a huge blow to Brighton, because they have potentially capable replacements in, say, Yassine Ayare, who's a 21-year-old central midfielder. In Joe, do you know who I'm a little bit hyped about?
Oh, go on, please.
Inter Miami's Diego Gomez, 22-year-old Paraguayan defensive midfielder, who is not quite a key player yet, but I think if Baleba goes, or if there are injuries, I think we might see him get more minutes, and has been a reliable performer under Fabian Hürzeler. I think will continue to be. Final thing for me, which gets to my specific prediction, is just the attack itself. Last season, they had joint top scorers, 3 players on 10 goals for Brighton last season, one of whom is João Pedro, who is no longer playing for the club. The others would be the aforementioned Kaoru Mitoma as the left winger, and Danny Welbeck, who is between 33 and 45. I forget how old he is at this point. But we don't know if Danny Welbeck will be able to last the entirety of the season, and we don't know if any of the kind of teenagers I mentioned will break through. So there's a question about where the goals will come from and who will be doing the majority of the goal scoring, and I think it's going to be spread out, which is where my very specific prediction comes in. I think Brighton will have at least 5 players scoring 7 goals or more, which is an odd one, but I will break it down. As I said, 3 players had 10. Then 1 had 6 and 2 had 5 last season, and then it falls off significantly from there into like 2 goals and 3 goals here and there. It's a smattering, but I think that variety and the depth that they now have in terms of proven goal scorers, proven minutes getters, but then also youngsters coming through, could mean that, say, Welbeck, who I think will score 7 or more for sure, let's say he gets hurt. That could be Tsimas getting a start, even though he is very young. But if he kind of produces, then he'll continue to play. But if it's not him, we've seen Jan Kuba Mintze in preseason playing up top. We've seen Jorginho Rutter playing up top. And I think that if one goes up top, one goes out wide, someone else moves into the number 10 spot, and they just have so much variety in the different attacking positions, combined with players who are now fully fit after having missed large chunks of last season due to injury. I just think there's so much variety in the way Brighton will attack and the number of players they have at their disposal that I think it won't be any one player who I think is going to be the difference maker for them this season. I think it's going to be contributions from a lot of different players, and it should be noted Brighton scored, I think, the 4th most goals in the Premier League last season. So plenty of goals scored already from the season before. I think more this time round. I think they're going to be targeting 7th to 8th to 9th, maybe in that range, and then kind of putting together more consistency to have an even stronger squad that they then sell on for $100 million per player next window. But overall, there is optimism, if not some trepidation, from Brighton supporters for the coming campaign.
Yeah, I think that's all very wise and a good shout, Taylor. I'm looking at someone like Matt O'Reilly, who last season I think he got injured on his debut for Brighton,
on the list. Yes,
and
sir.
just didn't feature really for Brighton. He's a cracking player, and so he's one of the players. What were your parameters? 7 goals from
5 different players. Yeah.
Yeah. If Matt O'Reilly gets the minutes in, he'll score 7 goals, 7 Premier League goals,
and
this
has
season
been starting in like the number 10 spot when they go with a 4-2-3-1 or a 4-3-3. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think they are going to spread things around. It's a little bit confusing they've let Evan Ferguson go when there is now an opportunity for him, or you would have thought there was an opportunity for him to be like an orthodox number 9 within this team, but he's on loan at Roma. I am slightly concerned that Brighton have lost 2 players that I think were so integral to, not just like they were good players, but they were important players in terms of their approach. One is João Pedro, the other one is Estupiñán, who's gone to AC Milan, and I think replacing those two, I mean, Pedro is an obvious one with what he offers, but Estupiñán down the left side with his mobility and the outlet that he provides, I think replacing him is going to be difficult.
I would say, like, a sneaky shout, Maxime de Kuyper is probably going to be of lower value if you are playing fantasy this season, but I think is going to be very attacking. As I said, I think got a goal in preseason. I would be surprised if he doesn't get a good number of assists as well. So he is the one that I think they're looking to replace Estupiñán. We'll see if he does well. On the right side, they also have a lot of different potentialities, but we're not quite sure who exactly will be the starter for Brighton. They've got proven experience, they've got young up-and-comers, and then they have Kadioglu. Ferdi Kadioglu, I mentioned him, missing basically the entirety of the campaign, is a left-back, but is also like very right-footed as well, basically ambi-footed, and so could be a right-back option as well if De Kuyper does kind of lock down the left-back spot. So they have, again, depth. It's just kind of a little bit of uncertainty as to who the actual definite, like, nailed-in starter is going to be. But that might also be the case for most of the team this season. That might be just the way they go, Brighton, under Hurtzler.
Thank you very much, Taylor. I have a fantasy Premier League draft happening tomorrow, and that has very much helped my drafting, I think, there, with the spread of goals you expect. Cross. Thank you very much indeed. There we go. That is part 1 of 4 of our Premier League previews this week. On the next episode, we'll be talking about Burnley, Chelsea, Crystal Palace, Everton, and Fulham. But for now, in this episode, Taylor Rocco, thank you again very much, sir.
Is that a woof? A woof for me? I think it might be a woof. Those teams that you just listed.
Woof.
There's woof. Yeah, there's woof
potential.
Woof adjacent, at the very least, I'd say. Yep, very good. There we go. Joe Lowry, thank you very much, sir.
Thanks, Ryan.
Thank you very much, Graham Ruthven.
Thank you, Ryan Bailey.
And thank you, listener, for joining us on this here episode. We'll be back on the feed very shortly, but for now, bye!
Baleba and Alejandro Garnacho. Also updates on Jadon Sancho and Rasmus Højlund in the show this morning. It is all going on, everybody. Stay tuned here, stay with us, get your comments in the live section. This is Forever United TV. I'm Adam, and yes, it does seem to be hotting up. D-Day, Decision Day, Deal Day, whatever you want to call it. From what Romano has said about Baleba, which we're going to go into in a minute, we've got a clip from what he said. This looks like the next 2 days, today and tomorrow, are going to be huge. By the way, another update on Donnarumma. Now, the plot is thickening on literally every single transfer that Manchester United are involved in. It's like bang, 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 bang. All of the news coming all at once. And it is a little bit too much to try and keep on top of all of it. So we're going to take it one by one. Each deal, each situation, where we're at with each one. Get through as much as we can in this morning show to get you fully updated on the start of your day. I know you've not got a school run because it's the summer holidays. So grab your coffee, chill out, relax, and get ready for an absolute transfer bonanza of a show here on Forever United TV this morning. Let's get going, and we can only start with one place, and that is the big one. Obviously, it's going to eclipse every other deal this transfer window. I'm sure of it. That is Carlos Baleba to Manchester United, where we're at with this situation. There was tons of reports yesterday as we went through on yesterday's shows, bringing you completely up to date from Rudy Galletti, from other sources, saying that the personal terms are agreed. Manchester United are preparing a bid. A lot of talk in and around the actual price of that bid being £100 million. Well, we just need to look at this and then wait, I feel, more than anything for one of the big guns to come out and actually give us a full-on update on what's actually going on with Carlos Baleba. We're waiting for it, and Romano's last night pretty much saying what we all kind of expected, but being a little bit more specific. This is what Romano said last night on Carlos Baleba, so you're completely up to date with all of the big journalists now. So here's Romano.
Carlos Baleba. Because for Carlos Baleba, I don't expect any development today, so the situation was quiet today. But over the weekend, Manchester United maintained contacts with the agents of the player, so Manchester United remain in direct contact. From tomorrow, so from Tuesday, I expect Tuesday, Wednesday, Manchester United to try understand how is the situation with Brighton. If they have a chance to negotiate, or if it's going to be really impossible to break that wall that Brighton always build around their top players when it's time to sell them. So let's see what's going to happen there, because let me repeat to you, Baleba is not closing doors to United. Personal terms will not be an issue. That's my understanding, and I maintain that. Then, on club side, work still needed, but these contacts for Baleba between Manchester United and Brighton are expected to continue. Not today, Monday today is not the day, but from the next days, already this week, more contacts will take place to understand more on the Carlos Baleba story.
So it looks like today, tomorrow, from what Romano said, are important for Manchester United. They're going to go into talks with Brighton officially and get to the point of where they can know what they can afford. Are Brighton going to accept what they can afford? And we move forward with this deal. I think that's pretty much what Romano was saying there. And I think he made it quite clear that there is always been contact. We've said this all along between Baleba and the agent. Romano not going as far as to saying that the deal is done in terms of personal terms yet. I wouldn't expect him to. I would expect him to just lead this out a little bit longer, being 100% certain. Like we said last night, some bigger reporters and journalists cannot commit as much as saying certain things as other smaller ones can. Their reputations obviously on the line. So Romano keeping cards close to his chest with Baleba on what's actually happening, but keeping it clear that obviously Manchester United are confident with Baleba on the personal terms. He wants to move to Manchester United. We know this now. I think that's quite clear. But he said, importantly as well, not yesterday, which was Monday when he was talking on this video, but today, Wednesday, so Tuesday, Wednesday, this middle of this week is going to be crucial to what happens next with Carlos Baleba in terms of Manchester United going to Brighton. The other journalists have said yesterday that the bid is going in. Romano's taken a stance on this as saying that talks are now going to intensify and move forward with.
Hello and welcome to the Good to Talk, back again with you guys and girls for another episode of what is the Arsenal Transfer Show, joining you every single morning at 8 a.m. UK time. Thank you so much, as always, for joining me and making this a part of your morning routines. It is greatly appreciated. I hope you're doing good. I hope you're doing well. I hope you've had a really good weekend and start to your week, of course, as well. We're back in the usual surroundings, of course, which means we're back with the usual audio settings and the usual surroundings too. I hope you enjoyed yesterday's episodes. I hope you appreciate that we're still doing them even when we're not at home. We're still trying to produce content for you. And thank you for dropping a like on the video, of course, as well. As usual, doing really, really well. And yeah, just continuing that trend, continuing the 1K everyday challenge. So let's not slip, let's not slide. Let's save that for the holidays. Let's just make sure we're dropping a like on the video and keeping our 1K every single day challenge going as well as feasibly possible. Good morning to you all in the chat box this morning. Thank you so much for tuning in. Good morning to Mark and Arsenal Thoughts. Jamie and Baz in the chat. We've got Visionary. We've got Paul. We've got UK Raven and Reese. We've got Andy and Maniek. We've got Loga. We've got who else in the chat? Katana. We've got Leroy. We've got Jonas. We've got Andy Nee as well. We've got has joined Brighton on loan. The Swedish Athletic deal sheet has dropped, which usually drops at the start of the week. James McNicholas doing the good work that he does, of course, with David Ornstein in that piece of the Athletic. And while there's not really any kind of, indications of big names or really any major updates, we don't really have too much in the way of Arsenal making major moves right now. As we have been saying, and I've been telling you, Arsenal's focus is very much on outgoings right now. And with the squad going into the start of this season, it is all about the preparations for this team ahead of the new campaign, with the Premier League starting for Arsenal on Sunday. But there is suggestions that they are looking at left-wing options and potential players that could come in on that left-hand side, because the player that is most likely to leave of the kind of higher caliber players in the group is Leo Trossard, of course. So if he is to go, Arsenal would need to find a replacement. We don't really know necessarily the identity of who that player would be, though, at this point in time, but Arsenal are said to be studying those left-wing options. There's been some reports in the last couple of days, of course, around Zinchenko going to Turkey, about Fabio Vieira going to Stuttgart, of course, as well. There's also been links with Trossard to Turkey again after those Fenerbahce links. Galatasaray have recently been linked with a move for Trossard as well, but links with Karl Hein, Albert Sambi Lokonga, and Pauk, of course, who was linked with him. We talked about that story yesterday. So Arsenal can move on some players between now and the near future. Then it will give them more time, of course, to make those moves in the market if they have that time ability to do so. But the likelihood of landing two of the more high-profile targets, of course, has taken something of a hit, and I'm sure will not spark an overreaction at all. Manchester City, as we know, are seeing talks ongoing with Spurs for a move for Savinho. The Brazilian winger is available for around 50 million euros. Supposedly he moved last summer for around 40 million euros to Manchester City. So they'll be making a very slight profit off a single season where he only scored one goal in the Premier League. And he could now be moving to Spurs. And to replace him and Jack Grealish, who has now joined Everton on loan, that deal is going to go through. Rodrigo is seen, and I sat here and did say that I felt as though that Manchester City would be the team, if any, that would get their hands on Rodrigo. It just felt as though with the players that could leave this summer, and it felt as though the team with the most potential money to invest in a late signing in the window were indeed Manchester City. It always felt to me like this was the most likely destination for Rodrigo, and if he is to move, it seems that Man City are the most likely destination. Arsenal, we talked about the idea of loans, we talked about theorising about this, but it was always just theory. I know that you've seen reports about Arsenal supposedly exploring a loan deal. To my knowledge, they were never really any substance to that. It was all off the back of kind of theory and discussing the idea of a potential loan deal, not an actual loan deal being explored. Is it to say that it's impossible that he moves to Arsenal? It's the transfer window. Anything can happen. But I'm sorry to break it to you that the idea of Rodrigo to Arsenal was always very, very, very unlikely. And again, I always recommend that you stay really careful and cautious when perusing social media. The amount of times I've been sent tweets from accounts that frankly have little to no track record when it comes to any transfers. This is not to say that people can't gain contacts and can't report on stories, of course, but don't fall into this trap. You have to earn that credit. A faceless account like Hand of Arsenal has earned that credit with a strong track record of information.
don't take it from accounts that have barely any, if any, credibility at all, and then don't end up getting disappointed when those stories that have had very little substance whatsoever don't turn out to be a reality. All we've heard that is realistic is that Arsenal have had an interest in Rodrigo, that their name has kind of been in the ring, if you like, and certainly would be ready to move for him if the right deal emerged, but that has never happened so far. So that's kind of where we're on that. And as of this morning, Fabrizio Romano reporting that Eberechi Eze is again a target of Tottenham. We heard at the beginning of the window that Spurs had kind of pulled away from a move for Eze. This was the period of the window where Arsenal's interest in Eze was at its strongest, because at that point of the window, Ethan Nwaneri had not yet signed his brand new contract. Now Eze has since, of course, Nwaneri signed that new deal. The interest from Arsenal, while still there, is not as strong as it was before. Arsenal would need to move considerable players on if they were to move for Eze. Eze is certainly a player that is loving the idea of a move to Arsenal, but because Arsenal are not necessarily there as a legitimate, realistic option at the moment, that could still change, but right now it's not too likely that a deal happens. Spurs have lost James Maddison. They're also looking to sign Savinho, and this is thought to be separate to that interest in Savinho. Spurs, of course, need a replacement for Maddison for the foreseeable future and have money to spend after they missed out on Morgan Gibbs-White. And that money that they would have spent on Morgan Gibbs-White's release clause is about the same amount of money that it would probably take to sign Eze. So there is interest from them in Eze as well. So it's not a great day to be an Arsenal fan from a transfer point of view, seeing, of course, rivals both locally and title-wise interested and very realistic kind of options for those targets in the market. But yeah, that is the reality. That is where we're at. That is the stories. That is the case right now. And Arsenal's squad is as it is going into the brand new season. And it's in a very good place.
Hello and welcome to 1992, a channel all about the Premier League. I'm your host, Dan Bardell, and today I'm delighted to be joined by Team Talk's Everton transfer correspondent, Harry Watkinson, to talk about Jack Grealish to Everton. It's a move that's imminent. Harry's been well ahead of the curve this summer. Got a few deals right for Everton, actually, I will say, this summer. So he was ahead of the curve with Jack Grealish to Everton. And Harry, welcome to the show. This one looks like it's happening.
Thanks very much, Dan. Thanks for having me. Yeah, absolutely delighted that Jack Grealish is coming. Someone Everton have been chasing all summer, and he's going to instantly improve the starting 11, in my opinion. And a real statement from the new owners, the Freaking Group. So can't wait to see how he gets on.
It's a huge fee, isn't it? Is it 12 million?
12 million, yeah, in that ballpark. Plus, obviously, the 50 million option to buy, which is a lot of money for a player whose contract expires in 2027. But, you know, he's a fantastic player, and hopefully he convinces us to pay that much money. You know, Moyes, long-term admirer of his. You know, I first reported the interest for Team Talk back in May. Everton have had to bide their time a little bit to get the deal over the line. Man City made it clear that obviously it wasn't in the plans for this season. Guardiola's been trying to cut down the size of the squad, and Everton moved pretty quickly to start clubs with the talks with the club, and now they've got the man. You know, I was a little bit worried at some stages. You know, Tottenham, they made a tentative inquiry after James Maddison's injury. You know, I thought perhaps they could swoop in for him. Obviously, Aston Villa have naturally been linked, but I'm told that he was really, really excited to join Everton and was sold on the project. You know, the opportunity to play consistent minutes, particularly in the run-up to the World Cup. And yeah, the fact that he was keen to complete the move is great from an Everton fan's point of view.
What's the wage situation with this? If Everton had to take on the bulk of his wage, all of his wage, where do we stand with that?
I'm not 100% sure on how it's balanced at the moment, but I think it's fair to say Everton will be paying a fair chunk. 12 million fee is a lot of money for the loan, but hopefully he proves that he's worth it. So yeah, I'm sure he will.
Look, I'm Jack Grealish's biggest fan possibly. I think I've probably seen many games, probably most games, in fact, that he's played in his career. Obviously, being a Villa fan and seeing every game he's played for Villa, and obviously Man City are on telly quite a lot, so I've seen a lot of him play for Man City as well. There's no doubting his huge ability. I think he's 30 next birthday. Jack Grealish. But the last couple of seasons have just been a nightmare for him. And I know he's a player that thrives on the rhythm of playing every single week. You just mentioned that there. He will get that at Everton. And also, I think David Moyes is the perfect manager for him, because he's someone who'll give him an arm around the shoulder. He'll build the team around him. He'll get plenty of the ball the way Moyes will play at Everton. And I just think this is one that's actually a great move for him and a great move for Everton. So, I mean, you're excited. I can tell by the way you're talking about him that you're excited. This is one that it's a statement, isn't it, from the owners?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's been a difficult summer in some ways, but a positive summer in other ways. You know, we've got Tiano Barry, who's an exciting new striker, who's raw. Will he go straight into the team against Leeds? The first game, I don't know. But he's certainly got potential. Grealish is one of them that instantly improves the team, as I mentioned before. I think Kiernan Dewsbury-Hall from Chelsea is another. I think both Grealish and Dewsbury-Hall will add a bit of a creative spark to create chances that we've been missing perhaps over the last few years. Other than that, a right winger, we're still crying out for a right winger. You know, Tyler Dibling has been the big target, but Southampton are holding out for 50 million, a package worth 50 million, which is it's a lot of money to gamble. And obviously he's got a lot of potential, but you just don't know. You just don't know if he's going to live up to be worth 50 million. So as it stands, Everton are looking at alternatives. You know, I've been told that Tyreek George at Chelsea, another young player, is of interest to us. Amari Hutchinson, who did quite well with Ipswich last season, and it's emerged today that Abdul Fattah from Leicester is another one who had an ACL injury last year, but very quick, creates chances, left-footed right winger. So there's another one to watch. But yeah, I mean, you look at the potential attack of Everton this season. Ndiaye, Barry or Beto, plus a new right winger, plus Grealish, I would think playing in number 10 position. Then you've got Dewsbury-Hall behind him creating chances. I think it's a really exciting time to be an Everton fan, and I think we should be pushing on for, you know, I would take a top half finish this season. I think that'll be the expectation. Whether we can push for Europe, you know, the Freaking Group want to be back in Europe in the next couple of seasons. That's their target. Easier said than done. But if we carry on playing how we did at the end of last season with these new additions, then it'll be a really positive start. And I think everyone's just really excited. The Grealish deal has just sent everyone crazy. And yeah, I can't wait for that first game now.
I was going to ask you about the reaction, because obviously, you know, I don't follow loads of Everton accounts on social media. I wasn't sure how they would react to it. You know, football fans are funny because it's never your money, but yet we get so hung up on how much things cost and how much you're going to spend on a player. And obviously, it is an expensive deal for a loan. But are the Everton fans generally quite excited and quite positive about this?
Yeah, I mean, I had a message from someone earlier, and I agree. It's probably the most exciting signing since perhaps Romelu Lukaku joined from Chelsea. Yeah. You know, James Rodriguez on that kind of level of a signing, and to do it in the season where we're going into a new stadium with new owners who are very ambitious. I couldn't think of a better player to bring in, and I just hope that he'll be back to his best under Moyes, and I'm sure he will be.
Yeah, he'll be freed up under Moyes, won't he? You know, he was at his best at Villa when he was kind of, the team was built around him. He was a free-flowing player. And I think although he's improved tactically at Manchester City, I think some of the fun out of his game has gone. Some of his natural instincts have been curbed. And I think if he's played in the right way, playing for a manager like David Moyes, I don't mean this disrespectfully, but when Grealish hadn't quite made the mark at Villa when he was coming through, it took an old school manager in Steve Bruce to kind of get Grealish going. I feel like it'll be the same kind of thing with Moyes, and he's a player that thrives under pressure. He says pressure is a privilege. You know, kind of trying to carry the team on his back in that new stadium. I honestly think that'll be one of the reasons why he's moved, because of that new stadium and the kind of the beginning of a brave new dawn for Everton with David Moyes, who I think is an exceptional manager. I think it's all kind of aligned and come together at the right time for Everton, where this suits both, and this is going to be a genuinely exciting signing. To be good for the Premier League as well, I think, seeing Jack Grealish back in free flow.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think David Moyes was the perfect choice to come back after a really, really difficult few years. We struggled under Lampard, struggled under Sean Dyche, who did his job, but it wasn't working towards the end. And he's really reunited the fan base. It was quite a fractured fan base at times over the last few years. So we obviously finished the season positively. And now to do business like we have, bringing in players like Jack Grealish and hopefully a right winger soon, I just think the atmosphere around the club is going to be better than it has been for a long, long time.
Yeah, and you've got, the defensive stability was there when David Moyes came. He had a brilliant second half of the season. In fact, the whole time David Moyes was back, it was a brilliant time for Everton. I think if he'd have been there from the start of the season, it would have been a completely different Everton. You would have definitely been looking at a top half finish, which is a million miles away from the woes that Everton have had over the last few years. Somehow didn't go down. I always think if you circle the drain long enough, eventually you'll fall down and get relegated. But Everton just seem to have this staying power and this resilience and always just about got away with it. But it's been a tough time for the Everton fans. They've got the new owners now. They've got David Moyes back. It's exciting. And I tried to have a stab at what I thought Everton might do with Jack Grealish in this team. Now, you've informed me that it's probably more likely to be a 4-2-3-1. But I don't think I'm a million miles away from Everton's best 11 here. And I think probably the most exciting thing for me is Ndiaye, such a good player, such a fun player to watch as well. Seeing the way that those two will work together and interchange and maybe swap positions during games and things like that. I think it's a really exciting front line for Everton. And when you've got that defensive stability that you're going to have with David Moyes at the helm, it was probably the attack that was lacking last season. I feel like now in this transfer window that has been described as being quite difficult at times. Obviously, we don't know how certain players are going to do, but I feel like they've rectified most of the problems that were there last season.
Yeah, I agree, especially with the point about Ndiaye. I think he's a fantastic player, exciting player, creates chances and scores goals. Defensively, I agree. Tarkowski and Branthwaite, I'm biased, but I would argue is one of the best centre-back partnerships in the Premier League. Right back is a little bit of an issue. You got Asnu down there, but he's predominantly a left back. I think we will be trying to bring in a right back before the transfer window closes. Jake O'Brien played there a lot last season and did very, very well, so it wouldn't surprise me if he starts there in the first game against Leeds. But he's a solid defender, and he certainly does his job. He did his job really well last season. But you're looking at this team now. You've essentially swapped Abdoulaye Doucouré for Jack Grealish, and you've taken out Calvert-Lewin and put in Tiano Barry as the starters. Whether it'll be Barry or Beto starting against Leeds, we'll have to wait and see. And of course Dewsbury Hall as well. So that's an immediate improvement to the starting 11, and hopefully we're not done yet.
Yeah, I'd expect Everton to make a couple of more signings. I think Moyes at one point was calling for multiple signings, and he's starting to get what he wants now, and Everton will have to satisfy him because he is a demanding manager. But let's look at that team, and to me, it feels more like an Everton team that David Moyes always got punching above his weight in years gone by in the kind of the Premier League glory years when Everton would always be finishing 5th and 6th, always challenging, still always upsetting the big boys when they came to Goodison Park. I kind of feel now that this is just getting more in the mould of a David Moyes team. And we do forget that attacking players at West Ham and attacking players that went to Everton who had maybe lost their way in their career but went and played for Moyes at Everton in the past, he did help them find their way again. And I really think Moyes will be a big reason as well why Grealish has gone there.
Of course, there's an obvious comparison with Jesse Lingard at West Ham, who he certainly got a tune out of him. I mean, Grealish is, in my opinion, a far better player than Jesse Lingard. But like you say, if he can build the team around him and get him playing free-flowing football again, I think he's got the potential to be Jack Grealish's best season since perhaps his second season at Man City. So, I mean, Moyes built a fantastic team in his first stint at Everton, and this has all the signs of him making the perfect start. And, it was always going to be a massive window. Grealish, will he only be here for a season? We'll see. 50 million is a lot of money to pay for someone who will be 31 next season. But for now, he will arguably be our best player straight away. Bar maybe Njai, certainly the best attacking player. So, can't wait to see how he does. Hopefully he starts against Leeds. We'll have to see how he gets on in training. And, the medical's booked in for today. Hopefully he scores a hat-trick against Leeds and gets off to a great start.
Well, he'll want to hit the ground running. He's had a good pre-season. Injury disruptions have been at a minimum for him, which I think has been part of the problem in the last few years. It has been the injuries that has curtailed him a little bit, and he hasn't been able to get that rhythm and play every week. But I guess he's settled in the area, so he hasn't had to move house, which will be a big thing. He's just had a child as well, so he's very settled in the area, so he won't have to move house, so there'll be minimal disruption there. I'd imagine he's going to be able to come into Everton and hit the ground running and hopefully make his debut in that first game against Leeds, as you said. But I don't think there's anything to add other than, actually, I wanted to ask you about the World Cup, because one of the main drivers of him coming to Everton will be the fact that he'll back himself to get in that England World Cup squad, and you wouldn't bet against it either, because Thomas Tuchel has name-checked him as a player. If he's playing, basically he said he'll be there.
Yeah, he essentially said if you're playing every week, then you're going to be in the squad. He really likes him. If he stays fit, he'll be playing every game for Everton. So, like you say, that was certainly a driving force behind him really, really wanting the move to Everton. It will be interesting to see where he starts against Leeds, because, Njai can play down the middle. We kind of have a lack of depth on the right wing at the moment. Will Grealish fit in there? I think he'll start as a number 10, but we'll see. But yeah, like you say, it's the perfect move for him to break back into that England starting 11. And we all know he's got the quality to do it. We all know he's got the quality to be one of England's best players on his day. So hopefully it goes well for us and it goes well for him. And he can score some goals at the World Cup for England as well.
Yeah, I'm a little bit envious because I did want him back at Villa Park. I did try and manifest it and make it happen, but I didn't get my wish. He's going to be an Everton player for the 25-26 season. Harry, thank you ever so much for joining me today. Where can Everton fans find you? Because they should be following you, because you seem to be revealing transfer news months before it's happening.
Yeah, please drop me a follow. It's Harry Watkinson on X, at HJ Watkinson. I work for Team Talk, so give them a follow as well.
Brilliant. Thank you very much for being with me today. And if you have watched, if you could subscribe to the channel with your post notifications on, that would be absolutely excellent. Jonathan Wilson and myself previewed the Premier League season that's upcoming last week. So go back and check that out. And we'll be previewing the Premier League every single game week as well. And actually, the Everton game is one of our featured games this week. So watch out for that. That'll be out on Thursday or Friday. Other than that, take care. Look after yourselves. See you later.
It's the hope that kills you. It really is. I'm recording this on Tuesday at 7:45 a.m. and in the past hour, Fabrizio Romano has doubled down on a small hours of the morning bomber from Paul O'Keefe that Tottenham Hotspur are in talks with both Eberechi representatives and Crystal Palace about a cross-London move for the English playmaker. This all on the back of a second bid for Savinho yesterday.
Champions League
and
winners
reports
PSG.
that Manchester City are lining up Rodrigo from Real Madrid as his replacement. It's hard to take. We've been burned so many times before. Do we allow ourselves to believe that we might see these two geniuses holding up the lily white shirt? Or should we ignore it all, play safe in the knowledge that they won't come to the lane? We'll be left with a disappointing German loanee at the end of the window. I'll be discussing all of this and more in today's daily Tottenham transfer news. Guys, thank you so much for watching. If you're on YouTube, please do give this video a like. Please subscribe to the channel for daily Tottenham Hotspur transfer news, but I've got to get straight into it. Like I said, in the last hour, Fabrizio Romano says that Tottenham are back in talks for Eberechi Eze, and this is a separate deal than that for Savinho, aka they want to bring both into the lane. Spurs trying again for Eze while they work on Savinho following James Maddison's injury and Sonny's exit. And here's the key part for me from Fabrizio Romano. Eze keen, but deal depends on Palace as the release clause has expired. This came from a tweet, I think, in the middle of the night, like 2 or 3 a.m. from Paul O'Keefe saying Tottenham have made contact over a deal for Eberechi Eze. Talks have taken place. And then yesterday, it was yesterday evening that I first saw a little note from an ITK saying Spurs now considering challenging Arsenal for Eze alongside Savinho. How do you feel, Spurs fans? Like I said in the intro there, I just feel like I've been burnt so many times, but I want it. I want it so badly. Can you imagine lining up in the same team, Kudus and how good he is with his back to goal, taking on players, wanting the ball all the time, alongside Eze drifting on the other side, coming to take the ball off the midfielders, coming to take the ball off the back four, and then Savinho with his absolute brute pace, working off the left or the right. If he's on the right, Kudus may be playing in the 10 or Eze in the 10. It's actually, I found myself in the shower this morning just being like, please let me have good things. Please let me have good things. I've heard these reports all summer long that Tottenham are actually desperate to spend about £200 million of their own money and then hopefully get £100 million in for sales as well that they can spend. And obviously we haven't had much luck with the sales, only really getting rid of Sonny for £20 million, but it's getting like crunch time. And we've already left it too late to get these players in, or any players in, other than Kudus and Palhinha and Takai for the Super Cup final tomorrow night. But it seems like if these stories are true, that Tottenham are trying to pull the trigger on actually getting Thomas Franks and players who would genuinely improve our first team no end. Now, my only fear is, and I have to play devil's advocate here, is every summer, seemingly, we get to this moment where we're interested and linked with these big name players and it doesn't come through. It rarely comes through. And then what happens is the corner of the Spurs fan base are like, Daniel Levy did this on purpose. He leaks this interest on purpose to get people trying to buy season tickets or trying to get people interested in the club and take the weight off himself. He's heard that there's a protest being planned before the Burnley game and all this stuff. And I just desperately don't want that to be the case this time. But to cover my back, I released a TikTok and YouTube short yesterday where I basically sarcastically said we're definitely going to get these players because, you know, we always get these players, Bastoni, Lautaro Martinez, etc., etc. So I'm trying to cover my back, but believe me, I want these players so badly. I think they could genuinely turn what is, you know, a good squad with a lot of young, exciting talent suddenly into a team that nobody would want to play against. Nobody. Our back four is actually really strong when all fit. And obviously we've added a bit of depth and a bit of bite with Palhinha, and he'll take some time to get up to speed, but he's got Premier League experience. But if we added Savinho and Eze alongside Kudus and then get Solanke back fit, you just know that that's a big, physical, strong side who all want to get on the ball. As far as I'm concerned, we haven't had a team at Spurs who've all wanted to get on the ball and actually been comfortable playing in tight spaces since Pochettino's best teams of kind of 15, 16, 16, 17, 17, 18. So I'm allowing myself to believe on this Tuesday morning, but I do feel like if Tottenham are going to get these players, then it has to be done quickly before other clubs get the chance to get their ducks in a row. Because we know that Arsenal are interested in Eze, but I feel like they've spent so much money this summer already that they have to get players out probably before they bring him in. And Spurs are going to have to just try and beat them to the punch. That's how I feel about it. let's be brave enough to go into Eberechi Eze's stats from last season in the Premier League. 34 appearances, so he stays fit. Another thing that Tottenham need to invest in is players who stay fit throughout the season. We suffer from injuries far too much. Think how many games Romero misses, and Van de Ven, and then even Solanke and Richarlison just miss far too many games. So 34 appearances, 8 goals, 8 assists, 0.24 goals per match, 102 shots, 29 on target. That's just in the Premier League. All comps added to those 34 appearances, 8 goals in the Premier League, 5 appearances, 4 goals in the FA Cup. Big game player, Eberechi Eze. 4 appearances, 2 goals in the League Cup, leading to 43 appearances and 14 goals total. Eberechi Eze is 27 years old now, England international, and he has this release clause of, I think it's 58 million. It might even be 68 million. But anyway, this release clause that some people say, Fabrizio Romano says this has already expired, but then some people saying that actually it expires on the first day of the Premier League season. The key to me, for me, as to why I think these talks are now happening is yesterday Crystal Palace found out that they won't be in the Europa League. They'll be in the Europa Conference League. Mad Marinakis of Nottingham has done the dirty on Crystal Palace and found Forest's way into the Europa League at Palace's expense. And so I think basically now Mark Gay is in talks with Liverpool, and Spurs are trying to steal a march on Arsenal to get Eberechi Eze in. And like I said, I just think it would be an absolutely wonderful signing. Let me know in the comments what you think. Okay, moving on to the Savinho deal. I talked about this in yesterday's video, but it's moved on, and all the reports coming out are that the reputable journalists, the likes of Ornstein, O'Keefe, Fabrizio Romano, they think there is a high chance that Tottenham can get this one over the line, and that is why Man City are now going in hard for Rodrigo. They wanted someone maybe a little bit further down the line in terms of their development, even though Savinho has done really well for them. And Savinho, with a World Cup year coming up, wants to play basically every game he can. So apparently Spurs' first bid was around 50 million euros. That was rejected by Manchester City. Negotiations continue. Tottenham expected to come back with a bid for 60 million euros next. Man City wants 70 million euros. So it feels like there's a compromise to be made there. The player really keen on the move, according to Fabrizio Romano. Like I said, he wants to play every game and to feel important. Personal terms will not be an issue. Thomas Frank really pushing for Tottenham to sign him. He wants the player at Spurs. So that was Fabrizio Romano's talk on it yesterday. More reports, Savinho has given the green light to join Tottenham and is now waiting for the clubs to find an agreement. The conversations began last week, and the projection between the parties, between both clubs, is that it won't become a soap opera. They both want a deal to be done. And the Times said yesterday, and this links into the latest news on Eberechi Eze, that Spurs want to sign a creative midfielder in addition to signing Savinho. So let's go into Savinho's stats from last season. In the Premier League, 29 appearances. So again, stayed pretty fit. Only 1 goal, but 8 assists. Obviously with a squad as deep as Manchester City and a player as young as Savinho. He only, remember, came in last season for about, I think it was like £30 million all in. But he did come from one of Manchester City's sister clubs. So, you know a little bit of money has been taken off that. But a young player trying to find his way up in the hierarchy of megastars at Man City. So to get 8 assists is okay. It's pretty good. And only 1 goal. He'll need to improve on that. 55 shots, 21 on target, shooting accuracy of 38%, 11 big chances created. But one of the key things for Savinho, for me, is the absolute fear of God that he puts into opposition defences, and that would free up space for other players, for the likes of Kudus, for the likes of Solanke, and, dare I say it, if we were to actually get the good things that we so deserve, Eberechi Eze maybe. Savinho totaled 11 assists across all comps. So in the Champions League last season, 9 appearances, 1 goal, 1 assist, pass accuracy 86%. These are 2 players, like I said, that I just think would absolutely rip it up at Tottenham Hotspur. And we're clearly going for players with pace and power and desire to take people on one-on-one. And that is something that we've all talked about during the Ange years that we're really missing. Certainly Nathan from the Extra Inch, great podcast. Make sure you listen to that if you don't already. He's been talking about the so-called dribbly winger for a long time. Well, Savinho is the ultimate dribbly winger, and we already have Mohamed Kudus on the other side. Let's get all these players together young players, hungry players who want to grow with this club, want to play every game and play some really good football as well. Because all those players, like I said, they just want to get on the ball. They want to come deep for it. They want to pick it up and then drive at the opposition. And also really suits Thomas Frank, who clearly wants to play a transitional style of football. Suck up a little bit of pressure where necessary with our great back four, good shot stopper behind them, and then hit with pace and power and hit them where it hurts, and also be really devilish from set pieces. That's clearly what Thomas Frank wants, what he thinks suits Tottenham in terms of the kind of players we can get and the budget we have. And listen, we all know that in some of Spurs' best years, remember when we had Rose and Walker breaking down the flanks under Pochettino, we were just devilish on the transition, and I think we can be that again. Okay, just going into some more Spurs news, transfer news. Bologna have asked for information about Bryan Hill. He wants to leave Spurs this summer. I think it makes sense. Let's hope we can get, at this point with Bryan Hill, I think we just got to accept it's been a failure and take, if we can get anywhere close to £10 million for Bryan Hill, snap their hands off. Mikey Moore has signed a new contract at Spurs. He turned 18 yesterday, signed his deal, currently on loan for Rangers. He hasn't played for them yet, as far as I can tell, but I'm looking forward to seeing how he does there. And Luka Vuskovic has given the green light to a loan move to Hamburg. The club are just waiting for Spurs to give their approval to the move so the deal can be finalised. I could be wrong, and this could bite me in the arse as it gets announced in the next hour or two, but I think we'll keep Luka Vuskovic till towards the end of the window, because obviously Takai is out injured, Dragoshin's still out injured, and need a bit of cover for Romero and Van de Ven, because behind them is only Danso and Ben Davis. But let's see what happens. All right, guys, before I go on to some quotes from Thomas Frank before the big Super Cup final tomorrow night, once again, please, if you're on YouTube, give this video a like, press subscribe for daily Tottenham transfer news throughout the rest of this window. Also, press that notification button so you know when my content drops. And you'll see in the description box below a link to the Football Content Awards. It's the last few days where people can give their nominations. If you like my content, please do.
Will go up against Europa League winners Tottenham Hotspur in the UEFA Super Cup final this Wednesday. Coverage begins at 2:30 p.m. Eastern. You can watch it on Paramount Plus and the CBS Sports Network. Now, PSG and Tottenham seasons last.
For Barcelona, the show continues. The Barca show, the Catalan newspapers, as Luis Garcia joins us. Luis, we're talking about some of the problems in a. Now, we heard Luis talk about it. Rodrigo, where is he going to be playing come the end of the transfer window? Manchester City have been the latest side that have been linked to the Brazilian international, with suggestions that maybe Savinho could go from City to Spurs. So more on this. Luis Garcia is still with us. Don Hutchinson and Frank Leboeuf join the show as well. Luis, where do we stand on Rodrigo and his ability to adapt to the Premier League, blah, blah, blah?
No, I have no doubt. He's been one of my favorite players, to be honest, when he played for Real Madrid. And right now, we think that it was moment to maybe make the jump. Start becoming a bigger player, a player who has got more importance into the team, because in Real Madrid, he's been looking like always the replacement of someone of an important moment. So I think that we can see the departure of Rodrigo, but Real Madrid, it will lack again in another important player in the last third.
Can he be the man at Manchester City, Don?
Yeah, he can. Savinho's been linked with Tottenham today, and obviously Jack Grealish has gone to Everton, so I think he can be the man. I think he's got the personality. I think he's got the talent. I remember Jude Bellingham doing an interview when he first went to Real Madrid inside a couple of months, and he said, who's got the most skill, who's the most skillful you've seen, and he said Rodrigo. So he's now got to transfer that into games. We've seen it over the years, how good he can be, but he's sort of been pushed towards that right-hand side, which I think he can still play in that position, but he suits the left. I think he comes into the Premier League and plays under Pep, and if he goes to Man City, I think it'll be a real success.
Do you agree, Stevie?
Yeah, I think so.
You think so?
I do, aye. Yeah, I think the way City play will absolutely suit Rodrigo. Obviously, Grealish is going to be moving on. Savinho, as Don's talking about, moving on. So you're looking at Doku and Rodrigo on that side, and I think I agree with Don. I think straight off the bat, I think Rodrigo would be my starter. Yeah, there's no reason why he wouldn't do well.
I suppose if I'm a Manchester City fan, maybe I'm concerned that Manchester City aren't addressing maybe defensive issues instead of looking to bring in the likes of Rodrigo, Frank.
Yeah, it's true. But when you have the opportunity to get a player like Rodrigo, you get
you get the chance, and Rodrigo is a fantastic player. I don't even understand why he tried to stay last year, because with the arrival of Mbappe and Vinicius Junior being already there, he had no chance to play. So I thought he would have decided to he would have decided to go and play for another club. But it's true that, yes, offensively, Manchester City is what I saw during the Club World Cup, that offensively they're there. We know that they have the talent, they have possibilities and options everywhere, but in the middle of the park, we don't know what Rodrigo is going to do when he's going to come back from his injury. We feel that the midfielders are pretty fragile, I would say, where you have to win all battles, which makes even more fragile the defense. And we don't know where we go with them. We saw that last year, that if they can't get the ball straight after losing it by a high pressing, they're going to struggle. And I don't see why it would be otherwise this season, because I didn't see any new signings.
Meanwhile, of course, news breaking that Jack Grealish, it looks like he will be going on loan to Everton. And in case you're new to the show, that's one of the 17 clubs that Don supports. So, Don, how do you feel about this?
I think it's the most amazing signing ever for Evertonians. I really do, because I know I mentioned Scott McTominay a lot. No, I mentioned Scott McTominay a lot at Napoli, and I just think it's exactly what Jack Grealish needs. He needs to go and play games. He needs to go and be the man. David Moyes called him, I think 3 or 4 years ago, the best player, or one of the best players in the league. He'll give him a sort of semi-free role. He'll play with a smile on his face, because when you watch Jack Grealish play with a smile, and you play with him, and you watch him play, and you watch him, you know, the way he's got ultra confidence, he's got ability. We've not really seen that over the last 18 months. But he was still a really successful player at Man City. I mean, I think in their most successful year, when they won the Champions League, he started the most Champions League games. So he was really vital to what Pep needed that year. Now, confidence is a huge thing for any footballer. That's why I mentioned Scott McTominay, you know, getting nominated for a Ballon d'Or and be MVP over in Italy. This move for Grealish is absolutely perfect. He'll play every single game. David Moyes will give him that free role where he can try and express himself. I just see a massive win for both parties. It's a coup for Everton to get him. And I think with Jack Grealish, the player, and his personality and his character, it's exactly the club that he needs to go and play for.
You've been really harsh on Marcus Rashford over the last couple of years. Yeah. Why is it felt that Jack Grealish has got a pass, considering his form has absolutely fallen off a cliff? You look at those stats, and they're pretty embarrassing, aren't they, for a £100 million player?
Well, I think because most people understand that maybe Pep's influence in the way City play didn't really suit Grealish. Yes, he had that great season, but Jack Grealish is a guy that needs a little time and a little space and a little room to do to let his instincts take over and play football like he's a kid. And you don't get that at City. I've always felt that it seems to be, even the players seem to be so micromanaged that you almost kind of take a little bit of the enjoyment away from them. And I think that's what's happened with Grealish. So that's why I think Grealish has been given a little bit of a pass. Because, as I said, including myself, a lot of people thought going to City wasn't the best move in terms of football for him.
But as Don said, he was so key in that treble season.
Yep.
Surely it's up to him to make himself still key, still important.
Listen, don't get
still that player that
yeah, absolutely. He absolutely has to take responsibility for some of the shortcomings since that season. But as I said, I think the biggest problem is Pep and micromanaging somebody like Jack Grealish, who absolutely needs a little bit of freedom, which I just don't think since that season he got any.
Frank?
Yeah, I think when he came from Aston Villa, he kept for a year the instinct that he had from his past. And little by little, he lost it because of the management of Pep. Where Pep, play chess on the field, where he tries to advance his shot, he tries to pause everything to make sure he has a tactic, where Jack Grealish is completely the opposite. Jack Grealish is a feeling moment type of guy, and he lost it. Little by little. It's why, I'm happy for Everton that he can get him. I'm not that happy for him that he can stay in the Premier League. I would have loved to see Jack Grealish in La Liga, or maybe in the Calcio, or some other league where he could have shown the talent that he really has. Because as Steve said, when he has a little bit of time, and I think in those leagues you will have a little bit more time, he can show his talent. He's been absolutely tremendous when he was playing for Aston Villa. Yeah, I would have loved to see him in another league.
And of course, this is part of Pep trying to clear out some of the squad which he complained was too big, of course, last season. It's interesting that a player that he just brought in last season in Savinho is already being reported that he could be shown the door. Spurs is what the Brazilian international has been linked to. And what's interesting, Luis, is that he was so brilliant for Girona. Those stats don't really sum up how important he was during Girona's great run, of course, 2 seasons ago. But he seems to have really struggled to make any sort of impact for City this season.
Well, it is difficult to make an impact into the City when the whole team is not playing in the best way, in the best shape. All the pressure comes to the players normally who are in the last third, where they need to try to create and score goals, and that wasn't happening. And Haaland wasn't scoring goals. Grealish, we've been talking a little bit about it. Doku, every single player who was playing for City last year was struggling from the back until the front, conceding a lot of goals and not scoring goals enough. And in the end, when you try to find a solution, well, I think Savinho is only 21 years old. One fantastic year at Girona, a fantastic Girona. Let's don't forget, when we follow La Liga, they did an amazing job qualifying for the Champions League. But he's a very young talent who needs time, who needs games. And I think that at City, he's been in and out. Same kind of the style with Jack Grealish. So in the end, if he can find that confidence of a manager giving them 35 games a season all in a row, I think this could be a very, very interesting player. I don't know if he's going to be a loan, if he's going to be a transfer. I'm sure that the tag that he's going to have is going to be quite high, but definitely is a player who needs to play more often and a player who can bring you some very good things in the last step, because he's got that creativity and ability to be players that there are not many on these days in the market.
Is this the sort of player that Spurs need, though, Don?
Yeah, I think so. I think just going back to what Stevie was saying and Luis was saying about Pep, I mean, I think if you asked all of us, we'd love to play under Pep Guardiola, but it must be very intense because he's not the only one that struggled last year. Phil Foden struggled, Jack Grealish struggled. You know, most of the forwards really struggled last year, so the pressure was on. There's a talented player in there. I saw some of his best work when he was playing down the left-hand side for Man City, and he was like whipping balls into Haaland. Haaland scored a great header towards the end of the season. I thought, right, he's got it. Like, Savinho's got it. He's not taking too many touches all of a sudden. I think he did when he first went in there. And he probably overcomplicated things because he's a skillful player. Where I think Pep wants a winger to get it out of his feet, get crosses in the box, supply Marmoush or supply Haaland. And I thought he had it. It must be very difficult because you're not on the training ground every single day. And when Pep's delivering those messages, sometimes as a player, it's not easy to take everything on board. And you can't take everything on board all of the time. You'd like to think you can, but sometimes a young player just can't. And I think he's probably one of 3 or 4 players that struggled with the sort of coaching, not blaming Pep, I think, because, you know, Pep is obviously one of the best, but, you know, sometimes as a young player, it can be an awful lot of responsibility to try and take on